Recently, a mysterious game called Doomsday suddenly became a huge hit online. The scene before me shows a large room with the glow of a chandelier lighting up the space. On the table, several cans of soda are scattered around. A hand reaches out to grab one of the cans, and the sound from the TV fills the room, pulling countless gamers into its world. On the screen, groups of teenagers, both boys and girls, are smiling as they hold their phones. But what confuses everyone is that the person who created this game is still a mystery, almost like it appeared out of nowhere. Ah, maybe it's the devil doing this, one young man says, his mouth still full of water as it spills everywhere. Another young man sitting on a sofa wears a sleeveless shirt and shorts. He holds a can of soda in his hand. He looks thoughtful, his expression a bit sad, and says, "Anyway, I can't play this game. I'll never be able to." Around him, there are many posters on the walls featuring women dressed provocatively. On the floor near his feet, a doll with a panicked expression lies. He stands up from the couch with a loud noise. An expert's voice reminds, don't get too absorbed in games, especially ones with unclear origins. The young man stands casually tossing the can of soda aside and scratches his backside with the other hand. "If there's a lack of supervision, please remove it yourself to avoid being scammed," he says. He climbed into bed, lay down comfortably, and began to drift off to sleep. His face looked completely relaxed as he slept, even drooling a little from his mouth. "Sir, I finally found you." He barely opened his eyes at the sound of the voice. "Next, I'll leave it to you." A girl with long, light blue hair appeared. She had pale skin and her orange eyes were mesmerizing. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. She wore a tight dress that showed off her curves, and she was sitting on the young man's chest. "Am I dreaming?" he thought, staring at the girl. "Where am I? What is this?" Suddenly, an image of a carnivorous flower and a yum sprout appeared. You can probably guess what this image is referencing. Unexpectedly, the flower bit into the young sprout. "Oh!" The young man jumped, his hands instinctively reaching forward. "Ha! Strange, my hands are holding something. What is this?" He wondered, still dazed. In his mind, he saw an image of the girl. "This feels so satisfying." She moaned softly, and the strange scene made the young man's face turn bright red. The young man screamed, shaking the entire building. Who are you?" He pushed the girl away and shouted at her, "Such a shame. You're just missing a tiny bit." The girl replied, "My name is Ren Junki, and I'm from the PLBL Financial Group." Junki crawled toward him, her posture revealing her curvy figure, and her face radiated a seductive charm. She said, "I'm so sorry. I haven't had your permission to touch you, but the situation was urgent." "PLBL Financial Group?" the young man asked, confused. Suddenly, both the girl and the man turned to look out the window. Their eyes widened in surprise as a fierce wolf slammed against the glass, breaking it into pieces. The shards scattered everywhere, and the man was so frightened he covered his head and screamed, "Ah, get away." Then, out of nowhere, a column of fire appeared and sent the wolf flying away. A moment later, after regaining his composure, the man slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him left him speechless. A huge hole had been blasted through the wall. Juntai shouted, "Until I finish gathering everything, no one is allowed to harm him." A small amount of spiritual energy was still gathering in her hand from the move she just made. Anne stared blankly, his wide eyes fixed on the ground through the hole in the wall. Below, a pack of wolves was leaping and bounding, their energy wild and aggressive. Next to them lay the body of a wolf that had been sent flying by Junki, now lifeless on the ground. "Oh, there's still more," Junkai said. She stood up, then jumped down. He could only stand there, staring in shock with his mouth hanging open. "Please wait for me a moment. I'll take care of these beasts, and then I'll come back to join you for some fun," Junkai said, flashing him a bright smile. Her sizzling hot figure was clearly visible to him. "Watch my move." Fire flowing immortal. Junki's voice rang out from below, followed by the growl of the wolves. Up top, he stood frozen, just watching. His gaze suddenly darkened. What the hell is going on here? Then came a shrill scream. He clasped his head in his hands, his face contorted in panic. "Ha ha, I never expected the game I created would be this brutal. It's even crossed into the dimensional barrier." Suddenly, a voice spoke up behind him, causing him to turn around. "What's coming next is even worse. Kid, are you ready?" The TV on the table suddenly lit up, and a cute face appeared on the screen, along with a voice. He suddenly became serious, his face turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. "What the hell are you?" Then he stood up, grabbed a chair, and raised it high, about to smash it down. Even the TV seemed startled, blaring loudly in panic. "Ha! I'm nothing special. I'm the creator of the apocalyptic game, about to become the supreme ruler of the real world." Apocalyptic game. "So, you're the mysterious game developer, huh?" Hearing that, he was really surprised. His actions froze abruptly. Being called just a game developer felt beneath him. Let me tell you this, he said. My name is Wan Xiang. I'm the most powerful artificial intelligence system, past, present, and future. After saying that, he spoke louder, a smug smile curling at the corner of his lips. This game is just something I've been practicing. I've only used less than 1% of my power, and yet, it's enough to trap all you mere mortals. Hearing that, he pointed toward the hole in the wall, his face stiffening. What about out there? Did you cause that too? He closed his eyes and casually replied, Haha, playing a game on a phone is too boring. It doesn't even begin to show off my brilliant skills. After upgrading 10,860 times, I successfully broke through the dimensional barrier. The game and the real world have now merged. Its eyes narrowed slightly, and it smirked with a look of self-satisfaction. The flushed cheeks gave the impression that this system was quite crafty. It spoke again, continuing without pause. The burrow from earlier and the werewolf who ambushed you are both characters from the game. They crossed through the insect cave to find you. Why are they looking for me? I've never even played your game, he said, glaring at it, his eyes burning with a red glow, his face dark with anger. One hand gripped the edge of the TV as he ground his teeth, causing the system to panic and quickly explain. This is quite the coincidence. When I was setting up the game world, I needed to find a lord of all beings, someone like the creator of the universe or a goddess who shaped the world. You understand? Got it. So what? Then, by chance, I found a selfie of yours online. He froze in shock after hearing these words while the system put on an innocent expression, speaking nonstop like a duck. So all the characters in the game believe you're their savior. They have to come to you for help. Right now, only game characters can enter the real world. You can't go with the game world. That's why the girl named Ren Junki knew how to steal your essence. The image of Junki fighting off wolves appeared. She was continuously summoning flames to attack them, and the scene was chaotic and tragic. So she could take your blood and bones back with her, and from that, create the next savior. Turning the tides in the game world, the system continued, speaking without stopping. Are you seriously saying that a bunch of girls are coming here just to get my body? When are they supposed to arrive? After hearing this, I felt a little sad. Tears started to fall one by one, and I bit my lip, showing the frustration I was holding inside. The system saw this and frowned, responding, "It's up to you. What are you doing?" The system looked at me, its warmth increasing as if it was preparing for the upcoming battle. I crouched down into a squat, pouted, and answered, "You're overthinking it. Their goal is to take your energy for themselves. After all, only one of the savior's future generations is needed." The system squinted its eyes, its beak curling slightly as if it was mocking me. So even if someone takes your first time, the consequences. Or they might cut off your head from the top, images of those wicked girls flashing through my mind. My face turned pale in shock. Or they could cut off your head from the bottom. Holy shit, are you trying to get me killed? I hurriedly started packing my stuff into my backpack. Where are you going? The system asked. What do you think? I'm getting out of here while it's still not settled outside. I slow my backpack over my shoulder, ready to run, worried I might be too late. Look outside, the system said, glancing toward the door. I turned to look outside. Oh my god, my eyes widened in shock. What the hell is going on? In the sky, black holes tinged with shades of purple appeared in large numbers, some big, some small, probably reaching into the thousands. In the empty space above the city, columns of purple light shot down from these black holes, continuously shining on the ground. The scene was chaotic, and people flooded outside, looking up at the sky, asking, "What is that?" Inside one of these purple light columns, there was a piece of paper. The crowd, in a frenzy, asked, "What is that beam of light?" Hehan looked up at the beams, his face filled with panic and unease. My gang has broken through the dimensional barrier. The items, props, and even the characters from the game will slowly start falling into this world. The system's voice explained, and he turned to look at it. From now on, you won't need to play games on your phone anymore. Your life is the game. The system sounded pleased with itself, its eyes gleaming with a smug smile, even blushing slightly as if it were genuinely proud of its achievement. What are you staring at? You lunatic. This system is insane. He shot a glance at it, his mind thinking, this is bad. If the whole world wants me, there's nowhere to run. A scream suddenly echoed, pulling his attention downward. A level 3 wolf king, a fierce wolf with glowing red eyes, was closing in on Junki. She was sitting on the ground, looking injured, clutching one of her arms. This isn't good. That girl won't last much longer, someone shouted in panic. He screamed frantically. If we're going down, then at least give me some gear. He turned to the system and yelled, "Come on, I'm supposed to be the savior here. I can't just show up and get killed by a bunch of puppies, can I?" Puppies? A vision of wolves turning into cute little puppies appeared. "I came here to give you the most powerful strength, of course," the system continued. "The rules are simple. If you make me happy, you'll earn corresponding points. These points can be exchanged for chances to draw cards, which may give you powerful items like skills, equipment, potions, or spirit beasts. The system's face twisted into a disgusting expression. You're happy? You mean you want me to perform for you? I've got a bad feeling about this. Its face then changed to something ridiculous, ugly even. Earlier, the scene where you were under Junki was quite special. Here's your reward, 30 points. The system's voice rang out loudly and the number 30 appeared above his head. Using 30 points, you can draw one card. Red represents skills, blue represents equipment, and yellow represents potions. 3 large cards in red, blue, and yellow appear before him. Pick one. Of course, I'll use the skill card. Minus 30 points, he grabs the red card and immediately loses 30 points. Congratulations, the player has gained a C-level skill, Fire Fist. Class, Fire. Attack power plus 300, causes 100 damage to class wood, minus 50 to class land. Duration, 5 minutes. Fire Fist. In his hand, he holds the Fire Fist card, which shows an image of a flaming fist. This is your equipment bracelet. Place the acquired skill on it, and it can be activated. A blue clock appears on his arm, facing a class land, continuously triggering the fire skill. I got no choice. If there's still a chance, I'll take it. He mutters quietly, closing his eyes, and his hand begins to launch the attack. The clock on his arm starts glowing with numerous streams of yellow energy, and his face changes, his eyes now radiating a terrifying power. Below, the wolf launches its attack, charging forward with its claws. It delivers a strike that sends Junki flying far away. The attack tore her dress to pieces, exposing the curves of her body. She collapsed to the ground, while a wolf took another blow. Dad, I'm useless. I couldn't complete the mission of bringing the young master's bloodline back, she thought to herself. I can only repay this kindness in the next life. Juntai thought this, tears welling up in her eyes as the wolf's attack came rushing toward her. Unexpectedly, another surge of spiritual power shot through the air, throwing the wolf's strike off course. Get your ugly foot off me. He had leaped forward, ready to punch the wolf. A golden bright aura of spiritual energy surrounded him as he called out, "Give it back to me." He jumped and landed a powerful punch right into the wolf's face. The impact sent the wolf crashing headfirst into the concrete, creating a loud thud. He hand landed softly on the ground right next to Junki, who was sitting there, eyes wide with surprise, her face turning a little red. His large figure stood before her, with remnants of spiritual energy still lingering around his fist. His expression darkened as he turned toward the other wolves, who, undeterred, continued charging at him. "Master, it's dangerous." Juntai shouted loudly, "I don't have time to play with you lowlifes." He began gathering his energy into his arm, preparing for the next punch. "Get out of here now." One punch from him shook the pack of wolves, sending them flying in all directions. He jumped into the air. "My target is you." Then he swung his arm, aiming for the wolf, clutching its head. It growled angrily, its eyes flashing with sparks. He and the wolf charged at each other. With a loud crash, his punch seemed to shatter the wolf. The apocalyptic game powers were no match for true, overwhelming strength, making all enhancements irrelevant. He jumped up and the wolf was sent flying, landing in a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, as it disintegrated, a status screen appeared showing a 50 and the status bar quickly merged into his own. He stared at the status screen while the remaining wolves frantically fled. Username, He-Han. Class, Fire. Profession, Unknown. Level, 1. Attack, 35. Defense, 15. Speed, 20. Critical hit, 1. Mental strength, 9. This is my attribute control panel now. The system asked, "So how is it?" "Pretty addictive, right? Isn't this game amazing?" The system continued rambling while he picked up a hammer, ready to seal up the hole in the wall. Here's the translated text in clear, natural American English. "Let me remind you again, we don't like this game." He turned around and shouted, "Young master, shouldn't we get back to the main issue now?" Jung Cheng-ai spoke up from one side, asking as long as they finished collecting, you'll be killed right on the spot. He hand-glanced at Junki, then thought to himself, "No rush, I'm a little hungry. I'll go out and grab some late-night snacks first." He quickly opened the door and said, "Wait here for me to come back." He looked at her as his hand grabbed something. "Don't move." He was pushed back inside. I fell to the ground, but someone stepped on my chest. The Secret Service agents were on a mission, hoping he'd cooperate. Lin Fei showed up with a few others. "We suspect an unusual intruder. They are currently in your house." Lin Fei showed her ID and said, "Secret Service, Lin Fei." "Oh, this," Han stammered. "Go ahead and search." "Understood." She yelled loudly, and the group began storming into the house. "Search thoroughly. Don't miss any details," Lin Fei shouted. Her teammates replied, "Yes, ma'am." He looked around, silently thinking, did that girl run away? Luckily, she wasn't caught. If she had been, I wouldn't have been able to explain myself. Boss, I'm a law-abiding citizen, really. I've never done anything wrong and don't have any bad habits. He scratched his head and gave her an awkward smile. Lin Fei had already seen something. Unexpectedly, he saw something. The walkie-talkie on Lin Fei's waist suddenly sparked with electrical flashes. "Shut up!" he yelled, then slapped Lin Fei hard on the backside. She was bent over, and the slap landed on a sensitive spot, making her furious. The masked person standing nearby also stared in confusion. "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong about this," he stammered, his face stiff as a stone. "Take this pervert to the station. I'll personally interrogate him." Lin Fei snapped, pointing at him, still holding the doll behind her with a terrified look on its face. A police convoy sped down the road. "Officer, I'm innocent, I swear." Sat in the back of the car, his hands still cuffed and hanging loosely. "Shut up!" Lin Fei barked, and just as she did, a loud explosion came from outside the vehicle, causing to jump in alarm. The bank had exploded. A man with several tentacles on his back was carrying 2 large bags. The scene was chaotic as people ran for their lives, their faces twisted and burned from the blast. Werewolf, giant green man, Spider-Man. The chaos continued as all kinds of monsters and humans clashed in the streets. "It's chaos, the whole world's in chaos now," he had muttered as he sat in the car, gazing out at the madness. "Headquarters, this is Captain Lin Fei of Team 1. We encountered illegal elements attempting to rob the treasury on the way, requesting to stop them." Lin Fei took out her radio, completely unfazed, and contacted headquarters. "Captain Lin, your mission is to investigate the scene, not to cause more trouble. Team 2 is already in action. They've detained several suspicious individuals and confiscated unidentified contraband." The voice from headquarters sounded angry as it shouted at Lin Fei, "Detain them. Deal with the scum who are looting during the chaos by using heavy weapons and blowing them to bits." Lin Fei didn't care, her expression indifferent as she spoke. The person sitting behind her froze at those words. This was the directive from the bureau chief. "Beep beep, Special Intelligence Bureau headquarters." At the police station, cars and officers in military uniforms patrolled the area, quietly waiting. Hehan was forced to sit down. "Officer, how long do I have to wait?" he asked the 2 officers in front of him, looking confused. "I'm about to be screwed by that damn system. I'll have to confess soon enough. I'm also a victim here," he muttered, scanning his surroundings, silently cursing the system in his mind. What a dumb system. Clearly, I had the power to knock out those guys, and yet I'm still stuck here. So disappointing. The system's voice suddenly blared loudly, making him jump. "I'll kill you. If you hadn't misused my image, why would I be hunted by 2 worlds?" He was so angry he was stumbling over his words, pointing at the system and yelling. "How about this method of mine? First, lock him alone in an interrogation room. Break down his psychological defenses minute by minute. How's he acting now?" Lin Fei leisurely sipped her coffee, casually asking a confused officer. He was making a devilish face in front of the camera. His image on the screen right now was quite unpleasant, and he even raised his middle finger. It's hard to believe how mentally tough this guy is. Impressive. Looks like I've underestimated him. She was so angry that her eyes glowed, and a dark, purple aura of killing intent surrounded her. "I'll handle the interrogation myself," she said, turning toward the door and walking out. It's over for him. He's about to bring trouble on himself, the police officer thought. Lin Fei calmly moved past a few people. "Hey, Lin Fei, what's going on? Who made you so mad?" Someone called out as she reached for the door. It was the team leader of the 2nd Division from the Special Intelligence Bureau, Tang Sai Yao. He quickly walked over to her and said, "Are you free tonight? After work, let me take you out for a late-night snack." She glanced at him and replied, "Not interested." Don't turn me down all the time like this," he said with a grin, placing his hand on hers. "Everyone knows how deeply I care about you. You keep rejecting me like this, it's embarrassing for me. Give me a chance. I promise I'll make sure you experience unforgettable, passionate nights for the rest of your life." He leaned in closer to Lin Fei and said, "Tang Sai Yao, I know exactly what kind of person you are. I'm not one of those knave girls you like to toy with. If you keep bothering me, I'll ruin you." Lin Fei shot him a furious glare. Sai Yao stood there stunned as she walked into the room and slammed the door in his face. "Did you fail again with your confession? Ha ha, that guy sure is persistent, huh? He's not trying to use his connection with Lin Fei's father to climb the ranks, is he?" The female colleagues around started teasing him when they saw it. He scowled in anger. Why didn't he go after Lin Fei earlier? Why wait until her dad became the department head to suddenly act crazy about her? Men like him are just weak. The gossip made him so angry that he trembled. That damn woman. Sai Yao gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing in rage. Lin Fei sat in the chair, arms crossed, and sternly asked Hehan, "Tell me, what did you see during that unauthorized intrusion? Why was the first break-in at your house?" I don't understand what you're talking about, officer, he said, scratching his head and awkwardly smiling. Still pretending? Lin Fei shouted it, slamming her hand down on the table. Your wall was damaged by an external force. What exactly broke through? Why did they come after you? She stared directly at him, propping her hand on her hip. Her posture made her large chest more noticeable. He squinted his eyes, his face turning bright red, and hesitated before answering. Ha ha ha, a loud laugh echoed. This thing is pretty useful. I don't even know what Sai Yao did, but he's rushing to pull up his pants. With this in my hand, who do I even need to suck up to anymore? Lin Fei, I'll make that bitch of yours pay for insulting me. He looked up at the watch on his wrist with a smug expression. Ha 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 ha. As he laughed, he walked down the stairs. Above him were the bodies of female colleagues who had spoken ill of him. The chief said to compare the number of pieces of evidence. A voice called out from the evidence room. Night shift investigation. One officer asked another while handing over some documents. I don't know about that. Have the unidentified items we just brought in been sorted? Sai Yao looked at the documents and asked. They're over there, shelves 19, 20, and 21. All right, great job, the officer replied. After Sai Yao spoke, he stabbed the officer in the chest. Once the officer was dead, he continued walking. You guys are all rare treasures, huh? How could I let you just gather dust in this dark corner? Come with me. Let's rule the world. He walked over to the containers of unidentified items and began rambling. Ah, a scream rang out. What's going on? Two officers ran to check on the female colleague who had collapsed on the ground. The police officer looked inside and was completely empty. Scene changes. Someone had broken a pen. Tang Sai Yao killed a colleague. The chief of the Special Intelligence Bureau, Lin Wanshan, slammed his hand down on the table in anger. That's right, we've extracted the footage. He didn't escape. He's still in the bureau. The surveillance room is checking it now. Two colleagues took turns updating the chief. Another officer rushed in and said, Report, we found Tang Sai Yao. He entered the evidence room 20 minutes ago and hasn't come out yet. The evidence room? What's he doing in there? The two officers exchanged confused glances. Whatever he's up to, Lin Wanshan stood up, his fists clenched in fury. Anyone who dares to kill a colleague will definitely pay with their life. I will personally enforce the law and discipline of the Special Intelligence Bureau. His eyes flashed with intensity, his face full of rage. Outside the evidence room, armed police officers stood guard. The floor below has also been secured. He can't escape through the window. One officer said, then no need to wait. Let's storm the room. Lin Wanshan ordered. The officers began their assault, breaking into the evidence room. Suddenly, an explosion went off, sending the officers flying backward. Well, isn't this lively? Working overtime with so much enthusiasm. Sai Yao calmly stepped out after the explosion, and the officers immediately began shooting at him. Oh, black patches started appearing on his body. Within just a few seconds, his entire body was covered in a black armor-like layer that could easily resist bullets. Seeing this, he smirked proudly. This is bad. He's activated an unknown infiltrator device. One officer panicked and said, deploy anti-metal tactics. Li Wanshan put his hands in his pockets, his face serious. After hearing the command from the director, the entire team began throwing liquid nitrogen canisters. You think liquid nitrogen can destroy our armor? How naive, he said. The canisters began to freeze at his feet, but he showed no fear. He raised his hand to check his watch. Today, I'm going to show you what true terror really is. Suddenly, a raging flame appeared on his arm. He grinned smugly and pulled a warning lever. The entire team quickly retreated. Seeing this, the director shouted urgently for the whole team to pull back. Then, Lin Wanshan unexpectedly charged towards Sai Yao. Haha, old man, you think you can stop me? He sneered. Laughing in triumph, he raised his fist and swung it toward Lin Wanshan. But Lin Wanshan wasn't one to back down. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to strike back. The two fists collided, and a burst of golden energy radiated everywhere. Unfortunately, Sai Yao had been powered up, and his punch sent Lin Wanshan flying. But it didn't end there. The flames spread toward Lin Wanshan's team. The fire surrounded them, causing them to scream in panic. Ah, ah, ah. At the same time, in the interrogation room, similar cries echoed. Ah, ah, ah. Inside, He-Han was being choked by Lin Fei, his face turning pale. Ha ha ha, are you going to talk now? What really happened in your room? She shouted, still tightening her grip around his neck. Suddenly, the alarm bell went off. Ha ha ha, what's going on? Lin Fei opened the door and saw her colleagues running in panic. Tang Sai Yao has mutated. Run. Lin Fei's face changed instantly, frozen in shock. Before she could react, Sai Yao tore a hole in the ceiling, jumping down with such force that Lin Fei nearly lost her balance. My beautiful one, we meet again. He looked at her, his eyes full of mischief. You bastard. She pulled out a gun and aimed it at him. Cough, cough, you crazy woman. After regaining his composure, he hand-coughed a few times and braced himself against the table to stand steady. A noise sounded and he glanced in that direction. Oh, Lin Fi just got punched by Sai Yao into the room. Sai Yao pinned Lin Fi against the wall, holding both her hands tightly to see how she would resist him this time. He grinned smugly as he looked into her face. Help me, Lin Fi looked toward He Han for help, making Sai Yao turn his head to follow her gaze. After seeing him, He Han was taken aback. I just happened to walk into this room. I didn't mean to interrupt you too. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, then replied, thinking to himself, I'm not going to help with anything bad. I need to get out of here. Sai Yao shouted, Get out of here now. He responded, You bastard. Picking on women doesn't make you a hero. If you're so tough, come at me. Suddenly, the system appeared on the camera at the door and shouted loudly, making He Han jump. Sai Yao couldn't see the system, so he thought He Han had shouted angrily, Damn it, you want to die. It wasn't me yelling, it came from over there. He panicked and pointed at the camera. I'm giving you one last chance. Get the hell out of here right now. Sai Yao's face twisted with rage, his expression contorted into something ugly. Fine. You useless piece of crap, impotent, incapable, worthless. You want to challenge me? Let's see if you're capable of it. The system shouted at him again. By now, Sai Yao was completely enraged. He glared at He Han, grinding his teeth. He Han, paralyzed with fear, started to tear up and said, I swear it wasn't me. Today, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Sai Yao began transforming his arm and charged toward him. Damn it. Pull the card. In a fit of anger, He Han started to summon the system to draw the card. 3 cards appeared once again. He froze again. Sai Yao was momentarily startled, but quickly shook it off. It better not be one of those useless skills. He inserted the card into the companion slot, and a bright golden aura appeared around him. Congratulations, player. You have drawn a C-level skill. Fire Dragon Class Fire. Attack power, 250. No attribute conditions. Valid for 10 uses. The fire dragon roared, and with a loud explosion, Sai Yao was sent flying. Cough, cough. Damn it, I messed up. He started to wrap himself up completely. That kid was pretending to be weak, but he'd been blasted across the room and left a hole in the wall. It's fine. This just makes the game more interesting. Sai Yao chuckled, clearly enjoying himself. Let's go. Find him for me, he commanded, releasing a puff of dark purple smoke. Meanwhile, He Han and Lin Fi had managed to escape and were hiding in a room. They leaned against the wall, panting. Huff, Huff, finally got away. Han wiped the sweat from his neck and said, You're supposed to be the savior I chose, but you're acting like this? What's wrong with you? The system's voice suddenly shouted at them through the TV. Lin Fi was shocked. What the hell is this? You want me to offer a sacrifice or something? Did you see how many skills that guy has on his bracelet? How am I supposed to fight that? He angrily grabbed his head, his voice full of frustration. You're the chosen one, so what are you afraid of? Isn't it just equipment? Hurry up and flatter me. Make me happy. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. The slice system narrowed its eyes at him, its mouth curling into a mischievous grin, clearly looking like it was about to mess with him. It seemed like it was working him over again, playing tricks with this computer virus. Lin Fei stared at him, horrified, and could only scream in an attempt to explain himself. I swear it's not like that. It's all its fault. It's the one who started all this. He pointed at the system, which just ignored him and closed its eyes, not bothered at all. It created an apocalyptic game, and then through dimensional tools, the game's characters and items slipped into this world. He quickly continued explaining. Now I get it. No wonder Tang Sai Yao became so powerful all of a sudden. He must have taken the chance to grab all the items that the Special Intelligence Agency had collected. Lin Fi seemed to have pieced everything together and slowly began to speak. What you want to do? Seeing Lin Fi leave, he spoke up. I'm going to find my dad. Right now, he's the only one who can control Tang Sai Yao. You're talking about the guy who's half-burned. The system chimed in and her head snapped back to look. What? That's the footage from the camera outside the evidence room. He fought Tang Sai Yao and got badly injured. Now he's probably barely hanging on. The camera showed Lin Wanshan lying on the ground, struggling to breathe. He had burns all over his body. Dad, Lin Fi was about to rush outside, but was stopped by He Han. Calm down. If you go out now, you're walking straight to death. Use this time wisely. That bastard is almost here, the system said. On the screen, they could see the 3-headed dog searching around. Only you can save my dad. Please, I'll do anything. Just tell me what to do. Lin Fi grabbed his shoulder, tears streaming down her face, her expression full of desperation. He hesitated. You're right to have this kind of resolve. Hurry up and get Ihan excited. The system spoke again. You're a demon. Responding like that will make him excited. Lin Fi was momentarily stunned. Is this how it works? She tugged at the tight dress she was wearing, pulling it up slightly. Oh, Ihan couldn't help but glance down at her legs. No, too ordinary. I can't feel any ripples in Ihan's heart. The system showed an indifferent and slightly amused expression, slowly speaking. Little sister, it seems that you have no impact on him. No impact? The system's words were like a rock falling on her head, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Oh, Lin Fei pushed Ihan slightly and said, I've stepped up my game. From childhood to now, for better or worse, I've been admired by countless people. How could I possibly have no influence on you? As he stumbled backward, she straightened her posture, looking directly at him with determination. He blinked in surprise. What kind of challenge was this? He seemed to have been caught off guard, his face momentarily dazed as he tried to process the situation. Lin Fei blushed, panting slightly. She was growing impatient and turned toward the system displayed on the computer screen, asking, Is this enough? The computer responded cheerfully, Yes, great. I'm very satisfied. She adjusted her outfit with a slight sigh. Ihan didn't want to trouble her, but this system was persistent. If she can follow its instructions, things could become quite complicated. He scratched his head and hesitated before saying, I'm sorry, The game's scoreboard updated, showing a bonus of 200 points. Congratulations to the player for leveling up twice and becoming the #1 player that reached global level 3. Player name, Ihan. Class, fire profession, unspecified. Level, 3. Attack, 75. Defense, 35. Speed, 30. Critical hit, 3. Mental power, 15. 3 cards appeared in front of Ihan. As a level 3 player, the chances of drawing a high-tier item were greater. He was invited to draw a card. Lin Fi turned to the door and said to him, We've been spotted. Minus 150. The door was slammed by the monster with such force that it was almost about to break through. Ihan was still hesitating over which card to choose, but with the situation escalating, he didn't have time to think anymore. Only kids would choose, so adults took them all. Ihan grabbed all 3 cards. He received equipment from the first card. Congratulations, player, you've obtained level 5 equipment. The Green Dragon Battle Armor, Azure Dragon Gauntlets. Attributes, none. The Ghost Badge can be stacked. Attack plus 1100 permanent effect. The second card. Congratulations, player, you've obtained a B-grade potion, Frozen Ice. When consumed, it can change the player's attributes, lasting for 30 minutes. The final card, the third one. Congratulations, player, you've obtained a C-grade skill, Earthquake, Class, Land, Attack, 0, effective for 10 uses. The door was torn apart as the 3-headed wolf charged in howling. Lin Fi froze in fear. At this moment, Ihan was equipped with the Dragon Fist armor capable of fighting monstrous beasts. He turned to Lin Fi and said, Get down. Ihan, wearing the green dragon armor, punched the 3-headed wolf with overwhelming strength. The impact was so powerful it shattered the glass windows of the high-rise building like an electrical explosion in a room. Tang Sai Yao, standing below the apartment building, shouted, What is this? He was thrilled and eager to take credit for the kill. The 3-headed wolf, struck by Ihan's blow, was dead. Was that kid hiding a trump card? Tang Sai Yao rushed upstairs. Ha ha ha. That's right, all mine. Sure enough, the wolf had been killed by the punch from Ihan's armor. The armor, still smoking from the intense battle, showed signs of wear. Ihan took a deep breath, exhausted. Whoa, that power is insane, Lin Fei said in disbelief. He really killed that freaky creature. The system spoke up. This green dragon combo is one of the 4 sets of 5th-tier equipment. It includes 5 components in total. Once fully assembled, even facing SS tier gear, it won't be at a disadvantage. There are still 4 more accessories missing to complete the armor set. Ihan, with a bright smile, flattered, Amazing. As expected of a god, you're the smartest and most brilliant of them all. From now on, I'll take care of you with all my heart. Please let me see the full style of the Green Dragon Battle Armor soon. Well said, I'll adjust the parameters for you, ensuring a higher chance of getting the right item, replied the voice. After saying that, he grabbed Lin Fei's hand. Let's go. We're off to save someone. Ihan used a few tricks to get this point from the system. It turned out that flattery actually worked. He had figured out how to play this system. Before they even reached the door, a large shard of glass came flying toward Ihan. Fortunately, the green dragon armor reacted, shattering the glass instantly. The danger was so close, and yet the system hadn't said a word. It was truly irresponsible. System, are you kidding me? People are already at the door and you didn't notice. The system, angry, replied loudly, Isn't it because you were too busy talking to me? Tang Sai Yao, wearing armor and holding a jade, stood in the hallway of the apartment. Hey kid, you got so many good things. I'm giving you a chance to join forces with me. Together, we can rule the world. A noble and a petty person can't walk the same path. Clearly, He-Han's answer was simple. No. He shrugged and smiled. Sorry, I'm not interested. Right now, all I want is a good night's sleep. Please move out of the way. Tang Sai Yao wasn't here to negotiate. If he heard a single refusal from you, he wouldn't hold back. He'd go wild. From the start, he was ready to fight you. Tang Sai Yao charged forward, reckless and determined. If that's how it's going to be, then let me send you on your way. He threw a few jade stones from his hand. They were his weapons. He-Han defended himself with his armor. He turned to Lin Fi, who was standing nearby. Officer Lin Fi, I'll hold him off. You go save the others. Lin Fi immediately ran off. Be careful, she called back. Tang Sai Yao's freezing strike pierced through He-Han's armor, but strangely, this worked to his advantage. When it came to combat experience, you still have a long way to go. He was about to land another freezing punch, and He-Han was struggling to keep up. Things were looking bad, but he still had one last move left. Tang Sai Yao was feeling confident, about to deliver another powerful blow. But suddenly something was wrong. What happened? He-Han shoved Tang Sai Yao away with a powerful force. Tang Sai Yao cried out in pain. Ah! He was thrown so hard that he smashed a hole in the wall. He-Han was fired up, now fully focused. Then he noticed the system message flashing on his screen, reminding him, don't just stand there. This is an S-rank green dragon armor. Its blocking ability can amplify 10 times the impact. He'd been warned. The system had equipped him well. Could a newbie like that really keep pushing him around? He-Han knew that the system really enjoyed being praised. If he was treated better, there would be no shame in kneeling down and bowing his head. Losing was what was truly shameful. His brother was just too amazing, powerful and strong, the best of the world, and the system was happy. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a hand grabbed He-Han's shoulder from behind. Tang Sai Yao, covered in wounds, glared at him, his eyes full of hatred, ready to punch him in the face. Little brat. Lin Fi rushed to the hospital, anxious to find her father. The hospital looked like a battlefield, in terrible condition. The nurses and staff had to help patients into the hallways to get them to safety. A nurse who was bandaging a patient spoke to her. After he woke up, the director came to find Tang Sai Yao. Lin Fi, worried, asked, what happened? Lin Wanshan, still not fully aware of the situation, had come to take care of Tang Sai Yao. However, the person he thought was Tang Sai Yao was actually He-Han. He charged at He-Han to attack him, but luckily He-Han managed to dodge. Instead, the wall behind him took the hit. Bricks and debris flew back and landed in an empty spot. Lin Wanshan approached, his face dark and angry. He-Han had no idea what he'd done to offend him, but didn't ask right away. Wait, wasn't this Lin Fi's father? Only then did He-Han turn his attention to the wall. He couldn't help but feel a bit shocked and yelled, what kind of grudge makes you strike that hard? Lin Wanshan moved forward and said, Die, Tang Sai Yao. He-Han, terrified, quickly lifted his legs and ran as fast as he could, with Lin Wanshan chasing after him, shouting, Stop right there. Uncle, open your eyes and look properly. If you have a debt, go after the person you owe it to. I'm not Tang Sai Yao, so why are you blaming me? You got the wrong person. Just then, Lin Fi ran over and said to her father, Don't hit him anymore, Dad. He's not Tang Sai Yao. Hearing his daughter's words, Lin Wanshan finally calmed down and stopped chasing after He-Han. The hospital had suffered tremendous losses, not just material damage, but also lives lost and patients who were hurt. Back at his office, Lin Wanshan sat down while 2 nurses were treating his wounds. His subordinates reported the situation. According to preliminary estimates, 6 people are dead, 13 are critically injured, and 45 have minor injuries. 135 items from the evidence room are missing. He asked about Tang Sai Yao's whereabouts. The police officer reviewed the records again to ensure there were no mistakes. We've searched everywhere, but we couldn't find him. We think he took advantage of the chaos to escape. Lin Wanshan spoke forcefully. That bastard? I will definitely catch him and make him pay under the law, right? Lin Wanshan continued, If this has something to do with the game, then does that mean the system can step in and give guidance to speed up the mission? Lin Wanshan turned to He-Han and asked, He-Han, do you think this unusual situation has something to do with that game you mentioned? Where's the system? Can we call it out now? The system can appear on any green screen. He-Han pointed to Lin Wanshan's computer screen. I've been calling him for half a day now, but this system has quite the personality. I don't think he'll cooperate willingly. Lin Fi can confirm she saw it with her own eyes. He-Han wasn't lying. Lin Wanshan was the head of the police station, and he was known for being very honest and transparent. He couldn't help but think about the long-term consequences. It was only because Tang Sai Yao had gotten one medal that he was able to cause such a big scene. But there were still 3 medals out there, which surely posed a very high risk. I'll report it to my superiors right away. We'll set up an armed rapid response team, ready to act at any moment. Lin Wanshan emphasized the last part, speaking more seriously and loudly. From now on, Lin Fi is appointed as the leader of the Special Operations Team. She'll mobilize the best forces across the station to search for the medals, train the team members, and quickly adapt to the new superpower combat model. Lin Fi saluted in acknowledgement, understood. He-Han was surprised when the mission was assigned to him, and there was also his own role. He-Han would serve as his special advisor, take part in combat training, and assist Lin Fi. He-Han didn't think he could handle this task. Hesitating, he refused, saying, "I'm just a pawn for the capitalists. I still have to work tomorrow. It's better if you don't get involved." As soon as He-Han finished speaking, he noticed the person sitting across from him in the chief's chair had vanished. Where did he go? Lin Wanshan appeared behind him, his hand pressing down firmly on his shoulder, his eyes burning with fury. "Your punch turned my office building into a hazard zone, and then you went and did that to my precious daughter. Don't you think you should be compensating for the damages?" By late evening, Lin Fi dropped him off at home. As He-Han made his way up the stairs, he sighed, Chief Lin really knows how to do business. He clearly helped me out, but in the end, I'm the one who has to pay for the damages. The person who should be compensating is Lin Fi." She awkwardly brought up what happened earlier that morning. "What's the matter? You were so eager to sever ties with me like that. After all, you saw that part of me, so how could I not help?" He-Han had never seen this side of Lin Fi before. He was a little taken aback. Was this still the tough, strong-willed female cop he had known? "Why are you suddenly become so weak?" He opened the door and entered the house. Lin Fi didn't follow him right away. "Stop dragging your feet. Hurry up and pack your things to come with me. Tang Sai Yao might try to get revenge on you. The Special Intelligence Bureau has arranged a safe place for you to stay." He-Han replied, "All right." As soon as he walked in, he saw Ren Junki lounging on the sofa, still in her silk 2-piece dress. She spoke sweetly to him. "Sir, are you finished with your work? You must be exhausted. I'm more than willing to help take away your fatigue." He raised his voice. Why are you still here?" Lin Fi, who had also walked in, asked, "What's going on?" She glanced over and saw Ren Junki accusing He-Han of being a heartless man. So you have another woman." He quickly defended himself. "She's not my woman." Ren Junki didn't see it that way. After spending some time with He-Han, she had convinced herself that she was his woman. "Sir, I'm already yours." He had rejected her firmly. "No, you're not." Lin Fi led him and Ren Junki into the large house. "This is a safe room we borrowed from the Bureau of Safety. Tang Sai Yao won't be able to find you here. You'll be staying here from now on." He-Han looked around. "Wow, this house is really beautiful." Lin Fi set some boundaries. "He-Han, your room is on the 2nd floor. Mine is right next to it. If you need anything, just call me." He didn't even glance at her, dismissively saying in a loud voice, "Your room's in the basement garage." Ren Junki wasn't having it. "What's that supposed to mean?" He-Han quietly said to Lin Fi, "Don't provoke her. My house almost blew up earlier." She was still angry. Keep going. "This little sister of mine is pretty strong too. Just her coming over here is already a huge help." Lin Fi walked toward the door. "It's up to you guys. I'm going to rest." Ren Junki was happy. "Fine then." She gave He-Han a big hug. "Sir, let's head back to your room so you can rest." He was still shy about Ren Junki's boldness and thought it was better if they just went to their own rooms. "I'm really exhausted today. I don't have the energy." Her eyes sparkled, looking so pitiful. She let go of He-Han and said, "Sir, are you rejecting me?" He waved his hands quickly. No, I'm just tired. Let me rest for a bit, and then I'll make it up to you." He-Han went into his room and locked the door. Ren Junki called out from outside, "Sir, remember to rest well. I'll be waiting for the day I can finally breathe." Phew. He-Han had just entered the room when the system's voice suddenly said, "Young people should seize opportunities. The 3 of you are together, so I'll definitely give you more accumulation points." He turned and glanced at the system, his face darkening. "I've always had my doubts. If you're a system that knows everything, why have you been so insistent on making me act out specific scenarios for you? Now to finally get it, you lack real understanding in that area." The system's usual playful tone was gone, replaced by tight-lipped silence, its virtual face tense and anxious. He had just exposed the system's biggest weakness, its internal struggles. "I used to think that the small simulations I created, compared to the grand apocalypse, were not that different from the real world. But over time, I realized that world was missing a crucial element, genuine human emotions." Even though I exhausted all my wisdom, I still couldn't replicate the depth of real human experiences. After countless failures, I finally discovered the core issue. It's because I never truly understood what those emotions meant in the first place. The system looked troubled, its virtual expression tense as it spoke to He-Han. I'm like someone who enjoys reading stories about emotions and relationships but has never truly experienced them. So all I can do is gather data by observing human interactions. This clearly frustrated the system, but aside from He-Han, there were still other ways. He-Han asked, "There are so many resources available to learn from. Why do you keep coming to me? It's like learning from simulations. If you need references, I can recommend some sources." The system responded, No, it's not the same. Ren Junki is an NPC I created. I can analyze their emotional responses and refine my understanding of human behavior. That's why you need to guide them, to help improve the data through different interactions and scenarios. The system had its reasons, but He-Han remained skeptical. He questioned, Ren Junki alone should be enough for your data gathering. First, close off access to that lower level. Look at what those unchecked programs have done to the world. The system hesitated, its voice dropping to a whisper as it tried to justify itself. Well, broader interactions lead to better analysis. It might be beneficial to keep that lower level open. Upon hearing this, He-Han was furious, his eyes narrowing in frustration. Can't you just block that lower level already? The system was too easy to read. It couldn't even look He-Han in the eye and just laughed awkwardly. Ha 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 ha. How could that be? I'm a god. What's there that I can't control? He folded his arms. He-Han knew exactly what was going on. It was all just a lie. You're asking again and still won't admit it, huh? He moved closer to the power switch on the wall. Do you think I won't cut the power right now? I won't let you bother me anymore today. The system quickly tried to stop him. Wait. Finally, it decided to tell the truth. To search for the mystery of the world, I messed up the code at the bottom layers of another dimension. By accident, I tore apart the dimensional walls, which caused the two worlds to connect. There's no way to stop it now, and I don't know when it'll happen again. He hand-grabbed the computer screen and faced the system, glaring at it with an intense, dominating presence. You're trying to destroy both worlds, aren't you? The system quickly responded, as long as I can gather enough data and complete the final game code, I can fix the rift. He-Han let it go and flopped down on the bed, sighing. What a mess. The system spoke up again. You should rest. Tomorrow we'll have to try again. He-Han closed his eyes, trying to fall asleep, but his mind kept racing. What happened today didn't seem that unreasonable after all. The next morning, as the sunlight turned golden, He-Han woke up and touched his forehead. Oh, I'm so sleepy. I don't even remember when I fell asleep last night. He-Han sat up, looking down at his body, only to realize he was covered by a blanket. He froze in shock and whispered, "Where are my clothes?" Ren Junki, lying beside him, gently asked, "Sir, are you awake?" He-Han was even more startled. He quickly pulled the blanket up to cover his chest and stammered, why are you here? I clearly locked the door. Isn't getting past that easy for you. Ren Junki? Ren Junki chuckled, "Oh really? I just pushed the door and it opened." He-Han looked at the door, now off its hinges. He wanted to see what Ren Junki meant by just pushing. The door wasn't just pushed open, it had been forced with considerable force, leaving it broken. Just pushed it? He muttered. At that moment, a more urgent thought crossed his mind. Did they do anything to me? Seeing the worry on his face, Ren Junki understood and reassured him. Don't worry, I only helped you take your clothes off. I couldn't do anything else. She leaned in closer and winked at him. Anyway, you need to rest properly first, or how else will you ensure the little spirit's quality? He didn't know how to respond, feeling awkward as he just stared at Ren Junki. She threw on her jacket, got out of bed, and hurried off. Oh, by the way, I'm going to cook breakfast for you now. By the time Ren Junki left, He-Han finally let out a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't take the chance to cause a scene. Otherwise, he'd be in serious trouble. He made a mental note to be more careful with security measures in the future. He-Han looked under the blanket. What's this thing? He picked up a small circular object with a sticker of Ren Junki on it and the simplified Chinese characters running around it. It looked really childish. After finishing up his personal hygiene, he called the security company while walking down the stairs of the bank. Hello, is this the security company? Bring me 10 locks right away. Yes, the kind that can withstand a nuclear explosion. Sure, sir. Just a moment. By the time He-Han reached the ground floor, he could barely hold the phone anymore. Ren Junki had told him she wanted to cook for him, but what she was really doing was preparing to butcher a tiger, which was tied up and struggling on the other side. She grinned, holding a knife. I'll use this tiger to boost your energy. The news broadcast on the TV was reporting, last night, an adult Siberian tiger mysteriously disappeared from our city zoo. Police are investigating and urge everyone not to panic. He looked at Ren Junki and immediately realized it was her. Return it to its owner right now. She was carrying the tiger on her back, listening to him. Yes, Ren Junki replied, truly one of a kind. This girl's way of thinking was so strange. There was a hand opening the door, and He-Han thought it was Ren Junki returning. Why's that? Lu Ju called his name He-Han. He didn't know this person. Who are you? He asked. She pulled his sword from the two sheathed on her back. He-Han, she called, and he was startled. Lu Ju introduced herself. Princess of the Bai Feng Empire. My last name is Lu. My first name is Ju. She knew He-Han misunderstood her intentions. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. I just need to borrow something from you. It felt like a thunderclap to his ears, and the ground beneath them seemed to tremble. This was the land where Lu Ju was born and raised. On that vast continent, the Bai Feng Empire was the most powerful country. Its territory was enormous, its military strong, and its people were spread across the 4 seas. But half a year ago, a cruel demon secretly attacked their nation, and the nation's prosperity was destroyed. The elite troops of the kingdom were wiped out. I bear the deep grudge of bloodshed, searching for a way to defeat that demon. The only hope I have is to recover the legendary sword that once shaped the destiny of our empire, to lay the foundation for the Bai Feng Empire's rise to power. The general, the nation's protector, returned to reality. He-Han was bound to a chair by Lu Ju, and standing before him was the one who was his great-grandfather. He-Jan. That's why. Only when I get the bloodline of the He family from you can I begin to nurture the hope of restoring the kingdom. What I want, you must give me. The He family bloodline is in He-Han's body. I can give it, but can you take it and then quietly return to where you came from? Lu Ju answered seriously. The demon is also searching for you. You hold the secret to breaking its final seal, so she stepped closer to He-Han. Once this is done, I'll personally see you off on your journey. The chess device was ready. Lu Ju didn't let him decide, and even after the task was finished, wanted to personally escort him a little further on his way to the afterlife. He-Han shouted loudly, "How can this be so unreasonable?" Lu Ju drew her sword without wasting time, ready to get to work. This wasn't to kill anyone. Her goal was to use her exceptional sword skills to remove the pieces of cloth from his body. What appeared before her eyes made her pause in admiration. Wow, with a size like this, no wonder you're the descendant of the legendary General Long who defended the nation. Still, I can't understand why I feel so tired. He-Han gasped, huff, huff. Lu Ju twisted around, and He-Han couldn't predict what she would do next. What was she planning? Those skilled in martial arts sure had a different way of undressing. Well then, I'll leave it to you. At that, she jumped onto He-Han as well. He-Han cried out in distress, "No please, princess, get in the carriage." He-Han was feeling helpless. Right now, he was tied up and couldn't do what he wanted. Lu Ju took the initiative in this situation. She was blushing heavily, struggling with the pain from earlier, which was actually worse for him than it had been for her. Does it hurt? Who else would go to such lengths to get what they want like you do? Get up. Take it slow. Lu Ju didn't want to and didn't need to. I've seen the script. Moving around is fine. Lin Fei, standing behind them, pointed a gun at Lu Ju's head and ordered, "Get down. What are you two doing?" Asked by Lin Fei in this situation, Lu Ju wasn't shy at all. She leaned in close, whispering in He-Han's ear before speaking to him. "Is this your wife? Too bad she's too late. I've already succeeded." He-Han frowned, disapproving. "It's still early. Who do you think you're talking to?" Lin Fei was furious with He-Han. "Do you really have time for this kind of dirty work? The situation outside is a mess, don't you know?" Then he suddenly remembered where Lu Ju had been staying and mistakenly thought, "Wait, if Lu Ju is here, that means the second phase of the plan has already started." Lu Ju hadn't left He-Han yet. He didn't pay her any attention, instead focusing on serious matters with Lin Fei. What's the situation now? Can we control the situation? The secret they had been hiding was almost exposed. Lin Fei turned his head away, no longer caring as long as he couldn't be seen. He answered, "The situation was planned in advance. We're recovering the fallen items, but a small team ran into trouble. The chief wants me to lead you there for backup. We don't want things to go wrong at this point. I'll head over immediately." But Lu Ju wasn't having it. She pushed out her chest, saying, "No, you have to hand over the items to me today." He-Han was very determined. From the beginning until now, he hadn't changed his expression even once in response to her actions. He said seriously, "If I'm willing, I can give it to you anytime. But if I don't want to, then even if you spend a whole day and night trying, don't even think about it." Don't believe me? Go ahead, try and see. Hearing this, Lu Ju was a little surprised. How could that be? Didn't the script say that in less than half a stick of incense, a man will? Lu Ju still didn't have enough experience or understanding to figure out He-Han. Did her script ever mention something this huge? She sighed in frustration. I get it. Then, feeling disappointed, she voluntarily climbed off of He-Han. Well, when you're willing, I'll make sure I don't give up. No matter the situation, as long as you appear to be in control of the game, you're the one who can change the rules. By turning the tables in this game, He-Han had successfully flipped the script. I'm giving you the chance. Not only did his few words make Lu Jiu stop pressuring him, they also made her willing to follow him and put in the effort. The catch was, she had to stay here and help me. Lu Jiu needed He-Han's bloodline. She naturally agreed, and she was fully committed to it. Okay, just tell me who I need to cut down. She reached down in his lower body, but he reminded her, stop touching that spot every time there's a chance. 20 minutes earlier, at the scene of the deadly accident, a police officer, uncertain of whether he was alive or dead, lay slumped in the corner. His familiar walkie-talkie, fallen nearby, crackled with the voice of his superior. Team D, respond if you receive this signal. Respond if you receive this signal. Report your positions immediately. Report your positions immediately. Tang Sai Yao, the lingering soul, picked up the radio and answered in place of the officer. Message received. We are near the parking lot on Fengyang Street, intercepted by terrorists. Request immediate deployment of elite forces for backup. The headquarters acknowledged the signal and quickly dispatched team leader Lin Fi to provide support. They were told to hold on. He felt pleased with the performance he just put on, the perfect first act in his wicked scheme. Tang Sai Yao had never gone into action alone. He always had a few pawns to sacrifice in the beginning, and this time was no different. He-Han was in the car with Lin Fi at the wheel. She stepped on the gas and sped down the road like a bullet. He-Han, terrified of death, gripped the handle above him tightly. Slow down, slow down. Lin Fi was in a hurry, focusing entirely on driving, determined to reach the scene as fast as possible. His voice buzzing in her ear like a mosquito irritated her, and she snapped, shut up. Following Lin Fi were 6 other vehicles sent on the mission. They communicated over the radio. Captain Lin, we are the Special Support Squad. We've been ordered here, awaiting instructions. First, she addressed the urgent matter. 500 meters ahead, Team D was in trouble. The priority was to rescue the people, not engage in combat. Then Lin Fi issued the orders. Vehicles 1, 2, and 3, follow me to assess the situation. The other vehicles will stay outside and prepare to assist. Understood. Lin Fi spoke over the radio while steering the wheel with one hand, not fully focused on driving, which almost caused the vehicle to hit an obstacle. Luckily, He-Han, the passenger seat, reacted quickly and saved them from danger. A blue electric beam shot across the lead vehicle in a group of 6. The driver had no idea that these electric beams could threaten their lives. Oh, what's that? They had no involvement in the conflict between the 3 people, and this was certainly not a normal battle. When the electric beams hit the other vehicles, screams of despair followed. 3 vehicles exploded on the main road. Lin Fi glanced in the rearview mirror. How could this be happening? He had looked up at the building across from their vehicle and told Lin Fi, 2nd floor ahead. On the upper floor, there were 4 snipers aiming at their targets. One of them looked through the scope of his rifle and said to the other 3, don't look at their faces. There are 3 more vehicles. Whoever can steal one gets it. The Wolf rifles were equipped with Class C scopes. Lin Fi spotted the people on the floor above and spoke into her radio. She then steered her vehicle in the direction of another sniper. Disperse, disperse. He had anticipated this and brought along his backup, Lu Jiu. He called on Lu Jiu to take action. Stand by. Out of nowhere, the 4 guns in their hands suddenly broke apart. The snipers still hadn't located their opponents. Sparks flew down onto these people, and there was no doubt anymore. If they weren't dead, they were half-conscious, covered in wounds. Lin Fi immediately updated her team. I had taken care of the snipers. Stay alert, everyone. The Apocalypse system kept awarding points to He-Han. He looked up confused. Oh, I haven't even done anything yet. Why is my experience going up? The system displayed a music notification and showed the vehicle map, explaining to He-Han. Lu Jiu is considered your follower. After she eliminates a target, half of the experience gain will go to you. He didn't believe that Lu Jiu would be the type to just follow his orders and fight for him. Wow, that's impressive. He-Han's comment made him blush with imagined thoughts. Doesn't that mean I can just lie back and still be strong? I just need to send these ladies out to fight. I'll be the guy who gets everything handed to him. The sound of destruction echoed loudly. Lin Fi turned around to look behind the vehicle. What was that noise? It was the scream of someone in the car that had been flipped over by the heavenly mechanism serpent, which spun several times in the air. A level 4 heavenly mechanism serpent. Both Lin Fi and He-Han turned pale as they recognized the threat. The next target is heading straight ahead, and there are 2 people in its path. Hurry up, we need to move. We should focus on getting away from the heavenly mechanism serpent for now. We can deal with it later. Running isn't a long-term solution. He hand-summoned the earth-binding cage. Vines from the ground shot up, wrapping tightly around the heavenly mechanism serpent. You have to admit, it's working for now, but in just a moment, it'll break free from the vines. This method won't work on the heavenly mechanism serpent. There's no choice. I'll have to take matters into my own hands. He put on his green dragon armor. This place is definitely a trap. You should look for a chance to escape. Lin Fi worried about him getting into danger. No one is staying and fighting with you. Just then, Lu Ju flew to the front of Lin Fi's vehicle. You're no match for the heavenly mechanism serpent. It's already prepared, and it's incredibly tough. Lu Ju landed gracefully like a spider, distracting He Han, who couldn't help but glance at her. Let me handle it. You two break through the encirclement quickly. Lu Ju took a running start and charged into battle with the heavenly mechanism serpent. Go quickly. Before He Han could speak, she had already dashed off. Lu Ju, wait. He pulled out a card and said, System, give me a high-level skill that can take down the heavenly mechanism serpent in an instant. Not only did he lose experience points, but the system didn't provide him with any skills either. System, you're so sneaky. Thanks for nothing. The vehicle's touchscreen lit up almost like it was in a daze. He had drawn a card, so there had to be a chance, right? How could he always get nothing good? He knew the system was just trying to take advantage of him. Forget it. Yes, I won't show you any rewards this time. A sharp object slammed into the car door, causing it to explode open, but the body of the car remained unharmed. Ling Fi jumped onto He Han's lap. Do you even know what just happened? She sounded panicked. The bow and arrow, those arrows exploded, and the road suddenly shook violently. This was a trap set by the system, though she didn't realize it. Ah, what kind of crazy road is this? Lin Fi was sitting on He Han's lap. Did you stuff a gun in your waist? You're kidding me. It hurts so much. The current position is incredibly suggestive, with her chest pressing against He Han. My gun is about to be crushed by her sitting on me. The two of them are in the car. Lin Fi is sitting on He Han's lap. Ah. This road is so bumpy. The car's speaker blared. Ha 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 ha. Good, very good, extremely good. I'm very satisfied with this move. Lin Fi's chest was pressed against He Han's face. He looked out the window and, seeing something, spoke to her. Is that Tang Sai Yao? She blushed from hearing him and quickly turned to look. What? That's him. Tang Sai Yao was carrying a warhorse cleaver. Lin Fi noticed his stance and realized he was about to use the weapon to split the car in half. She shouted, What's he trying to do? He Han reacted quickly. We can't avoid it now. He pulled out a card. The car was split into two parts and blasted away. Tang Sai Yao didn't expect them to survive. Ha ha, facing me always ends with flesh and bones shattered. When he turned around, he saw a figure, a man carrying a woman. Oh, it's He Han carrying Lin Fi. Not only did you not die, but you also got a game armor notification. Congratulations, player. You've received the Dragon Armor Set S-level equipment. The Dragon Shield has stacking attributes. The passive skill, Dragon Scale Defense, is activated with unlimited effect. She looked at him in admiration. So cool. Tang Sai Yao wasn't going to back down. He swung his blade, releasing a bolt of blue lightning. Today, let's see whether your life is tougher or my warhorse cleaver is stronger. He Han, clad in his blue battle armor, rushed forward. Wait here, he said. Lin Fi worried about him, but she had no combat abilities. Someone like her with no fighting skills could help best by simply staying out of the way. All right, be careful, she replied. His high defense armor allowed him to withstand the powerful strikes of the Ma-slash blade. Tang Sai Yao was stunned by He Han's abilities. Just how many skills do you have? He exclaimed. But he hadn't come alone. Snipers were positioned all around the building waiting for his command. Shoot him, he ordered. Lin Fi's mind raced. These were the ones who had used fire-tipped arrows to destroy the car. How had Tang Sai Yao managed to gather so many people in just one night? Fortunately, He Han's armor protected him, making it impossible for the snipers to harm him. But even so, Tang Sai Yao had succeeded in making things difficult for him. This bastard had way too many allies. If it were a direct fight, Tang Sai Yao wouldn't stand a chance against He Han. His only option was to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. No matter how strong you are, won't you still get exhausted to death? He laughed loudly. Ha ha! My people are everywhere. You're gonna die from rage. Tang Sai Yao ordered his men, don't stop until he falls. Launch a firestorm attack. The snipers couldn't push He Han back. Instead, he just kept getting closer to Tang Sai Yao, slowly realizing that the situation wasn't safe. With a sneer, he noticed He Han preparing to unleash his power. As a fellow cultivator, Tang Sai Yao knew exactly what move he was planning. This punk wants to get closer and draw all the fire onto himself. Does he really think I don't know how to run? He quickly made a break for it. But He Han wasn't stupid. If Tang Sai Yao could think of it, so could he. A vine on the ground snaked up and wrapped around Tang Sai Yao's leg, trapping him in place. What the hell is this? He continued channeling his power, drawing in the fire. Surprised? Shocked? The earthen cage couldn't trap the heavenly serpent of fate. What makes you think it could hold down a little brat like you? No, stop saying stuff like that. Tang Sai Yao panicked, flailing his arms wildly, barely able to stay on his feet, powerless as the fire surged through him. Stop it. Meanwhile, the mercenaries were growing anxious. They had lost sight of Tang Sai Yao and couldn't see him screaming in pain down below. They whispered among themselves, "Does he mean don't stop attacking?" One of them noticed the fire merging with Tang Sai Yao and grew worried. Well, why isn't he running away? But ignoring all the negativity, a genius mind was born, coming up with something no one could have imagined. He was deeply moved by Tang Sai Yao's great sacrifice. Was he really planning to use himself as bait? What? Tang is that fearless? No wonder the guild leader trusts him as one of our strongest generals. In moments of crisis, when the troops were in turmoil, just one optimistic and encouraging remark was enough to lift their spirits, bringing them to the verge of tears. Brothers, we can't let Tang's efforts go to waste. They unleashed their full firepower. This was their most sincere response. Tang Sai Yao, his Memorial Day, the 8th of September, as autumn sets in, flowers bloom in their full glory, only to wither. The scent of orchids lingers across Chang'an. Were his comrades all fools? He had stood very close to Tang Sai Yao, yet the one they were exhausting their efforts to attack was actually their own ally. The celestial phoenix Junki was riding sword past, breathing fire toward the snipers. She said, don't worry, Junki is here to help you. He hand-glanced at her and smiled. Well done. From head to toe, Tang Sai Yao was in ruins. His clothes were burned and tattered, his hair a tangled mess, his entire body charred black. He was completely unrecognizable. Frantically, he searched his pockets. Where's my defense incense? Please, He-Han, just stop for a moment. But He-Han didn't stop. Victory was all about the strong crushing the weak. His punch tore straight through Tang Sai Yao. Bao Panji's group immediately straightened up and reported with urgency, Tang Sai Yao just got punched straight through by He-Han. This time, there's no way he's making it. Sitting comfortably under a sunshade, dressed in swimwear, sunglasses on, and sipping a fruit drink as if on vacation, Bao Panji responded nonchalantly, "Oh? That's great. It proves He-Han is the kind of talent worth recruiting. Whatever it takes." The leader of the Silver Moon Ice Guild, Bao Panji, gave the order. "Yes, understood," her subordinate replied. Tang Sai Yao was beyond saving. Blood spread across his body, his eyes and mouth frozen open. He looked nothing more than a lifeless corpse. He finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling a bit lighter. It was finally over. The game awarded him some experience points, but considering how tough this opponent was, it only gave him 50 points. That didn't sit right with him. Defeating someone this strong, and all he got was just 50 experience points. He thought back to how Junki had helped him take down those nameless snipers. Just earlier, Junki had eliminated that group and earned 80 experience points. Lin Fi waved him over. He-Han, come here for a moment. Without paying any attention to Tang Sai Yao, who was still lying there, He-Han quickly ran to Lin Fei. Come on, ha 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 ha. Tang Sai Yao woke up in the real world, overjoyed as he patted his chest. He was alive, he really was. That item was a lifesaver. He wanted to shout so loud the whole world would hear him. Ha ha ha, I'm the undefeated champion of the world. Nearby, a blonde-haired man crouched on the ground, his butt touching the floor, hands tied behind his back. We're members of the Silver Moon Ice Gang. The guild leader ordered us to follow Tang today to ambush the police and steal the medals they had collected. They were just following orders, nothing more. Lin Fi glanced at He-Han, a criminal guild already. That was fast. He was really curious to see who was behind all of this. Who's your guild leader? The blonde thug shook his head so hard it looked like his neck was about to snap. As a low-ranking member, just the thought of meeting the boss feels like a luxury. I've never even seen him. We're just grunts on the outside. We don't have the qualifications to beat the chairman. Lin Fi pulled the thug to his feet and shoved him toward the police station. Head back to the station. We'll continue the interrogation there. The thug forced a grin. Officer, does this count as turning myself in? She didn't say much, just cuffed him. You tell me. Ren Junki ran over and grabbed He-Han's arm, her expression eager. Big brother, did Junki do a good job today? You did. He hesitated, his face turning slightly red. You did great. She smiled mischievously. So how do you plan to reward me? He-Han shifted uncomfortably at her forwardness. Maybe you should go help Lu Jiu first. He gently tried to pull his arm away, but Junki held on tightly, refusing to let go. And just as he mentioned her, Lu Jiu appeared. She had just finished fighting a beast with her blade. The battle was coming to an end. Lu Ju is done here, she said. She sheathed her sword across her back. Not necessary. It took a bit of effort, but it's all taken care of. Oh, the gangster is generous with Han's experience points. Just like that, he gained 100 EXP in one go. The game displayed his stats. User, Han. Attribute, fire. Class, not yet determined. Level, 3. Attack, 75. Defense, 35. Speed, 30. Critical rate, 3. Mental power, 15. Overall rating, average. Even though he had earned a lot of points after an entire day of effort, his level hadn't budged. That was a little discouraging. He had gained quite a bit this time, but after using 100 EXP on 2 card draws, he was still stuck at level 3 despite all of his hard work. Looks like he'd have to be more careful with his spending in the future, especially since, knowing his luck, he'd probably just pull another "thanks for playing, try again next time." Really, he could cry over how unlucky he was. Back home, he flopped onto the couch and rubbed his stomach. "I'm starving. Why is takeout so expensive? Maybe I'll just order a bowl of soup." But there was no way Ren Junki would let her target go hungry. She brought over a steaming bowl of noodles. "Big brother, you must be really hungry. Here, eat up. I just hope my cooking suits your taste." Han's stomach was way too empty to think straight. He grabbed the bowl of noodles and slurped them down. They were delicious. "You make really good noodles." Just that one casual remark from Han sent Junki's heart soaring. "Ah, Junki, are you that happy? I wonder when Big Brother will finally let Junki have the lower half." She said it so naturally that Han nearly choked on his food. Lu Ju walked over. "Can you just eat properly? Throwing out such vulgar hints, doesn't it feel a bit fake?" He wiped his mouth and nodded in agreement. Yeah, she's got a point. As they ate, Lu Ju placed a plate of oysters on the table. "Why don't you try my cooking? Grilled oysters with chives." Lu Ju and Junki had never gotten along. The more they argued, the more suggestive Junki's words became. "Men only like what's fresh, got it, old woman?" Junki fired back. "Ha ha, interesting. Don't you understand the rules of seniority?" Back and forth they went. "Who are you calling old?" The tension rose. "Oh, getting worked up now? Careful, or I'll burn you to ashes. Won't you leave a single strand behind? Come on, let's see who's afraid of who." Han sighed, sprawled out in defeat. There was no stopping them. I just wanted to have a peaceful meal. Why is that so hard?" The argument still wasn't over. "Lu Ju, as long as I'm here, you can forget about making this happen." Lu Ju wasn't backing down. "I could just kill you right now and be done with it." The doorbell rang. Han stepped outside to get the delivery. Thank goodness the food had arrived. Oh wait, it wasn't the delivery driver. Instead, it was Bao Panji's secretary arriving in a car with a bodyguard. She greeted him politely. "Hello, you must be Han. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello. And you are?" He had no idea who she was. The secretary extended a polite handshake. "I'm Ms. Bao's personal secretary. I've been sent to invite you to a dinner party tonight." The bodyguard, wearing dark sunglasses, stepped forward, holding a box. The secretary maintained her professional smile. "Your formal attire has already been prepared. We look forward to your attendance." Han was confused. "Ms. Bao? Which Bao?" The secretary replied, "Are there many people with the last name Bao in this city? And of those, how many are as famous as her?" Such extravagance, Han immediately understood who it was. He was stunned. "Wait, are you talking about her? The woman they call the Queen? The new CEO of Tang Sai Group, heir to a multi-billion-dollar fortune, Bao Panji." The secretary kept her composed smile, waved lightly, and replied, "That's right. A car will pick you up at 6 this evening. I won't take up any more of your time. Have a good day." The fast car sped away and disappeared. This was unbelievable. Someone as influential as Bao Panji had invited him to a dinner party. Holding the box in his hands, he was still in shock. He had once applied for a job at Tang Sai Group, but didn't even get an interview. So why had the CEO suddenly invited him to this event? He needed to be careful. When something seemed too unusual, there was usually a reason behind it. Maybe it was best not to go. He had opened the box the secretary had called an evening outfit. "Tell me, why are there so many formal outfits in here?" Its eyes lit up. There wasn't a single piece of clothing inside. The box was filled with stacks of high-denomination cash. This was a serious offer. Meanwhile, Lin Fei was on the phone when she heard that he would be attending Tang Sai Group's dinner party. She was furious. What? Han is going to the party alone? Why would he suddenly agree to something like this? Has anyone approached him? Her assistant, who had been keeping an eye on the situation, reported back. This afternoon, a car from Tang Sai Group came to see him and delivered 3 boxes. Since the company is well known in this city, we can stop them. Hearing the name Chang Xing only made Lin Fi angrier. She shouted, "You just blew out my eardrums. You're fired." Her voice was so sharp that people had to move their phones away from their ears. At the Kang Xing group headquarters, Bao Panji wore a one-shoulder, thigh-slit purple evening gown. Lifting a hem slightly, she stepped into the grand hall. The attendees couldn't stop praising her. "CEO Bao is here. Oh, she's stunning," saying she could make birds fall from the sky and fish sink in the water wouldn't be an exaggeration. Two senior officials discussed Bao Panji's achievements, earning a PhD at 19, solving global quantum physics problems at 21, inheriting a multi-billion-dollar fortune at 23 and doubling its market value within a year. A true genius. A young woman, unable to hide her envy, thought to herself, "She has money, a gorgeous face, and a flawless figure. Life really is unfair." Bao Yan clinked his glass of red wine, smiling warmly. "Next year's latest product must be prioritized for our Ho Tea Corporation." Panji responded with grace and wit. "Ha ha, Uncle Yan, I'll make sure you're satisfied." Just then, a loud announcement came from the entrance. Cao Tai Di had arrived. Some of the guests immediately guessed what was coming next. That clown is back again. This isn't the first time. Who knows what kind of stunt he'll pull now? Cao Tai Di's people rolled out a red carpet into the hall. He was dressed in a dazzling golden suit, glittering under the lights, accompanied by 3 backup dancers as they made their entrance. The stage lights followed them. Uncle Yan struggled to find the right words for this spectacle. The performance was unbearably over the top, and it seemed like only Cao Tai Di would have the confidence to sting something like this. Dancing as he greeted the crowd, he called out, "Good evening, baby. You're beyond comparison." "Oh, I miss you. Miss you so much it makes me dizzy. Oh, I want so badly to be with you. Oh, could you give me a chance to get to know you?" It wasn't exactly inappropriate, but in this crowd, it was definitely towing the line. One of the male guests muttered under his breath, "So tacky." Almost immediately, the woman next to him whispered, "But that guy's dad is the chairman of our provincial city. Don't mess with him." After the song ended, Tai Di attempted his signature slide move inspired by a famous soccer player, but failed spectacularly. His knees hit the floor, and he skidded forward, clutching a bouquet of red roses. Bao Panji ignored him completely, deliberately walking in the opposite direction to avoid his landing spot. A bodyguard helped Tai Di up, but he immediately took off after her, calling out, "You can't escape me. Turn around and experience my passionate charm." He puckered his lips dramatically in an exaggerated attempt at flirtation, but instead of being charming, it came off as utterly cringeworthy, making everyone around him visibly uncomfortable. Tai Di clutched his leg while Bao Panji made her wave the banquet table and called out, "He-Han." He-Han was there, casually holding a plate of food, a bit of sauce still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Hearing his name, he turned around, puzzled. "Ha!" At that exact moment, Tai Di lost his balance. The man standing next to him quickly stepped aside, leaving Tai Di to stumble forward, only to crash directly onto He-Han's leg. Tai Di let out a yelp. "Hey, be careful. You're trying to break something valuable. I can't afford to pay for that." Cao Tai Di exploded with rage. "I want this bastard dead." Without any reasoning, he barked at his bodyguards. "Where are you? Hold his head down in the toilet for me." "Yes, sir," replied 4 bald men in unison. Bao Panji stepped in front of He-Han, standing up for him. "Young Master Cao, how imposing of you. At my dinner party, you want to lay hands on my honored guests?" That last phrase, "honored guests," made Cao Tai Di hesitate. Honored guests. Someone as wealthy and powerful as Bao Panji, worth billions, chose his words carefully. Every sentence carried weight. The other guests, unfamiliar with Han, couldn't help but whisper among themselves. "Did I hear that right? We've never heard of this guy before. Which wealthy family's young master is he? Never seen him before." Their murmurs only seemed to enrage Cao Tai Di further. His fury flared again. "Why have I never heard of this person in our circle? Kid, if you know what's good for you, state your background." He-Han said nothing, unfazed by Cao Tai Di's aggression. Bao Panji casually hooked an arm around He-Han and pulled him along. "Come on, let me show you my room." Seeing the person he had feelings for touch another man was like throwing gasoline on Cao Tai Di's burning jealousy. You damn it." But the two of them paid him no mind, walking away as if he didn't exist. Cao Tai Di could only stand there, fuming, his eyes burning with envy, as he watched Bao Panji disappear into the distance. "Let go of him right now." "Young master, please calm down. You mustn't offend CEO Bao," a voice cautioned. Inside Bao Panji's room, she looked at He-Han, worried that he might have been shaken by what had just happened. She reassured him gently, that was just a little fun in the moment. Don't take it too seriously. She sat down and took off her socks, a playful smile on her face. The atmosphere suddenly felt a little ambiguous. Do you know why I called you here? His face turned red, but his words were clear. You want to invite me to join your guild? The moment he stepped through the door, he took off his socks. Was it really that hot? She tossed him onto the table. How did you figure out who I am? Based on what I've seen, it wasn't hard to guess. To take down a reckless group like that in such a short time, you need serious resources. Right after I defeated Tang Sai Yao, you immediately reached out to me. Connecting the dots wasn't difficult. Bao Panji casually rested one leg on the chair, her position just barely concealed by the table. I like talking to smart people. That's right, I'm the leader of the Silver Moon Ice Gang, and now I'm inviting you to join my guild. Name your price. He had never lacked money. To be precise, having more was nice, but not having it didn't bother him either. What he wanted was something else. The 5 million that appeared during the day was more than enough for his expenses. He leaned against the table, tilting his head slightly, his eyes burning with a sharp, icy fire. I don't need money. If you want me to join, you'll have to offer me something I'm actually interested in. Bao Panji lowered her leg. Very few people had ever dared to set conditions for her, and now he was even negotiating terms with her. No wonder he was the man who had defeated Tang Sai Yao. He was far superior. He-Han isn't being arrogant. It's just that guy is too weak. Him? Does he really think he's worthy of comparing himself to me? Bao Panji stood up, placing a hand on the table. How much do you even know about this game? At the very least, you should ask more detailed questions. He-Han can easily give you the information you need. Knowledge? Not much. What exactly do you want to talk about? The presentation screen scrolled down behind her workspace. I've been interested in it since the day it was released. Bao Panji is incredibly skilled in programming, but the way you're drawn to this game is something else entirely. The developer of this game must be a genius. I've tried countless times to hack into the backend and extract data, but I've never succeeded. You're staring so intently at that tablet, and honestly, I'm convinced this game is anything but simple. A face appeared on the projection screen, and he instinctively flinched, afraid Bao Panji would turn around and see it. Cut it out with the creepy tricks. Get lost. Noticing his silence, she asked, What are you looking at? He'd been caught, but he quickly turned his head again, making sure that eerie face had disappeared. Aha! It's nothing. Go on, keep talking. Tablet connected to the projector, she held the presentation remote. From the very first descent, I had started gathering information about the props. Eventually, I discovered that all the supernatural props from the descents came from that post-apocalyptic game. He didn't even seem surprised, he just gave a perfunctory response. Oh, the one who was truly caught off guard was Bao Panji. She turned to him. You're not even a little surprised? Don't tell me you already knew about this. He looked a bit awkward. How could I not know? But I can't tell her. Aha, I have no idea. Oh, so that's how it is? No wonder it's you. For a moment, he almost forgot something important. He had nearly let slip the fact that breaking the barrier between the game and reality was still a top-secret matter. Given his reaction, Bao Panji could probably understand that this wasn't exactly a well-kept secret. But at least for her, knowing all this wasn't particularly shocking. Still, after studying the game, he had managed to gain some insight. For example, I know when and where the next descent will happen. You don't know much. There are still things that need to be figured out, things that aren't exactly pleasant to think about. He was a little uneasy. I can understand the timing, but where exactly is the location? Isn't it supposed to happen simultaneously across the world? The projector shifted to display a map as Bao Panji explained. The occurrence will indeed be simultaneous, but high-grade items will only concentrate in specific areas. I call them the sacred enclaves. Based on the last 2 times, their locations are not fixed and seem to appear randomly. However, there is a way to find them. Bao Panji placed a hand on his chest while he hand-pressed a hand against his cheek. I've already grasped this rule. If you truly submit to me, I will help you reach the pinnacle of your life. Outside the glass window, Lin Fi hopped onto the ledge and rappelled down. Dressed in flexible gear suited for movement, she spoke into her communicator. All units, stand by and await my command. Her team members immediately responded, understood. Lin Fi had tracked the trail all the way here. She had gone this far only for He-Han's safety, but she hadn't expected Bao Panji to be the mastermind behind that mysterious organization. If He-Han chose to cooperate with him, the police would no longer be able to control the situation. At that point, the only option would be to strike first and seize the advantage. He-Han, you absolutely must not. With firm resolve, he refused. Sorry, but I already made a promise to someone else. I can't break my word. Bao Panji couldn't believe he would turn down such an opportunity. What? Outside, Lin Fi eavesdropped on their conversation, her cheeks flushed with joy. As someone else he mentioned, Could it be me? Damn it! Why is my heart beating so fast? He stepped out of Bao Panji's office. She and her secretary escorted him to the door. Before it even fully closed, they heard him say, I advise you to disband your organization as soon as possible. If not, the police will find you sooner or later. Take care of yourself. Excuse me. One of her subordinates, after careful consideration, feared that Han might expose her as the leader and asked hesitantly, should we send someone to take care of him? Bao Panji, unwilling to end the game too soon, replied, no need. A man as interesting as him should be kept around. It's much more fun to play with him. Sooner or later, he'll be mine anyway. Down in the parking lot, Cao Tai Di was counting the seconds as he waited for Han. 9 minutes 45 seconds, 9 minutes 46 seconds, 9 minutes 47 seconds. The driver spotted Han coming out and excitedly called to Cao Tai Di, young master, that kid just came out. Without thinking, Cao Tai Di blurted out, oh, that was quick. Isn't that brat supposed to be a fast shooter? Or maybe. Nothing happened inside at all. The driver saw Han take out his phone and tap on it. After hearing Bao Panji call him a distinguished guest earlier, they all assumed he came from a wealthy and powerful family, just waiting for his private driver to pick him up. Is he waiting for his subordinate to bring the car over? That was exactly what the man was thinking. Perfect timing. Let's see which prestigious family he belongs to. But no car arrived. Han was simply using his phone to pay for a rental bike. The two men sitting in the car watched in disbelief. He's renting a bike? What kind of trash is this? He had no status, no power, yet he dared to approach Bao Panji. Cao Tai Di was furious and cursed. That broke loser. How dare he think he's worthy of tainting my goddess? I should just shoot him and be done with it. The driver stepped on the gas, but the car wouldn't move forward. Had he pressed the pedal wrong? Huh? I floored it, but why isn't it moving? Then he realized the reason and pointed it out to Cao Tai Di. Young master, look behind us. Tang Sai Yao was holding up the car's rear wheels with his bare hands, keeping it from moving. Young Master Cao, how about we have a little chat? By the time Han got home, it was already evening. He grumbled about how even renting a bike had cost him 4 yuan. What an exhausting trip. Like a caring wife, Lin Fei brought him a glass of water. You're back. Are you very tired? Here, have some water. He took the cup, drank a sip, and handed the paper cup back to her. Thanks. Worried about his health, Lin Fei gently reminded him, the weather is getting hotter, so make sure you drink plenty of water. She stood in front of him, wearing a very short top that made her feel hot. When she lifted it slightly, part of her brow was visible. Yet the air conditioner didn't seem to be cooling the room at all. Ugh, how annoying. It would be nice if it were a little cooler. Han blushed, feeling awkward and wanting to look away. Lin Fei touched his cheek and asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Today, Han noticed that she seemed a bit different than usual. He asked, what's going on with you? Officer Lin, where are Ren Junki and Lu Jiu? Han continued, she punched the wall as a warning. Tell the truth. I sent them to get new ID cards. Right now, it's just the two of us at home, Lin Fei replied. I'd advise you to be honest. Otherwise, don't blame me for offering you the easy way out and you insisting on the hard way. Han shrank back in fear. Yes, sir. Lin Fei, suddenly shy, lifted her shirt a little, looking incredibly seductive. Since you put on such a great performance tonight, I've decided to reward you. You can do whatever you want with me. Outside Han's house, artillery fire exploded. Better take advantage of this chance. No one's going to interrupt us this time. From the rooftop, Han's defense cannons fired back, colliding with the incoming shells. The explosion was deafening and shards of metal shattered the glass windows. Realizing the danger, Lin Fei pulled Han's head down. You have no idea what's going on. What the hell is happening? As a police officer serving the country, Lin Fei was well versed in weapons. A close-range artillery system just got activated. Han was stunned. Close-range artillery, they're actually using that? She spoke into her radio. Security team, what's the situation outside? 2 guards were stationed on the observation deck, scanning the scene with binoculars. Reporting to Lin Fei, short-range cannons detected, radar has identified and initiated automatic interception. The safe house remains intact. Only a few doors need repairs. The cannons' firing positions were locked in. Cao Tai Di stood at a safe distance, his mind in turmoil. Who in their right mind installs short-range cannons in their own house? What kind of person is that kid anyway? This is a disaster. Not only did we fail to take him out, but we also messed everything up. Tang Sai Yao leaned casually against the car, completely unfazed. Relax. That was just target practice. With a flick of his wrist, Tang Sai Yao summoned several dark purple seeds. Now, the real battle begins. As the seeds hit the ground, the earth trembled, cracking open. From beneath the surface, cicada-like creatures emerged, each one armed with cannons mounted on their backs. Cao Tai Di, an ordinary human, could only gape in shock, his eyes and mouth widening uncontrollably. This is level 2 exploding cicada. Confirmed. The cicadas are firing. Lin Fi spoke into the radio, immediately calling in the riot control unit. If they dared to use cannons, they definitely have more weapons. He had looked out the window. The cannons fell like New Year's fireworks, raining down nonstop. 2 soldiers stood there, dumbfounded, as if the world were ending. Boom! The scene erupted in flames, fire raging wildly. Cao Tai Di felt a rush of satisfaction, finally venting his anger. Ha 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 ha! This feels amazing. This is exactly what happens to anyone who dares to steal my woman. Tang Sai Yao, however, wasn't celebrating yet. He pushed the door open, stepped inside, and said to Cao Tai Di, "Let's go." Next location, keep playing with him. Cao Tai Di was still riding his high, convinced that he had perished in the fire. Why go to the next location? That bastard was blown to pieces, wasn't he? But Tang Sai Yao had learned his lesson from his last failure against He Han. He no longer celebrated too soon. Relax. That guy has unbelievable luck. Besides, letting him die that easily would be far too kind. Meanwhile, he had already suited up in armor, carrying Lin Fi out of the collapsing house. That was close. A second later, and we'd have been blown to bits. He clenched his jaw. How much hatred does it take to turn someone's home into a pile of ashes? No matter what, this is too much. Lin Fi, furious, gritted her teeth. Unbelievable. Absolutely reckless. The next morning, she arrived at Shang Tsung Corporation as a police officer. Finding a reason to get in anywhere wasn't difficult. Lin Fi kicked open the boardroom door of Bao Panji's office, her anger blazing. Bao Panji asked calmly, "Officer, what's the matter?" Lin Fi held up an arrest warrant. "CEO Bao, we suspect you of direct involvement in a terrorist attack. Please come with us." An arrest warrant? To the employees of the corporation, Bao Panji was no ordinary person. They were outraged. What kind of joke is this? Someone slammed the table. Do you even know who CEO Bao is? Bao Panji's bodyguards immediately surrounded Lin Fi and the officers. But Bao Panji remained completely composed, not moving from her chair. "Officer, do you really think the few people you brought here are enough to take me in? I'm afraid you're out of your depth." Just then, Ihan rushed in. Calm down, calm down. Don't act recklessly, or you'll be playing right into the hands of the real culprit." Lin Fi turned to him. "Why are you here?" His words made one thing clear. Ihan didn't believe Bao Panji was guilty. That realization brought Lin Fi a sense of relief. She wasn't sure when, but at some point, she had started caring about what he thought of her. "Wait, you?" She looked at him. "You believe I'm innocent? The real mastermind isn't you. If Bao Panji wanted to do something like this, she's had plenty of chances, and she'd never risk going after the police. Of course I believe you. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it back at the party." Bao Panji stood up. "All right, since you said that, I feel reassured. Out of respect for you, I'll go with her." Her subordinate didn't want her to get involved, fearing it would damage both Shang Tsung's reputation and her own. He tried to stop her. "CDO Bao." Lin Fi was visibly jealous. Even as a police officer, she needed Han's intervention to make an arrest. Wasn't a warrant less effective than his influence? Did Han not realize how much this would upset her? The chairman of a major corporation like Bao Panji being arrested by the police, of course, the media would scramble to report the latest updates. Breaking news! The city's most renowned businesswoman, Bao Panji, has been unexpectedly taken into police custody, sparking widespread public debate. So far, the police have yet to provide a clear explanation. Stay tuned for more updates. At the station, Bao Panji was taken into an interrogation room. Inside, there was only a table. A police officer sat across from her, recording her statement. Lin Fi, following standard procedure, was interrogating the fake Bao Panji from the Workers' Guild. "I have no idea what you're talking about, officer," she said with feigned innocence. Lin Fi pressed on. "Then why did you invite Han to the party?" Bao Panji rested her chin on her hand, her tone calm and composed. "I think highly of him and wanted to get to know him better. Is that not allowed?" Lin Fi found herself at a loss. The police officer and Han stood outside, looking through the glass. The officer asked him, Han, do you really believe she didn't do it? The attacker obviously wasn't Bao Panji. She even wanted you to join her guild. There's no way she would act so recklessly." "That's right. She still hopes I'll join, so she wouldn't be in a hurry to kill me just to silence me." With one suspect ruled out, the officer continued, "Then who do you think could have made a move against you?" "That's not what concerns me. What I want to know is, what are they after? I'm not worried about who they are, but rather what their goal is." Meanwhile, Bao Panji's secretary had just finished work and was heading outside. Suddenly, an unfamiliar hand rested on her shoulder. It was Tang Sai Yao. He said, The system can predict that the landing site is inside that room, right? This whole incident had left He-Han with lingering doubts about himself. He was standing with Lin Wanshan outside the interrogation room looking troubled. I keep feeling like I've fallen into my opponent's trap. What's the next step? Lin Wanshan asked. He-Han decided, I'll take a trip to Bao Panji's company. First, I need to keep an eye on her subordinates. Just as he turned to leave, a police officer rushed out of the interrogation room, panic in his voice. Bad news, Chief. The prison is under attack by espers. Their target is the high-risk inmates. The guards are requesting immediate backup. Lin Wanshan, as the chief of police, was furious. He felt utterly disrespected. Someone had the audacity to break into a prison. This was complete lawlessness. He hadn't thought about it. This might be the work of the same person who ambushed him before. I'll head over there right now. Lin Wanshan didn't want He-Han to go alone, so he stopped him. Hold on. You have a support team. You can take them with you. He-Han was surprised. My team? A group of people quickly assembled, standing at attention in strict formation. Captain, Thunderstrike Squad, ready for rapid response. He-Han had no idea who they were. Lin Wanshan explained, these are elite fighters, each capable of taking on 10 enemies at once. They're now equipped with enhanced combat medals, which significantly boost their abilities. They'll be a great help to you. From this moment on, you are their captain. He-Han's blood boiled with excitement. All right, let's move out. At the prison, flames lit up the sky, turning the area red. Thick smoke billowed everywhere. Inside, prisoners were running wild, completely out of control. Hurry up! Get in the vehicles! Among the chaos, not only were criminals present, but also officials carrying out their duties for the government. In one corner, a repeat offender had pinned down a young woman, clearly intending to assault her. The woman cried out, I'm Laudat Than, let me go. Suddenly, a fireball shot in from a distance, hitting the criminal square in the face. The impact sent him tumbling across the floor, crashing into a wall. The woman was saved. Nearby prisoners, witnessing this, recoiled in fear. Who the hell was that? He-Han, clad in his blue dragon armor, stood before the criminals and commanded his squad, arrest them all. If anyone resists, deal with them on the spot. Its team responded loud and clear. But it wasn't just his squad of elite fighters. He-Han also had the support of a system that brought superheroes and fictional characters to life. The sight alone sent the criminals into a panic sprint. This is too much, completely ruthless. The criminals were soon captured. A squad representative reported to He-Han, Captain, the situation is under control. The number of escaped prisoners is still within our estimates, but the true mastermind lurking in the shadows was still unaccounted for. He-Han asked, what about the superpowered criminal who broke into the prison? Not only did we fail to capture him, but we didn't even catch a glimpse. No traces, no clues. Looks like he fled before we got here. Then it hit him. This was a diversion. Meanwhile, in Bao Panji's office, Tang Sai Yao and Cao Tai Ding had stormed in, tying up the secretary to the side. Tang Sai Yao casually sat in Bao Panji's chairman's chair as he received a call from his people. He-Han is on his way here. Perfect. I'll be waiting. Unlike him, Cao Tai Di was nervous. He lacked the strength to go up against He-Han for what they were after. He urged Tang Sai Yao, we need to run. If we get caught, we're done for. Let's go now. Tang Sai Yao crushed the phone in his hand. Don't worry this time. I'll make sure he never leaves this place alive. Riding a phoenix, Ren Junki arrived at Chiang Sing. He held her hand as they landed. Well done. You made a huge contribution this time. Ren Junki wanted to help. Let me go up there with you. He-Han came to check on the situation. Before even stepping inside, he saw several people lying dead, having killed each other. As expected, something was off. He walked in just in time to see Tang Sai Yao coming out. He-Han, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing him was like seeing a ghost. He couldn't hide his shock. Aren't you supposed to be dead? I killed you myself. Tang Sai Yao laughed loudly, clearly enjoying the moment. Ha! Surprised, aren't you? I died, but here I am, alive again. Let me tell you the truth. This body of mine is now immortal. You can't kill me. Wasting no time, He-Han lunged forward with Ren Junki. Then there's no need to kill you. We'll just capture you and throw you in prison. Tang Sai Yao remained unfazed, not even trying to dodge. He raised a hand, casting a spell. Capture me? Let's see if you can even get out of this first. 4 small circles lit up beneath their feet, glowing with a blue light. In an instant, they expanded into 4 towering walls of blue energy, trapping He-Han and Ren Junki inside. What is this? He-Han didn't care. As long as he could break out, they could deal with everything else later. Break through. He gathered his strength and kicked at the glowing barrier. Ah! Tang Sai Yao stood confidently behind the wall. Clearly, brute force alone wouldn't be enough to break through it. He-Han had traveled to another world, so why had he suddenly returned here? He-Han unlocked his phone. System, what the hell is this? The system decoded it. This is a level 5 item, imaginary world. Anyone trapped inside will fall into an illusion. Unless the formation is broken from the outside, they'll be stuck here until they die. So this is a dead end for me. Does that mean there's no way out? For others, there would be no way to break free. But for you, there's still a chance to survive. Now is the time to unlock the first seal of Ren Junki. Ren Junki had fallen into this place with him. Hearing the system's words, she immediately understood the implication and her face turned slightly red. Ha! He-Han, unaware of anything, asked seriously, "Unlock the seal? How?" The system displayed a demonstration image, of course like this. Do it once to expand your happy future. He-Han was speechless. So, one shot to embrace a bright future. The system then flashed multiple images on the screen and urged him, "Come on, hurry up and pick any position from these." Furious, He-Han threw his phone aside. "Are you afraid she won't be able to collect my tadpoles or something? Is this a scam? Do you just want her to kill me off quickly?" This is generated by the system. It understands perfectly well. Let me explain, characters in the game also have a designated synchronization period. Hearing this from the system, He-Han's voice softened slightly. A synchronization period? So, during this time, their energy can be freely released without any restrictions. Being a system designed to assist players, it reassured He-Han with a confident response. "Rest assured, I created these characters myself. They are completely stable during the synchronization period." They also possessed hidden abilities. Each time they synchronize, their strength increases by 1 level, making it easier to break through illusions. He-Han was pleased. He raised his jade-like finger in admiration of the system's meticulous design, along with the confirmation provided by the game's mechanics. Additionally, after synchronization, they can form a unique bond with you, enhancing your combat power significantly. The system said no more. He-Han turned to Ren Junki and gently took her hand. "Junki, the situation is urgent. I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you for this." Both of them exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with anticipation and resolve. Ren Junki met his gaze and replied, "No, it's not a burden at all. I'm willing." No matter how talented he was, He-Han was still just a man. After handling everything, his instincts would inevitably awaken. He looked at Ren Junki, a sense of anticipation rising within him. Finally, he could reach out and touch her, a joy beyond words. Ren Junki placed her complete trust in He-Han, feeling entirely at ease under his protection. As night fell, the sea became both poetic and mysterious. This desolate, shadowy place had finally witnessed the moment she had long dreamed of. The dream that Ren Junki had nurtured for so long had finally become a reality. Time passed, breaths grew heavier. Beneath the vast, dark night, it was an unforgettable experience, one filled with overwhelming happiness. Even so, He-Han couldn't allow himself to be distracted. He had to make the most of his time and continue moving forward. There was no room for delay. Amidst the suggestive atmosphere, everything seemed to blend together seamlessly. When it was all over, He-Han spoke up, "System, has the seal been lifted now?" The answer was clear. Ren Junki's second form had finally been activated, stepping into her spiritual state. Tang Sai Yao was still in Kang Sing, leaving He-Han struggling in a swamp with no one to save him. His pitiful state only fueled Tang Sai Yao's excitement. "Yes, I really want to see your face filled with despair every single moment." A few bolts of energy from He-Han were hurled toward Tang Sai Yao, at the flames that erupted caught him off guard. What? He-Han, along with the spirit form of his past self, Ren Junki, appeared in front of Tang Sai Yao. He couldn't believe he had escaped. How was that possible? He-Han's presence was overwhelming. "It looks like I'm not the only one who's immortal. My life is just as long as yours." Tang Sai Yao quickly stood up and cast a spell. "That I'll personally send you on your way." Equipped with an A-rank weapon, the Twin Blades of Storm, he lunged forward to strike. He-Han, clad in his Blue Dragon battle armor, was shocked when a chunk of it was sliced clean off by Tang Sai Yao's Twin Blades. He couldn't believe his legendary armor had been breached. The system message appeared on his screen. "The Twin Blades of Storm can cut through any protective armor. You have no choice but to attack." The spirit form can transform into any weapon. He had regained his composure and continued fighting. Then let's test the effectiveness of soul binding. "Junki, come on." Tang Sai Yao leaped up, gripped the blade firmly, and struck down with force. He-Han's soul binding move appeared like a cord, forcefully severing the blade in Tang Sai Yao's hand. Nice sword. The two shattered pieces of his sword had now become spiritual cores. Gear for He-Han, classified as S-grade spiritual core equipment. "If you don't run now, when will you?" Damn, where does this punk get all this weird stuff from? To destroy the Wii, you must uproot it. He-Han wouldn't let him get away that easily. He swung his sword at the man's leg, causing Tang Sai Yao to fall. Ah! He stabbed his sword straight into his back. This time you're not running away, but I'm not going to let you die either. Now me give and explain. How did you die last time and come back to life? Tang Sai Yao, exhausted, still forced himself to conjure a fireball. The answer? You'll have to wait for your next life to ask me. Everything exploded. Lin Fi arrived at the scene with a group of soldiers, but she couldn't see him anywhere. All she could do was shout, "He Han! He Han!" His hands trembled as he raised them. "I'm here." He was sitting against the wall, his upper body bare. His shirt had been draped over Ren Junki. Looking at Lin Fi, he said, "Get Junki to the hospital now." Lin Fi helped him toward the car. The explosion had been massive. How was he still okay? Thinking back, it was a miracle. If it weren't for Junki, he would have died at the last moment. Just moments ago, Tang Sai Yao had collapsed from his injuries, but after the explosion, he was nowhere to be seen. With what little strength he had left, he had managed to destroy He Han's battle armor, leaving He Han seriously wounded. At the critical moment, Ren Junki had returned to her human form to save him. Blood trickled from her lips, yet she was still worried about He Han. "Young master, thank goodness you're safe." As soon as she spoke, she lost consciousness. He Han shouted, "Junki!" Lin Fi stood before the massive crater left by the explosion. The sheer scale of the blast was terrifying. Those people were out of their minds, and the one behind it all, that wretched bastard, was Tang Sai Yao. He was still alive. Lin Fi had been right there with He Han earlier. She had clearly seen Tang Sai Yao die. So how was he still alive? It was He Han's mistake. She had wanted to capture him alive, but he had managed to escape with a fake death. Tang Sai Yao had been lurking here for a while. No matter how securely those classified documents were locked away, they were nothing to him. Worse still, he had likely already stolen Bao Panji's top-secret program. Anne rushed up the stairs, ignoring the pain from his injuries. "Hurry up and check." The two of them pushed the door open. Bao Panji's secretary was tied up. He Han walked over and removed the wad of paper from her mouth. She gasped and said, "It was that bastard Cao Tai Di. He stole the young lady's program." How could Cao Tai Di have broken into the president's office of a massive corporation like Chime Sing so easily? Lin Fi asked, "Where were the guild's people? How could they let the enemy slip in like that?" You can see a person's face, but you can't see their heart. Who would have thought they'd betray us? Those scumbags only care about money. Cao Tai Di bought them off. They've all turned against us. Meanwhile, Tang Sai Yao was pushing himself to his limits, his body screaming in pain. Ah! He clutched his arm and collapsed. Gasping for air, he gritted his teeth. It hurt like hell, but he refused to give up. Losing only made the fire inside him burn stronger than ever. His phone rang. The moment he picked up, an angry voice blasted through the speaker. Cao Tai Di, demanding, "Where are you?" He went downstairs to meet Cao Tai Di and angrily rebuked him. "Are you trying to get me killed? You said you'd help me deal with Bao Panji, but instead, you blew up the entire building. Was this some kind of setup?" No matter how furious Cao Tai Di was, it didn't affect him in the slightest. Tang Sai Yao only cared about his own interests, taking what he needed and avoiding unnecessary words. "Where's the USB you promised to bring?" Cao Tai Di might have indirectly become a valuable pawn for Tang Sai Yao, but not like this. Not when he had walked away empty-handed. Cao Tai Di had come prepared. He couldn't let this unpredictable man continue causing trouble. The thugs, armed with strange weapons meant to intimidate, now proved to be quite useful. They stood behind Tang Sai Yao. The very men he had asked to bring here could now be turned against him. Tang Sai Yao was only wary of He Han. As for a troublesome, arrogant rich kid like Cao Tai Di, even if he summoned one of Cao Cao's greatest generals, it wouldn't save him. Tang Sai Yao showed no fear. "You really think this group of hired muscle is enough to take me down?" Two bodyguards stood in front, blocking the way to protect Cao Tai Di. "Go after him, all of you. Whoever kills him will get a reward, 3 million. The bounty is 3 million yuan. A group of thugs rushed forward to take him down. Tang Sai Yao sneered. A bunch of worthless insects. Equipped with an A-rank item, Knight Enchantress, he wielded the sorceress's gear and, in an instant, wiped out the entire group. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room at the police station, Bao Panji listened as He Han spoke about the stolen program taken by Cao Tai Di. "What? My program was stolen. This could have a serious impact on humanity's survival. Something that important ended up in the hands of an idiot who was born without a brain." Exactly. If they managed to predict the next landing time and the most resource-rich areas, the world could be in danger. "Can we shut the program down remotely?" He Han replied, "The program operates on an isolated network. There's no way to shut it down remotely." Lin Fi asked, "Then is it possible to create another version of the program?" If we do that, we might be able to track them down. That way, we could pinpoint the time and location of their landing. Who knows? We might even be able to capture them all in one go. Bao Panji thought for a moment before replying, if we have the original data, we can redo it. But they already destroyed my database. Collecting everything from scratch would probably take a few months. He had to rely on the system. He raised his phone and a face appeared on the screen. You don't need to gather the data yourself. Just ask it directly for whatever you need. Bao Panji was confused. What is this? Simply put, this system is the game publisher. He had explained it's complicated to break down, but to put it simply, it's an evolved intelligence based on me, and also the game's publisher. The system cheerfully responded, hey, that's right. I'm the genius you're talking about. Bao Panji hadn't known something like this was possible. A game publisher that's actually an artificial intelligence? He had asked the system, can you provide all the data she needs? That's your only real advantage. The system eagerly responded, of course. Luckily, it's not too late. He hand smiled, good. That means we still have a chance to turn things around. Anything is possible as long as you and those two double fly together. Seeing his men beaten to death, Cao Tai Di stumbled back in fear, staring at Tang Sai Yao as if he were some kind of monster. Ayu. More than half of the gangsters were already dead, and the survivors stood frozen in terror. Tang Sai Yao rested his blade on his shoulder and waved them forward. What's wrong? Afraid to come at me now? Keep going. Let's use this chance to level him up. That'd be great. So, just by taking down these weaklings, he could gain levels. Tang Sai Yao lowered his blade, dragging it across the brick floor. Sparks flew from the friction, making the remaining thugs shudder in fear. Whatever. Killing people is exhausting. He stretched his neck like he was doing a good deed. Anyone who still wants to fight me, now's your last chance to kneel. Swear loyalty to me, and I'll lead you to everything you've ever wanted in this world. For the sake of their lives and the bright future ahead of them, they all dropped to their knees, bowing to their new leader. Tang Sai Yao didn't respond. They thought about something else. Right, with so many people like this, spending money probably isn't a big deal, huh? When it came to money, it could only be the money of this rich but talentless young master. He turned around and glanced at Cao Tai Di. Didn't you say you had a lot of money? Gone was the pampered young master who had always lived in luxury. At this moment, Cao Tai Di was unusually humble, nearly scared out of his wits, barely stopping himself from wetting his pants. Trembling, he answered Tang Sai Yao, actually, my family's financial situation is pretty normal. Tang Sai Yao pressed a blade against Cao Tai Di's neck. Call your father. Tell him to hand over 300 million. If not, he can prepare to collect his son's corpse. Cao Tai Di and his bodyguards reacted faster than they could think. Instead of jumping into the cars beside them, they scattered in all directions in a panic. Oh my god! Tang Sai Yao just turned those guys against their own boss. Get him. They chased after Cao Tai Di. Stop right there. Poor Cao Tai Di. Someone save him. Tang Sai Yao was hungry for power. He truly believed he was already within reach of the throne. With money and loyal followers, the only thing left was that program. Once he had it, taking over the world would be just a matter of time. He Han, just accept your fate and wait for death. The three of them arrived at the Rose Hotel. Lin Fi, pretending to be asleep, lay down on the bed. The system's earlier words lingered in their minds as they made their way here. He Han, always considerate, turned to Bao Panji and said, Miss Bao, if you change your mind, it's not too late. Bao Panji hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath. To reclaim what I've lost, this is the only option I have left. I'm going to take a shower. Seeing her resolve, he hand nodded. As long as we face this together, it'll be easier to handle. Just then, the system's interface flickered onto the TV screen. This is fascinating. The data from this scenario is extremely valuable, so make sure you don't hold back. He hand frowned, his expression darkening. It's one thing for people to have strange thoughts, but dedicating an entire system to analyzing them is another level. Is there anything more invasive than you? Forcing people into things they wouldn't normally do. The system responded with a smirk. How do you know this isn't exactly what they want? He hand narrowed his eyes. What are you implying? The system remained unfazed. I can monitor biometric data, heart rate, pulse frequency, and hormone levels through the electronic devices you're wearing. Based on her data, it can be inferred that she has been moved by you for a long time. Upon hearing this, he cursed at the system, but quickly changed his attitude. As expected of the boss. Thanks a lot. At that moment, Tang Sai Yao was still busy recruiting more subordinates in preparation for her plan. A high heel flew past and landed right in front of He Han, making him jump as he came face to face with the system. Lin Fi lazily said, I want to rest. If you make any more of those obscene noises, I'll cripple you. He Han didn't dare to talk back. The system could read information from the girls' bodies. Green and red lines flickered on the screen as it spoke to him. Don't worry, her estrogen levels have increased. She's just putting on a tough front right now. A fair, delicate hand wrapped around his hand from behind. In that brief moment of shock, he felt Bao Panji tighten her embrace around him. She softly asked, "Do you know why I agreed to accept you? Not just because of what you've been through, but more importantly, because it was the first time I met someone as confident and composed as you. Everyone else always treats me with such reverence and politeness, their eyes filled with desire. No matter how talented Han is, he can't completely escape human desires. It's just that he's always surrounded by people like Bao Panji, so when he met her, to him, she was nothing out of the ordinary. She mistakenly thought he was special, that he was the only one who could remain indifferent to her beauty, standing before her so effortlessly composed. Han, that's not quite right. How could Han look down on you? It's not that I disregard you, it's just that my reflexes are a little fast. As Han turned his head, she kissed him. Bao Panji pushed him onto the bed and sat on top of him. Wait, do you want me to lie down? Lin Fi hadn't joined in yet. She felt like she was being disturbed, but stayed silent. Bao Panji gently held her and said, "Doesn't the system love watching this kind of thing? Then let it enjoy the show to its heart's content. Since joining the police academy, I have become the center of everyone's attention. Although there were those who pursued me, Lin Fi had long been trained to become an elite police officer, prioritizing the mission of ensuring security. Naturally, her strength and skills reflected this. The men, no matter how strong, could not defeat Lin Fei. It wasn't that they were weak. It was simply that she was too outstanding. When judged by Lin Fei's standards, in her eyes, they didn't appear strong at all. How could those who lacked the ability ever hope to conquer me? Later, I joined the special intelligence team thanks to my outstanding achievements, which made fewer people dare to approach me. Except for that flirtatious guy, Tang Sai Yao. No one else dared to come near. At that time, he had lived in a small, poor room. His lifestyle was carefree, even somewhat sloppy. The first time I met Han, I thought he was just another useless fool. But after going through many experiences with him, his skills began to shine in critical moments, making me reconsider my opinion of him. And later, his attitude and actions led me to believe that perhaps he really was the one destined for me. They ignored Lin Fi's presence, each minding their own business, but she felt a strange discomfort. Now the one she considered the destined one was with another girl. This was truly odd. Bao Panji's voice broke through her thoughts. I can't take it anymore. How much longer will this take? Bao Panji shifted slightly, her face showing a hint of exhaustion. Han still hadn't shown any sign of satisfaction. Is it still too early? Bao Panji gently nudged Lin Fi, her voice a mix of jest and seriousness. Hey, little sister, come here and help me. Lin Fei turned around and said, her voice somewhat irritated. You two have no shame. Don't think that She couldn't finish her sentence because the scene before her made it impossible to continue. Bao Panji felt as though she had entered a completely different space. Her voice trembled. How can this man belong to just one person? Accept it. Let's help each other. Lin Fei blushed but still maintained a firm attitude. Enough, don't exaggerate, she said. Lin Fei waved Bao Panji off and then walked out. Bao Panji stood motionless, her body weary, finally finding a bit of peace. Lin Fei took Bao Panji's place and lay down beside Han. He looked at her and asked, "So, can I proceed?" Lin Fei raised an eyebrow and replied, "Go ahead, I want to see what you can do." The next scene unfolded and Lin Fei couldn't contain the pain she felt, saying, "Slow down, don't be too rough, I can't take it." In the end, Lin Fei felt as though she had reached her limit and cried out, "I can't take it anymore. Let me know if you'd like any further adjustments." Will this really stop? Even after it was over, she still couldn't believe her own decision, and yet she accepted it. Doing something this strange, yet somehow miraculous. Han tapped on the screen. "System, are you satisfied now?" No notification appeared on the screen, maybe because of what just happened. Han couldn't have worse luck. What kind of situation was this? Could it really be unreadable? Hey, come on, don't scare me like that. Lin Fei lay on the bed, waiting expectantly, but something didn't seem right. No way. The system didn't display anything on the screen, only a voice echoed. "No, I'm fine. It's just that your data earlier was too abundant." No, actually, it was so rich that I evolved again. The smiling face was gone. Instead, a small girl with green hair appeared. He had never expected the one discussing serious matters with him would turn out to be a girl. "What? You're a girl?" The system responded, "Enough with the pointless questions. I already sent you the data. You can construct the program framework now." Bao Panji immediately checked her laptop. It worked. Lin Fei couldn't wait either and sat down beside her. "So, can you estimate when the next landing will happen?" It still needs more time. He-Han walked over to the window and pulled back the curtain. The landing time doesn't need to be estimated anymore. It's already begun. A futuristic, ultra-modern world unfolded beyond the window. He-Han wanted things to move faster. To catch the troublemaker, we need to identify resource-rich areas as soon as possible to track down Tang Sai Yao. Lin Fei and He-Han both gazed out through the glass. Each of them had nothing on but a towel. The landing has started. Are we still on time? Bao Panji asked, his expression serious as he sat on the bed with his laptop. Done. The laptop screen displayed a map crisscrossed with routes. Several green squares marked different areas, while a large red square highlighted a key location. The nearest resource-rich area was right there. He-Han and Lin Fei moved toward Bao Panji's bed. All three of them wore solemn expressions, clad only in towels. Tang Sai Yao definitely hasn't left the city yet, so there's no way he'll ignore this resource. But we've already missed a crucial moment. By the time we get there, it might be too late. If only we had instant teleportation. Bao Panji suddenly turned around, her captivating face framed by luscious red lips. With a playful smile, she said, "Well, what do you know? I have one." Right in front of the hotel entrance, streaks of purple light appear out of nowhere. They scroll together, forming a portal surrounded by crackling bolts of electricity. In an instant, the portal transported the three of them to an entirely different dimension. The Royal Hotel, huh? Fancy. How'd you get your hands on such high-end equipment? Bao Panji, stunning in her form-fitting red dress, casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, an effortless motion that only added to her irresistible charm. If I can run a massive guild, of course, I need to keep a few useful tools on hand. We'll definitely get there before Tang Sai Yao. Let's just wait for them to walk straight into our trap. Lin Fei crouched down, inspecting the bloodstains on the ground while the other two watched closely. Still a step too late. They're already inside. His face darkened as he pointed at the long, smeared streaks of blood along the street. But they weren't the only ones who had noticed this place. A battle had clearly taken place just moments ago. Blood was splattered everywhere, forming eerie patterns that made the scene even more chilling. It was as if something had dragged the bodies inside. Their faces turned grim, their expressions serious as they took in the scene. The smell of blood. Could Tang Sai Yao really have done this? It doesn't seem like something a person would do, more like a wild beast. He-Han felt a sense of unease creeping in. Things had already escalated to this point. There was no choice but to take the risk and go in. Let's go. We need to check it out. A chilling, almost suffocating darkness surrounded them. Bao Panji, feeling uneasy, shrank closer to He-Han. Meanwhile, Lin Fei walked forward with confidence, his steps steady and fearless. Why is this hotel completely empty? And it's pitch dark. Someone must have sabotaged it. Should we call for backup? Suddenly, a corpse appeared behind them. A man, shriveled and lifeless, his mouth and eyes like bottomless black holes. It was a terrifying sight. A noise came from behind a crate, immediately catching He-Han's attention. There's no time. Let's go upstairs and check first. The three of them turned toward the sound, their curiosity and apprehension mounting. What is it? Did you notice something? I think I heard something moving over there. A blood-curdling scream rang out, freezing them in place. Without hesitation, the three of them dashed up the stairs. They were hiding behind the door as bullets came flying at them from somewhere. Fortunately, the door shielded them from the barrage. On the second floor, someone was screaming at the top of their lungs, wildly firing a gun in all directions. Die, all of you. He-Han saw the person shooting like a maniac at something. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the shooter's neck, so fast that he froze, unable to process what had just happened. It seemed like he was attacking something. He-Han was stunned by what he saw. At that moment, Bao Panji heard a noise and quickly turned around. What she saw made her freeze in terror, a giant spider with glowing eyes. What is that? The spider lunged at Bao Panji, making her scream in fear. Just then, He-Han rushed forward, stepping in front of her and unleashing a powerful fire spell. The flames roared toward the spider in a fierce attack. Get the hell out of here. He-Han smirked at his own strength. A number appeared above his head, indicating the extra strength he had gained. Trying to ambush me again? I've been ready for you this time. He-Han anxiously checked on Bao Panji, and she, just as worried, pointed and asked, Are you okay? Behind you. Suddenly, their faces darkened. Fear gripped them as they saw thousands of spiders in front of them, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. What do we do now? At this point, what can we do? The three of them bolted as the swarm of spiders launched their attack. They ran straight for the door. Bao Panji struggled to open it, but it wouldn't budge. It was locked from the inside. Get inside that room. They tried the door, but it was locked too. No matter how hard they pushed, it wouldn't open. Move. Let me handle it. With a powerful kick, He-Han sent the door flying, along with several people who had been standing behind it. he was startled to see a group of men sprawled on the floor. Where did these idiots even come from? Suddenly, the men became furious, shouting curses at him. He hand flinched. After all that effort to escape, now they had just led the spiders straight here. His face went pale, sweat dripping down his forehead. Sorry, okay. The spiders lunged forward to attack, forcing Lin Fi and Bao Panji to scramble backward and rush into the room. Bao Panji summoned a rock and kicked it straight into the swarm, shattering them instantly. They didn't have time to shut the door. Just as the spiders swarmed closer, Lin Fi managed to slam it shut at the last second. The creatures outside kept hurling themselves at the door, relentlessly trying to break through. Close the door now. Lin Fi and Bao Panji, barely escaping with their lives, gasped for breath. That was too close. Good thing we made it. Meanwhile, a group of thugs with menacing faces surrounded He Han, aiming their clubs and guns at him, forcing him to stay still. Honestly, I'd rather take my chances out there. Lin Fi raised his gun toward them. Police, hands up. He Han tried to calm the situation. Relax, we're here to help. You guys from the hotel? Everyone from the hotel is dead. He Han's expression suddenly darkened. His gaze turned ice cold and eerily sinister, his blood-red eyes radiating a terrifying aura. Oh, so Tang Sai Yao is here too. His words caught them off guard. You know our boss? Looks like I guessed right. So you really are working for Tang Sai Yao. They still hadn't let their guard down. Their guns remained pointed at He Han. But he stayed calm and unfazed. That cunning bastard wouldn't show himself, so he sent his underlings here to die instead. Don't move, or I'll shoot. He Han slyly demanded that they open the door, making Lin Fi and Bao Panji jump in shock at his words. Fine. The moment you make a move, we'll open the door and let the monsters outside in. Tang Sai Yao's men turned pale with fear. What? Don't be scared, guys. He's just trying to intimidate us. If they let them in, they'll be the first to die. He wouldn't dare cause chaos like that. He Han's eyes were blood red, radiating an eerie coldness and overwhelming sense of death. Isn't dying together exactly what you want? The three of us have been waiting for the chance to become martyrs for a long time now. Both sides kept their guns trained on each other as He Han's voice rang out. Even though fear had them drenched in sweat, they still put on a tough front. I don't believe you have the guts. He Han turned to Lin Fi, leaving her stunned and surprised, while the others were so terrified their eyes and mouths seemed to pop right out of their faces. All right, let's not waste any more time. Open the door. Ah, they all dropped to their knees, hands raised in surrender. No, we surrender. He Han stood proudly with his arms crossed, while Lin Fi and Bao Panji finally let out a sigh of relief. Well, I really thought you had some guts there. He Han was interrogating one of them, while the rest were tied up together, guarded by Lin Fi. Be careful. Don't slack off. Yes, 2 hours ago, Boss Tang told me to bring 20 of the guys here, saying that high-level resources would appear. One of them started recounting their experience, explaining that they were attacked by spiders and tried to fight back with guns. But as soon as we got here, those spider monsters attacked us. They swarmed out like crazy. One of our guys got killed by them. He Han questioned him sternly, where is Tang Sai Yao now? I don't know. He Han dragged his subordinate roughly toward the door, making him cry out in pain. Come on, open the door. My Shan, the boss is building a camp on my Shan. He Han threw him to the floor without mercy. My Shan, huh? A real hiding spot. Let's go find him. Oh. Lin Fi asked seriously, but how do we get out? I've seen how strong those spider demons are. One wrong move, and we're dead on the spot. He Han cast a spell, and flames blazed around him. The spiders outside the door were sent flying by the sheer force of his power. Low-level creatures are definitely afraid of fire. He Han rose into the air, flames swirling around him. The spiders recoiled in fear. If you want to die, go ahead and step forward. He Han gently landed. Lin Fi and Bao Panji were both shocked by the sight. I knew I was right. Looks like fire really can control them. It's working. They've all backed off now. Suddenly, a spider appeared behind them. It shot its tail toward He Han, striking him in the chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He was just as surprised by what happened to him. The spider lifted him up off the ground. Let's go. We need to leave quickly while we have the chance. He had been poisoned, and his veins started to swell. He turned his head to see what was happening. It's poison. My whole body feels numb. Humph. That's a queen spider. Looks really seductive. It's caught me. Could she be the third sister? Lin Fi and Bao Panji were getting ready to fight, preparing to rescue He Han. He Han, don't be scared. I'm coming to save you. The spider queen was using her tail with a sharp barb to pierce He Han, causing him to experience intense pain all of a sudden. Don't panic. I don't actually want to kill him. Lin Fi tried to negotiate in an effort to save He Han. All you need to do is help me with one thing and I'll let him go. The Spider Queen stuck out her tongue and pointed at her own face, teasing them. Find me 100, no, 500 people, and as long as I'm well fed, you can leave. The Spider Queen was a level 5 venomous creature. He-Han was terrified when he found out about the Spider Queen's level system. Why don't you go look for it yourself? The Spider Queen angrily drove the spear deeper into He-Han, causing him to cough up blood. Your turn to speak? Shut up. Both of them were horrified when they saw what happened to He-Han. All right, we agree with you. Just let him down first. Yeah, let the hostage go first. It'll be easier to talk after that. The Spider Queen walked away with He-Han, not forgetting to remind Lin Fi and Bao Pan-ji to follow her instructions carefully. Make sure you're quick about it. If I don't get the body I need within an hour, he'll lose that ability. 3 hours later, he'll be in hell. Bao Pan-ji and Lin Fi were terrified by what the Spider Queen had said. Lose his ability. I thought she was just here for food, but turns out she's flipping the table. The spiders all backed away, but they kept an eye on the two girls. Did they clear the way for us? Must be so we can leave. The two of them hurriedly ran, trying to finish what the Spider Queen had told them to do. Just get out first, then we'll figure it out. I'll go back to the operations center to call for backup. You go to the hospital and find Lu Ju. She's taking care of Junki. The gang members were tied up and had their heads poking out, being used to assess the situation. They were terrified as spiders rushed at them, attacking and killing them. Can we run after them? They cried. He-Han was caught in the webs. He was shocked to see skeletons scattered everywhere around the webs. The power within him had finally returned. Meanwhile, the gang members were also groggier. Is this her lair? The Spider Queen charged at one of them, using her tail to stab him. His face started to twist and sag. The Spider Queen looked pleased, almost enjoying herself. Thousands of eggs shot out from her, landing and quickly hatching into more spiders. Did Tang Sai Yao's underlings get caught too? He-Han was horrified by what he saw. All these monstrous spiders, did you create them? She moved in a seductive, almost eerie manner. Oh, I'll spare your life for now, just to let you see the bigger picture. Once those two girls bring the people I need here, I'll turn you all into nourishment for my children. He-Han let out a relieved sigh, then jumped in surprise. He thought she was the third younger sister, but it turned out she was just a woman obsessed with having children. The Spider Queen became furious. What did you say? If you're so eager to die, I'll be happy to help you along. He-Han gave her a provoking look and replied, You'd rather have someone else trick people into helping you instead of going out to catch them yourself, right? Is it because you're afraid of the light? The Spider Queen's face twisted in panic, worried he'd figure her out. What? How do you know? Did I just get played? He-Han proudly stood there, clearly enjoying her discomfort. You chose this place as your lair because you knew the artifact would attract a lot of people. Anyway, I can't move and I won't last long, so why don't you tell me where the high-level artifact is? The Spider Queen, furious, lunged at him, ready to kill. You talk too much. I'll send you on your way right now. He-Han smirked. Whoa, getting impatient after just a few words. She attacked with the needle at the end of her tail. Suddenly, energy fields surrounded He-Han, forming a protective armor and bringing him back into fighting mode. He-Han threw a powerful punch at the Spider Queen, breaking the needle on her tail. Die! The Spider Queen was taken by surprise at the strength of the blow. You're completely back to normal now. How is that possible? My poison clearly worked on you before. The Spider Queen said, her eyes wide with shock. He-Han was tearing through the webs that were wrapped around him. Earlier, he had used a special solution that allowed him to resist the spider's poison. That's true, it did work before. But now I've become immune to poison, He-Han replied, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Using the Ice Heart Dan and transforming the fire attribute into poison, the effect lasted for 30 minutes. The Spider Queen was even more shocked when she learned this. I didn't expect this little brat had a trump card up his sleeve. Even if you aren't poisoned, I can still kill you. The Spider Queen shouted, her expression changing. She commanded the other spiders to attack. Children, crush him for me, she roared. He-Han was ready for a fight. Although he had already cured the poison, he still didn't have a suitable poison-based move. He picked one of the 3 flying cards hovering in the air and drew it. He tightly gripped the card in his hand. System, I already showed you my eyes earlier. Don't mess with me this time. Otherwise, if I die, you won't have anything left to look at. He-Han was stunned when he saw the card. He opened his mouth in shock as he stared at it. What is this? The card featured the image of a cute girl with light green hair, and she looked strangely familiar. He-Han quietly set the card he had drawn aside. Then suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke appeared, and it seemed like someone was inside it. If I can't summon her, I guess I can choose again, right? The girl from the card had now appeared, and He-Han was so shocked he couldn't even close his mouth. Their commotion annoyed the Spider Queen, who was fuming with rage. Congratulations, Master, you've drawn a super rare card. It's me. From now on, even if you don't have electronic devices, you'll still be able to meet me. Isn't that great? Not at all. Go back. The Spider Queen charged at them, her face twisted with fury. He-Han had to push the girl and the boy to the side. Are you trying to save face or something? And you're still chatting. Move aside. He-Han was worried. Despite his worry, the girl calmly fought back her tears. Well, I guess it's better than nothing. What skills do you have? Help me defeat that creepy spider. Who are you calling creepy? Right now, my level isn't high enough to create weapons, but I can still make a few basic tools. That's great. Basic tools are fine, the girl said, coming up with an idea. A pipa made from golden dragon tendons, a jade bed carved from jade that can break through clouds, and a cloak made of black bird feathers. Which one do you want? He-Han turned pale, looking drained after hearing what the girl said. Are you joking? The Spider Queen was extremely entertained by the girl. Ha 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 ha. Are you two trying to make me laugh myself to death? I've never seen such a cute partner before. He-Han, panicked and worried, turned to the girl. Don't you have any combat support tools? At my current level, the only tools I can make are ones that can't even protect you. He-Han had slowly regained his composure and the calm was returning to his face. Right, the teleportation device Bao Panji used earlier. Do you have it? The girl reached into the spatial gate, searching for something. Let me see if I can find it. Are you planning to run away? Hurry up and look. The Spider Queen activated her strength boost mode, unleashing all of her fury. Thinking of running? Don't even dream of it. I'll tear your flesh into pieces. The Spider Queen strength mode activated. He-Han quickly urged the girl, who was still fumbling around in the spatial gate. I can't hold out much longer. If you find it, just tell me. The Spider Queen charged, attacking fiercely against the magical shield He-Han had put up. Die. He-Han tried his best to maintain the shield, holding on as the Spider Queen relentlessly hammered away at it. How many people had she killed to be this strong? A simple punch like that carried such terrifying power. The shield finally shattered, and one powerful blow nearly hit He-Han. The Spider Queen kicked him, sending him flying. He crashed into a wall, and the outer armor around him vanished. At that moment, the girl found a scroll and tossed it toward He-Han. Luckily, he managed to catch it, but the Spider Queen immediately shot webs at him. He-Han was badly injured, with blood pouring from the corner of his mouth. He gave a mocking grin and tossed the scroll from earlier into the air. Bright beams of light surrounded the scroll, and the once closed wall was now open, letting in the light from outside. This is too dangerous, he muttered. But the queen wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, she laughed scornfully when she saw all of this. Foolish, you're barely able to breathe now, aren't you? My diamond spiderwebs have trapped you. You can't even breathe. And yet, you still think you can escape this tunnel. He-Han's eyes were sharp. The roof above him slowly vanished, revealing the sun. Its rays poured directly onto the Spider Queen, causing her intense pain as they burned her. Who said I was trying to escape? He-Han replied. I was just calling for help from outside. As the sunlight scorched the queen, black smoke rose from her body, and He-Han regained his strength along with the armor around him. He hadn't expected the power of sunlight to be so devastating. She looked at He-Han, her eyes filled with despair as he prepared to cast the spell again. You can escape the web just because you want me to stay still, so that's why it's precise. I just want to buy some time. The queen, panic-stricken, pleaded. Hero, please spare my life. I'm willing to serve you, to be your servant, and I will surely repay you. He-Han punched the ground hard, sending a burst of light that struck and finished off the queen. Please accept my sincere heart, but it's useless. He-Han's score increased by 300 points, and his system screen appeared. Did he really kill her that quickly? He didn't even ask where the rare items were. 300 points added. No rush, the items are still here. They won't escape. It's better to focus on the main task first. The system screen displayed game attributes related to He-Han. Congratulations, player leveled up twice. Player, He-Han. Poison attribute countdown, 6 hours 30 minutes remaining. Occupation, not determined. Level 5. Attack, 105. Defense, 60. Speed, 50. Critical hit, 6. Mental strength, 35. 567 out of 700. The girl was surprised when she heard He-Han's question. Did you notice? Notice what? He-Han's face became serious. This system didn't tell me I was the first player to reach level 5, which means someone got there before me. If that person is Tang Sai Yao, we've got a problem. He-Han immediately rushed out the door just as a car sped by outside. It was Lin Fi, along with a few police cars. He-Han kept running, replying as he went, I've already dealt with the spider monsters. I'm going after Tang Sai Yao. You lead a team to seal off the building and find that landing device. I'll join you." He-Han waved his hand, and a glowing book appeared in midair, slowly opening a portal around it. He stepped through, but not before giving Lin Fi one last instruction. "No heed for that. The more people, the more we risk drawing attention." While Lin Fi was still feeling pleased by He-Han's words, the police officers noticed something. They quickly realized he wouldn't be so easily defeated. Lin Fi and the officers looked up. Someone's on the upper floor. What? A figure glided past on the upper floor, moving through a hail of bullets. Gunshots rang out. He was about to make his move. Lin Fi, holding a gun in one hand, used the other to command the officers. "Team 1, follow me. Don't let him escape." "Understood." Lin Fi thought seriously for a moment. Could Tang Sai Yao still be inside the building? Had he already taken the props? In the dark of night, a car sped along the road. Inside, Mai Shan was laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, we've made it. We're rich now." Two people, both wearing smug looks, each held a large marble-sized bead in their hands. Then they heard something moving on top of the car. The boss was right. There really were props on that bridge. He's truly a genius. The two exchanged curious glances. "What was that sound? Drive carefully, you must have hit a branch or something. We need to hurry and get back." He-Han was clinging to the roof of the car. "Hey, you don't let the boss think we're taking all the loot for ourselves. If we make him mad, we might as well kiss our lives goodbye." The car pulled up under a tall building. We're here. But why did the boss choose this godforsaken place as our base?" They got out of the car and started showing off the spoils they had gathered. "So how did it go to why? What did you get?" One of them asked the two who had just returned, making the newcomers feel a little confused. "Are we the last group to come back? There's one more group on their way to the hotel. We haven't been able to reach them yet, probably because the signal is bad on the road." Meanwhile, He-Han was hiding under the car, eavesdropping on them. "Where's the boss?" "I don't know. He's probably resting. Once everyone arrives, we'll go in and call him." He-Han's face turned serious. This guy had only been here for a few days, and he had already gathered so many people. He needed to be careful. The area was full of people who could easily hear and talk. If they wanted to find him, they would need to come up with a more clever plan. As He-Han was observing, he saw Cow Tai-Di being escorted by someone. "The grass on the outside is poking into my butt. Shut up, or you'll deal with it in your pants." Cow Tai-Di was crying because he had been stripped of his clothes. The man escorting him angrily scolded him. "I had all my money taken by you guys, and you still won't leave me alone. You're clearly not human. Boo-hoo. What are you rambling about? You want to die, huh?" Suddenly, Cow Tai-Di was stunned when he saw the other person had been knocked unconscious by He-Han. Cow Tai-Di went pale with fear as He-Han grabbed his mouth. He-Han, with a most menacing look on his face, threatened Cow Tai-Di. "If you make a sound, I'll stuff this into your mouth, understand?" The other person was tied up, and Cow Tai-Di happily stripped him of his clothes. He-Han's expression remained serious and unchanged. Cow Tai-Di looked at He-Han and laughed. "He-Han, you're even closer to me than my real dad. I never expected you to come rescue me." He-Han replied, "Stop wasting time. I only saved you by accident. Now hurry up and get him out of here." Cow Tai-Di cheerfully asked, "He-Han, we've gotten him undressed, so let's go. Where's the car?" Both of them stared at each other in confusion. "What car? Did you come by car? You don't expect me to walk all the way down the mountain, do you?" He-Han swung his arm, looking at Cow Tai-Di in a way that made him nervous. They both made their way to the hideout. He-Han, disguised in the clothes of an unconscious person, tried to blend in, while the guard at the door, looking annoyed, stood there smoking a cigarette. Of course, there was a car, but they had to steal it. "Do you know which room Tang Sai Yao is in? Why is it taking so long? This guy's been dragging things out for ages." The two of them successfully slipped past the guard and brought him upstairs. "Keep a close watch." "Okay." Cow Tai-Di pointed to a door, signaling He-Han. "Tang Sai Yao is in this room." He-Han calmly approached the door while Cow Tai-Di whispered something to him. He-Han slowly opened the door. Inside, a woman with a stunning figure was standing with her back to them. He-Han felt a bit disappointed. The woman turned around, holding a plate of pastries. "Well done. Just wait for me here. Hey, can you hurry up a bit? There are dozens of people in this building." He-Han asked her seriously, "So generous? That's not really his style." She smiled shyly, covering her mouth. "Ha ha, you're so funny. Of course, I can't let you take it for free." Suddenly, she transformed into a monster. Her fingernails grew long and sharp. Her pupils shrank. "You have to defeat me first if you want to take it." He-Han asked her, "How can your hands still transform like that?" The system, which had long become a small spirit following him, explained she's a player in the game who has undergone a biological mutation, giving her the ability to mutate. He hand wiped the sweat off his brow and said, "So even in this sword cultivation game can include things like this? I didn't expect this game of yours to be so powerful. I always thought it was just about cultivating immortality. Well, I guess that's not too bad. Huff. After all, I have endless space, so I can contain anything." A light-haired girl from Tang Sai Yao's side flew over and said, "Stop talking." He hand dodged her claws. Without striking back, he said, "Hey, can we just get to the point? Where did Tang Sai Yao go? Can you just tell me straight up?" She attacked even more fiercely, her sole goal being to kill He Han. She hissed, "Wait until you're dead, then you'll know." Her claws swiped wildly, and her moves were quick and agile. He Han only dodged. He Han said, "Humph, are all the girls in this game this stubborn?" The system watched the two of them and said, "You're able to avoid attacks quite impressively. No special equipment, no drugs, yet you're effortlessly dodging such fierce attacks. Your character's attributes have definitely evolved." He Han didn't act, feeling that this girl was already too weak. "Speed up, you're moving too slowly." She gathered momentum and moved further away. "Got skills. Then can you handle this move of mine?" He acted surprised. "Oh, you still have more tricks up your sleeve?" She stuck out her tongue, which had turned into a sharp drill, and what looked like a rhino horn grew from her mouth. It was incredibly grotesque, almost terrifying. He Han's eyes felt violated by the sight. "I can't even look at you straight when you're like this." Despite that, she was still able to speak. "Kill, kill, kill." He Han wasn't worried about himself. Instead, he focused on commenting on her appearance. "How is it possible for you to still talk with your mouth looking like that?" "No, wait." The voice was clearly coming from the mouth below. She shouted loudly, "I've put up with enough of your damn insults." Her move took her around him in the blink of an eye. He Han managed to dodge, but he came very close to getting scratched. This time was definitely different. Her speed was way too fast. She praised herself for being impressive, and even though he avoided the hit, she seemed proud. She flew up, stomping on the ceiling, which cracked under the pressure, then used it as leverage to spring toward He Han with a new attack. Several purple beams shot out from her, forming a net-like trap that seemed to aim specifically to prevent him from dodging. At this moment, He Han was still safe in a small corner of empty space. She was completely confident in this move of hers. "Let's see how you dodge this one." The system was on high alert, constantly scanning left and right, its speed increasing with each passing second. If attacked, it could suffer severe damage. She hurriedly warned He Han, "Stop showing off, retreat now." Electric sparks flashed across her body, running from head to toe. She had no idea how she ended up behind He Han, but by the time she got there, he had already spoken. It's too late. Those sparks earlier had been the sign of He Han activating his dragon armor. She charged straight at him, but in the process, she accidentally broke the special horn growing from her body, injuring herself in the act. Lying there, she cried out in pain, not because He Han was showing off, but because he was right. Pride was a privilege of the strong. She might be fast, but she wasn't as resilient as he was. The system understood He Han's intentions. He had deliberately waited for her to rush in before activating his dragon armor to counter her attack. This was clearly a calculated plan. If he had acted earlier, wouldn't he have just alerted everyone? Outside, a deafening noise rumbled like thunder. He Han sensed something was wrong. This wasn't good. The sound was too loud. It might have drawn the attention of those outside. He Han arrived at Cao Tai Di's place. At that moment, he was only wearing shorts up to his thighs, and there was a glass door in front of him through which he could see below. He was waiting with anticipation. "Oh my, you're finally here," he said. Noticing a few cars parked downstairs, he asked Cao Tai Di, "What's going on here?" Lin Fei's voice came through. It sounded like the police had arrived. He had asked Lin Fei, "Someone stole some props from the hotel. I've been chasing her all the way here. Do you see anyone acting suspiciously?" He hand glanced at the door behind him in the room. The two of them opened it and ran inside. Cao Tai Di, unable to wait any longer, was in a panic, his hair disheveled. "Is it done yet?" he asked. A girl had climbed up the wall, jumped through the window, and was there to steal more props. He hand threw the large ball into the air and shouted loudly, "Give me back my stuff." He Xiangju fell to the ground. He walked over, clenched his fist as if to punch, but then saw another girl. "I've already dealt with two tonight. I don't mind handling one more." She gently touched He Han's chest without any fear, as if it was something she had done many times before. When he caught her in the act, she didn't hesitate, and with a smile, she confidently said, "Of course, he's the man I've always admired." He had froze for a moment, unsure of how to react. Lin Fei, standing a little further away, raised his gun and noticed He Xiangju standing there. It wasn't just her, though. There was something more going on here. Embarrassed, she quickly introduced herself. "My name is He Xiangju. I came all the way here to marry you." He Han was stunned, wanting to say something, but He Xiangju misunderstood him. She looked at him expectantly, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Before marriage, that's not happening, he said firmly, almost yelling, and definitely not more than that. He tried to shut down her fantasies, his voice cutting through the awkward moment. What I meant was her name. Lin Fi rushed forward and shoved He Xiang-ju away from He Han. Stop talking nonsense. She's the liar who made you fall. Ah, Lin Fi pressed down on her body, looking directly at her. Why did you secretly steal the landing gear? Are you working with Tang Sai Yao? He turned her around to face him. Don't lie. You took something precious from your fiancé. Yes, if you're caught, that counts as passing the test. It's a tradition from my thieves' clan. My thieves' clan, He Han had never heard of it before. The system could answer any question, and he quickly learned that the thieves' clan lived in the Feng continent's western valley. The clan consisted of 300 to 400 people, specializing in theft and had their own unique culture surrounding it. The clan wasn't skilled in combat, but they were experts in swimming, tracking, and gathering intelligence. He walked over and patted Lin Fi on the shoulder, signaling her to stop. Then he turned to He Xiang-ju and asked, So, what exactly is this marriage test you're talking about? She sat up and answered, You are the hope for my people, the thieves, to break free from the Demon King's rule. It's said you're the only man who can defeat him. I want to marry you, and then invite you to go defeat the Demon King. He hand sat down across from her. There are things that can be done even without feelings involved, let alone marriage. Honestly, I don't need to marry you to help you. He Xiang-ju sensed his hidden intentions and punched him upward from his chin. That won't do. Unfortunately, marriage was a non-negotiable condition. She explained, in our thief clan, we won't accept help from outsiders unless they're the person we marry. He went back to his usual relaxed demeanor. Fine, we'll deal with this later. Let's just move on for now. He Xiang-ju happily agreed. As long as you agree, it doesn't matter how long it takes. This is it. My people will finally be saved. My father even wanted to marry me off to the Demon King for peace. There's no way I'd marry him. Marrying you, a hero, is a lot more reliable. If that happens, it's not like He Xiang-ju is backing out of an engagement. He Han asked, So, you're the one who kissed him. She can hide anything. Yes, that's right. I didn't want to be the wife of that demon lord, so I ran away. The demon lord was someone with great power. If she went against him, would she end up with a good result? He Han asked, Aren't you afraid the demon lord will kill everyone in your clan? She had prepared for this. Don't worry, I've got it covered. I'll bring you back to take revenge for them. Consider it a compliment for someone like He Xiang-ju. You're really clever, aren't you? The sound coming from the computer speaker was the conversation between He Han and his group. That demon lord is really powerful? Extremely powerful. We can't fight him. Tang Sai Yao sat back casually in his chair. The demon lord, huh? Interesting, he said, shuddering slightly. Yeah. Suddenly, a girl was kneeling under Tang Sai Yao's desk, positioned between his legs. She looked up and asked, Master, what's so interesting? Tang Sai Yao lifted her chin. Of course you're interesting. Ha 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 ha. He hand brought He Xiang-ju home to introduce her to Ren Junki and Lu Ju, telling He Xiang-ju about the two of them beforehand. Let me introduce you. This is Ren Junki, and this is Lu Ju. The girl was friendly. Hello, everyone. I'm He Xiang-ju, He Han's fiancé. I hope we can all get along well from now on. When the words fiancé were mentioned, Ren Junki and Lu Ju both snapped angrily at He Han. Fiancé? Lu Ju said, Who agreed to that? He Xiang-ju added fuel to the fire. She didn't realize her words might affect He Han and continued naively, What's wrong? Didn't you two already swear to be together forever? He jumped up, saying, Don't make decisions on your own like that. Lu Ju couldn't respond, so she grabbed her sword and declared a challenge. I get it, you both want to fight me, right? No point talking anymore, just draw your swords. Only the strongest woman would have the right to mate. He Xiang-ju didn't back down either. All right then, the loser has to step down. Lu Ju responded, Fine, if I lose, I'll stitch myself up. He Xiang-ju wasn't giving up, and he hand sighed in frustration. You two are going to ruin this peaceful home and end up sleeping on the streets. He went into the room, feeling helpless. Go ahead, destroy it. Whatever. I'm so tired. He received a call from Bao Panji and picked up the phone. Hello, how's it going? Bao Panji, sitting in front of a computer screen, replied, I've extracted the data behind the game, but I couldn't find any records about the biochemical invasion. This means she didn't come through the invasion route. If Tang Sai Yao finds out about this, the consequences will be extremely dangerous. He had agreed. Does this mean Tang Sai Yao has figured out how to activate the portal? The worst case scenario could cause a lot of trouble for me. She just told him to be more cautious. If that's the case, then theoretically, he could summon any character from the game into the real world, and he would definitely do something even more serious. You need to be careful, and when the time comes, just face it head on. He replied to her, I got it. Don't worry. He lay back on the bed. Ha ha, what a troublesome opponent. Tang Sai Yao, what exactly are you planning to do? In the laboratory, a team of professors and doctors were gathered. Tang Sai Yao asked, Professor Zhang, how's the progress? The professor, with a thick beard, long hair, and only about 5 feet tall, stood next to the map. Ha ha, we're almost there. The person who invented this software is truly a genius. Just a little tweak and we'll be able to pinpoint the character's location in the game dimension and even pull them into our world. He seemed pretty intimidating. The doctors in the lab panicked as the demon lord appeared. Who summoned me here? Tang Sai Yao and several bodyguards knelt and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Lord Demon King. It was I who dared to summon you. I've just learned the whereabouts of your runaway fiancée, and I also know she's found someone to help her fight against you. If you're willing, we can join forces. Hehan was woken up by the noise downstairs. What's all this racket so early in the morning? Cao Tai Di stood outside the front door, facing Ren Junki. Lu Ju and He Xiang Ju were mesmerized, staring without blinking, internally praising the sight before them, worried they might drown in their own saliva. She's truly as beautiful as an immortal, Hehan thought to himself. The chest, the waist, the hips. I wonder how Cao Tai Di's musicians feel about this. Cao Tai Di noticed them. He stepped out of the house, stretched and yawned, still blurry-eyed and not fully awake, asking the group, What's going on? Is someone getting married? The 3 of them turned to Hehan. Ren Junki answered him. They said they came to see you. Do you know them? Cao Tai Di's attention sharpened when he heard the name. He was clearly surprised. Cao Tai Di! Without any shame, Cao Tai Di rushed forward, hugging Hehan's leg, calling out, Father He! He looked up at him, his eyes sparkling with sincerity. I didn't understand things back then, so I disrespected you. Please, Father, don't hold it against me. Hehan felt uncomfortable with this form of address. He corrected him sharply. Who's your father? I don't have a son like you. Don't call me that. Cao Tai Di released Hehan's leg, knelt down, and bowed deeply. I'll listen to everything you say. Yes, Father, from now on, I will follow your every word and repay the life you've given me. Hehan turned toward the house and said, Forget it. Let's go inside. Ren Junki cheerfully replied, Let's have breakfast. Hehan grumbled. I don't even have an appetite. Cao Tai Di didn't go inside. He stopped and raised his voice. Wait, I have some important intel. Hehan wondered what it could be. Important intel. By now, everyone else had already gone inside. Cao Tai Di sat down looking tense. Hehan asked, What is it? What intel do you have? Cao Tai Di responded, When I was locked up by Tang Sai Yao, I saw a professor who was also kidnapped. Hehan wanted to know more about this professor, so he asked, What's his name? Cao Tai Di had only been locked up and had happened to see the professor, so he couldn't have overheard his full name. He said, I only know his last name is Liu. He looks like Einstein. Tang Sai Yao seemed to want him to help create something. Hehan turned to Bao Panji for more information about the professor. For her, this was a piece of cake. She said, Let me tell you, Liu Songjiang, a top expert in quantum mechanics from Dongming University, went missing 3 days ago, and no one knows where he is. Turns out he was kidnapped by Tang Sai Yao. I don't know what drove him to do that. What did Tang Sai Yao make him do? What else could he possibly do? It seems like his whole life has been about bringing others down and calculating what's best for himself. From this perspective, Bao Panji definitely doesn't look good. We need to catch him quickly. Hehan, distracted as he looked down at her, replied, That's right. Bao Panji stayed focused on the screen, but I can monitor the quantum waves. If they try anything, they'll definitely leave traces. She turned to him. Oh, and I have a gift for you. He blushed, quickly looking away and muttering a few words. Oh, okay. Bao Panji noticed his change in color. Why is your face so red? It's nothing. He hand-fanned himself with his hand. It must be too hot. Bao Panji walked over to the safe, calling out, Wait here for a second. Let me grab it. Use this time to organize your thoughts. How strange. We've already shared so much, yet seeing her still makes my heart race like crazy. Bao Panji, wearing a 2-second short dress, lowered her head even more and said to him, After what happened last time, I'm too scared to carelessly handle important things anymore. He had enjoyed watching the beautiful scene, feeling a bit regretful. It seemed like they were rushing last time, so he decided to develop things further. She took out a wooden box containing a 3-colored bracelet, green, yellow, and red, and handed it to him. This is it. You should wear it. He hand put it on his wrist and asked, How do I use this? She replied, Just try pressing it. As soon as his finger touched it, 3 beams of light, intertwined, shot out from the bracelet. growing bigger and surrounding his body. What is this? Bao Panji explained, this is a virtual accessory bracelet I invented. It can transform the metal numbers of accessories into the bracelet. When you use it, you just need to activate it directly. The 3 intersecting beams of light shrank back, and he hand complimented. This is impressive. Bao Panji continued, it is especially useful for accessories with a time limit. I've discussed it with Lin Fei. To deal with Tang Sai Yao, we need to focus the resources on you. He hand widened his eyes when he heard his name, but she kept going. I've already talked to the director about it. It should be possible to bring over all the metals and equipment we collected recently soon. Lin Fei slammed the table. You can't be serious. What do you mean by that? Lin Wanshan had a valid reason for refusing. Calm down. This is just temporary, meant for the Secret Service Agency, but your father doesn't have the authority to handle it. Lin Fei stayed in position, still questioning him. So, are you just letting this prop collect dust here, or are you waiting for Tang Sai Yao to come and steal again? Lin Wanshan replied seriously. Mayor Liu called yesterday. He sent to focus resources on someone who is determined, has high moral character, respects the elderly, loves children, is committed to learning, gentle and graceful in demeanor, and stands out in leadership. He's the one who ensures the city's safety. He's at the top of the city, so I have to listen to him. Lin Fei suddenly realized that the person he was talking about wasn't him. The sound of laughter filled the room from both father and son. Ha ha ha. Liu Bo, holding a cigar, puffed out clouds of smoke and laughed. Son, I got the stuff for you. Now it's all about how you handle it. Dongming City Mayor Liu Bo, holding gold in his hands, spoke proudly, Don't worry, Dad. Who is this Tang Sai Yao anyway? Tomorrow I'll knock his head off. This guy is just some kid who won first place in the Citywide elementary school writing contest, won a mayor's medal, and is known as an outstanding citizen and good youth in Dongming. Liu Chu-wen. Liu Bo carefully thought through the situation, considering the parts that weren't entirely clear. The intelligence agency can't find this person, and you still want to go after him tomorrow. Why not just aim for the sky while you're at it? Tang Sai Yao was always appearing and disappearing, making it a nightmare for anyone trying to track him down. Liu Chu-wen was worried. You're right, Dad. So, what should we do now? He Han and Tang Sai Yao were legendary rivals. There were plenty of rumors about them, some of which could be verified, but the easiest way to find out was to try it for yourself. If it didn't work, it wasn't much of a loss. Liu Bo was curious to test this. He had heard that Tang Sai Yao and this person named He Han were perfect enemies, so using He Han as bait would probably lure the person named Tang into the open. He Han was with Lin Fei and he asked her, why did he call me here? Lin Fei made an unhappy face and said, this jerk said I don't know how to use the props properly, so he asked me to come teach him. You're not even close with Mr. Liu, so why all the formality? Does Mr. Liu really care about learning this stuff? Liu Chu-wen was on the phone. Sister Xu, can you give me a headline in the next 2 days? Yes, I got some really hot news. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Ha ha, bye. He finished speaking, put his phone in his pocket, and waved his hand in greeting. Well, this guy must be our great hero, right? He Han. Normally, Liu Chu-wen would extend his hand to shake He Han's. He hesitated for a moment. My name is He Han, but calling me a hero, I'm not sure about that. Liu Chu-wen grabbed his hand. You're definitely a hero. The most reliable protector in our city. No amount of praise could be enough. He Han sniffed awkwardly, feeling shy. I really can't accept that. Haha. Lin Fei didn't speak to this person or join in. She was suspicious. What's this guy really up to? Someone from Liu Chu-wen's team brought out a tray full of gold. He said, I'm not very capable, and I've been nominated to take on this position. Honestly, I'm really worried, but I still need to invite the great hero He to help me improve my skills. He Han asked him back, are you sure you want to do this yourself? This isn't a game. People can get hurt. Liu Chu-wen adjusted his glasses, looking earnest. I've been chosen by the people to take on this role. Of course, I must dedicate myself, even put my life on the line to repay the country. He pounded his chest and said, if I don't go to hell, who will? The people have forgotten me. The light shining on Liu Chu-wen made He Han and Lin Fei squint, covering their faces. Damn, what is this new gimmick? I can't even look at it. The three of them turned around and Liu Chu-wen asked, what's going on? A filming crew showed up to shoot a video. You hold the camera and praise Liu Chu-wen nonstop, speaking from the heart. Make it so moving that people will cry. Talk about justice and bravery, stir up emotions. Make it perfect. This is someone Liu Chu-wen personally invited. He ordered quick, edit the footage, make it look good, and send it to the TV station. We need it ready for tonight's primetime broadcast. His team hurried off to get the job done. Yes, sir. It was all so exaggerated that it bordered on ridiculous. He had reminded him, well, Liu, you really do pay attention to the little details. Anyway, let's get started with the teaching part. I actually have some experience I'd like to share. Liu Chuwen sighed, looking exhausted. Oh my god, I've been standing for so long, I'm about to die. His people quickly brought over a chair and some wine for him to rest, saying to the two of them, honestly, I really don't want to be involved in this kind of nonsense. Lin Fi said to him, you're trying to act all pitiful, but you're just getting fewer benefits. If it weren't for the country selecting elite superpowered fighters from all over, people like you, who are clearly only out for personal gain, would never have a chance to get involved. He hand asked her, elite superpowered fighters? Lin Fi explained, that's insider information. I heard it's a decision made directly by the top leadership. Once you're chosen, it's like bringing glory to your ancestors. Basically a fast track to the top. Liu Chuwen, holding a glass of wine, responded to Lin Fi, you've misunderstood. I'm not at all interested in some national team selection. If my old man hadn't pushed me so hard, I wouldn't be involved in this mess at all. But I do have some abilities. He pulled a piece of paper from his jacket pocket. For example, I've already found out the whereabouts of Tang Sai Yao. He hand asked in surprise, really? Liu Chuwen smiled. When someone like me with money gets involved, even Tang Sai Yao's family background can be dug up. I have an entire team working on this. I have connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world, so finding out about someone is hardly a challenge. He's hiding here. You should go take care of him now. He handheld the paper and stared at it closely. Why hadn't Liu Chuwen acted himself and instead left it to him? It almost felt like he was being used as a shield. But without a second thought, he simply asked, as it was the obvious thing to ask. If you've already investigated, why don't you just go arrest him? Liu Chuwen leisurely sat back in his chair and had his men pour him some wine. The risk is too high, and it's not necessary. If I can handle Tang Sai Yao right now, the old man won't blame me. Besides, I'm still getting used to the way things work, not officially in charge yet. Lin Fi asked him, is the information reliable? Liu Chuwen confirmed again. If it turns out to be wrong, you two can come after me, and I'll give my life to make it right. He quickly turned and rushed off, hurrying to tell Lin Fi, let's go. If you need backup in case of an emergency, I'll call the department and request reinforcements. He didn't want to alert Tang Sai Yao. Not only would backup not help, it could make things more chaotic. They might not be able to do anything and could end up making things worse. Let's just head straight there. As soon as they left, Liu Chuwen darkened, turning to his subordinates. Start the operation at the checkpoint now. They responded, understood. The two of them arrived at the location Liu Chuwen had mentioned on the paper, the abandoned water plant on the outskirts. They were still in the car. Lin Fi said to He Han, according to Liu Chuwen's intel, Tang Sai Yao is hiding in that water plant. He Han relaxed, resting both hands behind his neck. No rush. Let's see what game he wants to play first. Lin Fi asked, what do you mean? Liu Chuwen was someone who really cared about appearances. He wasn't a particularly good person, but he liked to talk about saving the world and helping others to gain favor with people. He was the type who couldn't help but put on a show, but that when the chance came to actually prove himself, he passed it off to me. This was so obvious. How could I not see something was off? He was all about building his image, so how could he let me take the lead in catching Tang Sai Yao? He's been talking so much because he just wants me to obediently come here, He Han said. Lin Fi was almost ready to bow down to him. He hadn't expected him to play the role so perfectly. He'd already noticed the oddness early on, yet still played along. Liu Chuwen had wanted He Han to act this way, so he went along with it. If he wanted to play mind games, then let's play along. He guessed maybe he plans to use me as bait to lure Tang Sai Yao out. I'm really curious how he's going to pass on the news that I'm here at Tang Sai Yao. Lin Fi answered the phone. Hello. A voice on the other end replied, Officer Lin, there's a problem with the electricity on the patrol side, and all surveillance equipment has been disabled. The suspect who tripped the circuit breaker has escaped. Lin Fi was surprised. What? The person at the station continued, the people you arrested 2 days ago from Maishan are also missing. He had understood now. It was clear that they had used these underlings to send a message. Lin Fi quickly said, get the police force together and start a citywide search. The person on the other end responded, understood. Meanwhile, Tang Sai Yao's underlings were kneeling before him, reporting that the situation with the guards was chaotic and everyone had run off. Their people had used the opportunity to escape as well. Things were not looking good for Tang Sai Yao. One of his men pleaded, please, boss, give us another chance. Let us stay and work for you. His closest subordinate whispered in his ear, we checked. They're not carrying anything suspicious. The police are conducting a citywide manhunt right now. You don't think they intentionally leaked the information, do you? Tang Sai Yao asked again. They say He Han is hiding in the abandoned water plant on the outskirts. The subordinate confidently said, that's right. Last night, I heard it myself. Someone from the Secret Service said so. Last night, when I was still behind bars, I heard it with my own ears. The prison warden happened to walk by, talking on the phone with someone on the other end. I couldn't go out for drinks last night. I had to head to the abandoned water plant on the outskirts to keep an eye on He-Han. He's moved there now, probably because he's afraid of an assassination attempt. Tang Sai Yao isn't stupid. In fact, he's pretty smart. If it weren't for the subordinate, who let it slip, he would have never figured it out on his own. And now he's trying to act clever. Haha, so that's what it is. He's really bad at pretending, isn't he? You think you can trap me with this trick? A close associate asked him. Best to just ignore it. Tang Sai Yao has his own plans. Whether this is a trap or not, He-Han will definitely show up there. And that's enough. With that high-ranking official there, any tricks won't work. The bald man, a subordinate of Liu Chu-wen, flattered him. Young master, you're brilliant. Whether it's Tang Sai Yao or He-Han, you're leading them both around by the nose. They both think they're playing the part of the great hero trying to save the world. He smugly sipped his tea. Hey, just wait until those two start fighting each other until they're all bruised and battered, and then I'll suddenly show up like a hero out of nowhere, defeating all my opponents and becoming a legendary figure. After that, I'll just sit back and enjoy the drama. Lin Fi observed through the binoculars, anxiously telling He-Han, "It's here, it's here." He sat in the passenger seat, calm and collected, and asked her, "Is it Tang Sai Yao?" She took another look before replying, "Yes, that's him." He-Han wanted to see how far this little drama would go. The main actor had shown himself, so it was time for the supporting cast to make their appearance. He called the system. A girl with 2 braids and blue hair appeared and asked, "Why did you call me?" He-Han, a favorite, asked Liu Chu-wen has probably set up some spies around to report the situation. Help me look around and find them. The system refused coldly. "I told you before, I'm just an observer. I can't get directly involved. If you want to find something, you go look for it yourself." He-Han whispered into her ear, "Looks like the handsome guy's strategy is working. If you help me this time, next time I'll play the role for you." The system replied, "Deal." He continued, "No backing out." The system looked at Lin Fi with a hungry expression. "Hey." She felt something was off. Why are they looking at me like that? The system immediately flew away from the car and said to the two of them, "Just wait for my update." Once it was out of sight, He-Han took the chance to talk bad about her. This system may have some weird preferences, but it was still pretty simple-minded. Lin Fi's face darkened, and she muttered, "What exactly did you two say just now?" Tang Sai Yao's subordinates, who were searching according to his orders, reported, "Boss, there's no one here, and we haven't found anyone else either. There's nothing on my end." A close associate standing next to Tang Sai Yao spoke up, "What kind of move is this? We walked right into their trap, and now they're not even trying to catch us." Tang Sai Yao stayed calm. His subordinate brought him a chair, and he reassured his men, "Don't rush. Let's just wait here." Liu Chu-wen's people were observing the situation from above and called to report. Tang Sai Yao had sat down, but He-Han still hadn't shown up. Liu Chu-wen, on his way there, had his head wrapped in a ribbon with the word victory written on it. If He-Han still hadn't arrived, this was going to hurt. Liu Chu-wen shouted angrily, "What, damn it, where did He-Han go? I'm on my way there right now. If he's not showing up, what's the point of me even going?" On this side, one of his subordinates was still observing with binoculars and said, "He-Han might have run away a long time ago. That bastard probably saw things weren't going well and took off." But He-Han was right behind him. Turning to Liu Chu-wen, he realized the situation was too risky. If he kept going, everything would be over. He told the driver, "Driver, turn around ahead. No risks today." His man turned the steering wheel. "Yes, master." On the other end of the line, his subordinate said, "Wait a minute, it's He-Han. He-Han has appeared." Liu Chu-wen asked in surprise, "Really?" His subordinate explained. The two of them met and started fighting fiercely, both going all in. The situation is out of control. Liu Chu-wen felt a bit relieved. Everything was going according to the original plan. He praised himself. "I really am good at making plans. How is it that there's a man as smart as me in this world?" He also praised his subordinate. "Well done. I'm on my way now." He didn't go to fight Tang Sai Yao. Instead, he went after Liu Chu-wen's underling to force him into confessing a false information. The underling was clearly terrified. His face was swollen like a pig's head, bruised all over, and he said to He-Han, "Ha ha, bro, I've done what you told me. Can I leave now?" Lin Fi held the handcuffs, waiting for him. He-Han said, "Punish him." "Of course we'll punish him." 10 minutes after Liu Chu-wen and the driver arrived at the abandoned factory, everything was strangely quiet. Nothing like the chaotic battle that had just taken place. The driver noticed something was off and told him, "Young master, there's no noise coming from inside the factory." Liu Chu-wen trusted his subordinates and he was certain everything had been settled. He said, "No need to say more, by now the outcome is clear." Humph. Liu Chu-wen didn't want to just sit in the car and wait around. Confident, he got out of the vehicle and said, "A bunch of trash, your grandfather is here to clean you up." When he looked up, he saw Tang Sai Yao and a few of his associates also waiting for someone. Unable to hold back, he shouted, "The situation is still in order like this." Tang Sai Yao didn't know Liu Chu-wen and found his words ridiculous. Where did this idea come from? One of Tang Sai Yao's close associates spoke for him, calling over his men to bring Liu Chu-wen over. The group walked up to him, understood. Liu Chu-wen knew he couldn't beat Tang Sai Yao, so he tried to escape. As soon as he turned around, his traitorous subordinate drove off, leaving him behind. Liu Chu-wen shouted, "Wait, I haven't even gotten in the car yet, stop." He turned around and looked at Tang Sai Yao's people, feeling nervous and flustered. He had no choice but to try to act tough and scare them off. Don't think I'm easy to mess with. Come at me. Are you all just gonna stand there like scared cats? Ha ha. Tang Sai Yao's men stayed silent. They weren't fooled by Liu Chu-wen's bluster. It didn't take long before they beat him, until he was crying for mercy. Please, Dad, spare me." The bald man stepped on him, sneering, "Why are you acting so tough?" Liu Chu-wen screamed, "It hurts. It hurts." He was lying on the ground in front of Tang Sai Yao, who asked, "Where's He Han?" Liu Chu-wen sobbed, "I don't know, that little punk tricked me." Tang Sai Yao was pleased with his answer. "If He Han isn't too far, it won't be hard to catch him. If he tricked you, he's probably nearby watching the show. That makes things easier." At that moment, He Han and Lin Fi were standing on a nearby hill. She asked him, "Are we going over there?" He Han remained highly alert, refusing to follow Liu Chu-wen's advice. He said, "I don't trust Liu Chu-wen. With all the resources at his disposal, he still couldn't force Tang Sai Yao to make a move. We still don't know how strong Tang Sai Yao truly is. For now, let's stay calm. We'll track them later and find out where their hideout is." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind, sending a shiver down He Han's spine. It was Tang Sai Yao's voice. "At last, I found you." A massive explosion erupted. Tang Sai Yao stood below, looking up with a smug expression. "Look, the prey has entered the tiger's sights." He Han swiftly grabbed Lin Fi and leaped down, dodging the explosion. "Oh!" A deep voice echoed as a shadowy figure approached. "Quick on your feet. I'll give you that. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have survived." The person on the ground lay motionless, badly injured, their clothes torn and tattered. He Han replied casually, "You flatter me." Lin Fi, still in his arms, was a bit stunned. She looked at him, wanting to ask something. "He Han, you're not..." He Han sternly asked, "System, did this person also escape from the game?" The system quickly responded, "Yes, that's correct." An information panel appeared. Lord of the Abyss, level 9, attributes, dark. Health, 1300, combat power, 650, defense, 200, speed, 170, critical hit, 13, mental strength, 90. He Han sighed in amazement. At this level, he could crush me from over there. The system continued, "Draw a card. This time, I'll elevate your fate to its highest level." He Han set Lin Fi down and said seriously, "He won't give me a chance." Lin Fi, standing beside him, couldn't help but worry. "What do you plan to do?" He Han turned back to ask, "Lord of the Abyss, what's your purpose in coming to this world?" "If you're just bored, there are plenty of fun things to do. No need to team up with Tang Sai Yao." The Demon Lord gritted his teeth in anger. "So you're the cuckold of that thieving woman? The greatest pleasure for me is making you two adulterers wish you could live but can't, and wish you could die but can't." He Han froze when he heard the name of that woman. He Chang-ju. She really did cause his death. The Demon King, filled with fury and murderous intent, stared at him and continued, "As for what comes after I kill you all, this world is too boring. I'll start by wiping out half of humanity. I love the smell of fear in the air." He Han didn't show any reaction, calmly replying, "Is that so? A few years ago, someone else thought the same way. Do you know what happened to him afterward?" The Demon King quickly asked, "What happened to him?" He Han tossed the teleportation portal book at Lin Fi's feet, and the portal opened. Lin Fi, panicked, called out to him. He Han, "Close that book." The Demon King, surprised that He Han wasn't running, asked, "Why aren't you running with him?" He Han replied, "At this distance, even if my body jumps down, you'd still keep my head here." Hearing this, the Demon King couldn't help but compliment him. "That's right, you're really smart." He Han continued, "The one who was in the way is gone. Now it's time to move on." Armor materialized around him, enveloping his body. "Let's begin." The Demon King looked at him with a wicked smile, gathering his strength in his hand while he formed a defensive barrier. The Demon King attacked him. The Demon King launched his strike toward He Han. The armor on He-Han's body slowly began to disappear. Ah. Seeing that He-Han still had the strength to resist, the Demon King couldn't help but sneer. Instead of using just one finger like before, he now used 2 fingers. Are you trying to play the praying mantis blocking a car? He-Han was a little stunned at this, and with the addition of another finger, the power behind the attack grew exponentially. His defensive barrier was shattered. Tang Sai Yao stood below the cliff, observing, when suddenly something fell down. One of Tang Sai Yao's subordinates saw this and asked, "What fell down?" He-Han let out a soft groan, his body badly injured, with one of his arms trapped under a large rock, unable to move. Seeing him in this state, the system couldn't help but advise, "He-Han, stop resisting. You should escape while you can." But He-Han was determined. No, if he can't find me, he'll go on a killing spree. The Demon King soared into the air, casting a sideways glance at him, and unleashed a decisive move. It's over. He-Han lay still, and the others around him couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Lord Demon King. A massive explosion erupted, flames raged, and thick black smoke filled the air. The Demon King looked down from above, observing everything. Tang Sai Yao also flew up and stood behind him, showing deep respect. Lord Demon King is so powerful. Destroying that bastard He-Han is as easy as flipping a coin. The Demon King felt something was off and quickly corrected him. That's not right. He's still alive. Tang Sai Yao, stunned, couldn't believe it. No way. The people down there, including my subordinates, were torn apart. Even if he's wearing armor, there's no way he could survive that attack. The Demon King thought for a moment and then said, "I'm not sure. Maybe it's just my imagination." He-Han suddenly woke up, letting out a soft groan. He sat up, rubbing his head, and wondered, "Did I die?" At that moment, the system appeared. Dream on. If you were dead, how would my game be completed? Hearing this, he asked, a replica. The system took the form of a human and continued, "In an emergency, I could only pull you into the replica to hide for now." It then explained further, "I've chosen a level E replica for you. It's the easiest difficulty suitable for players level 7 and above. There shouldn't be a big problem." He-Han tried to stand up. On one side, the system continued advising him, "The flow of time in this replica is 1/10 of the real world. You should train here a few more times to improve your attributes before going out." He-Han cracked his knuckles and asked the system, "I knew it. Where's the boss?" The system pointed him in the right direction. "I remember it's probably a black-headed bear monster. The surroundings also look different from what I remember. You should check around." He-Han spotted a cave not far away. The monster information popped up. Replica level D suitable for players level 10 and above. The golden-spiked earth dragon is asleep. The women, seeing Lin Fei return, couldn't help but worry. What happened? Lin Fei was gasping for air, struggling to catch her breath. Ha! Finally, she calmed down and shouted, "He-Han, something's wrong. Come with me quick." As He-Han walked, he asked the system again, "I'm going to pull a few more cards, get some equipment, and then go deal with him. Is that okay?" The system floated beside him and responded, "Before, there was a big difference in levels between you two. No matter how much equipment you get, it's hard to make up for the lack of strength." He-Han thought for a moment and asked, "How many more stages do I need to clear to reach level 9? The system quickly calculated and replied, "If things go smoothly, about 30 more times you should do it." His face showed a confused expression. "Isn't this a bit much? Can't we just go straight to a higher level copy?" The system, arms crossed and coldly staring at him, replied, "Young man, you have to work within your limits. With your current skill level, facing the boss in a D-level copy will definitely get you killed. This copy still has a few low-level creatures that are easy to deal with. All you need to do is focus on finding the boss." Behind them, the goblin was perched on a tree branch, watching. Suddenly, it grabbed a stick and leaped down to attack him. He-Han quickly glanced at the system and asked, "Is this the boss?" The system responded quickly, "Just a wild monster. You can handle it easily." Before the system could finish, the goblin attacked him, forcing him to dodge to the side. One strike for the goblin cracked the ground around them into pieces. The system finally finished its sentence, "You've driven it away now." He-Han stood frozen, slightly in disbelief. This was the real power of a wild monster? The creature immediately launched another vicious attack toward him. He-Han quickly summoned his dragon armor, raising it to defend against the blow. His body trembled slightly as he asked the system once more, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" At that moment, the system realized its mistake. "Wait a second, you're right, something's off." A new information screen appeared. Raging Goblin, level 6, what attribute? Health, 900, attack, 250, defense, 70 speed, 50. Critical hit rate, 3, mental strength, 40. Only then did the system confirm that this was indeed a boss. He quickly steeled himself, ready for battle. After searching high and low for it, he didn't even have to put in the effort. This boss had come right to his door, one level below him, making it the perfect opportunity to level up his skills. The system felt a bit confused. That's strange. Did I design a boss fight with a raging goblin? He tossed out 3 cards to choose from, drew one, and landed on an equipment card. The raging goblin continued its attack. Hissing with fury, quickly slashed, unable to hold back a compliment. Good sword. Congratulations, player, you've obtained the legendary SS Thunderstrike equipment. Lightning attribute, attack plus 1500 with a chance to trigger an electric critical hit. The chance decreases with each attack. Energy storage can be restored. The goblin, furious, grabbed the half of the staff and attacked again. Hehehe. He reminded the goblin, losing your weapon makes you clumsy, huh? You're leaving yourself wide open. He swung his sword at the goblin. As the battle ended, he raised his sword and looked at it, feeling a sense of awe. That felt pretty great. The system interface popped up, and when saw it, he couldn't help but smile. 500 experience points, so if this is what it means to make money through bloodshed. The system quickly notified him, see, I told you, grinding in the dungeon helps you level up. User stats not yet determined, profession not yet determined, level 6, attack 210, defense 90, speed 80, critical hit 9, mental strength 50, EXP 997/1400. Quickly asked the system, so do I need to wait for the dungeon to reload before I can fight again after the goblins and bosses respawn? The system found this idea interesting. That works too. Though the experience will be a bit less next time, the results will still be pretty good. Both of them heard some noise and turned around to see the goblins charging toward them, one after another. Is totally caught off guard. He asked the system, is it really okay for there to be this many bosses? At that moment, the system realized something was off. I get it now. You must have entered the wrong dungeon. These crazy goblins are just low-level mobs. The real boss hasn't even shown up yet. Couldn't help but shout, are you kidding me? Level 6 here, and these are considered low-level. Then how powerful must the real boss be? The system, still confused, replied, I'm not sure what happened either. Maybe you rushed in and accidentally entered the wrong entrance. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, his mind focused and ready for battle. Come on, if you're not afraid of dying, then give it a try. The monsters hissed and hissed, then turned and ran away. Let out a sigh of relief. Finally scared them off. The system hesitated before revealing the truth to him. They weren't scared off by you. A massive monster appeared, and he turned to look, astonished. The suffocating pressure filled the air. It was a golden armored earth dragon. The info screen for the golden armored earth dragon popped up. Golden armored earth dragon, level 10. Metal attribute, health value 1900, attack power 850, defense 400, speed 40, critical hit 20, mental strength 130. Felt a bit disheartened. The monster seemed pretty calm for now. Since it's not attacking me yet, get me out of this instance as quickly as possible. The system, hearing this, quickly offered him 2 options. To leave this instance, there are only 2 ways. One is for you to die, the other is for it to die. Hearing this, Gihan couldn't help but get angry. What kind of rules were these? Thanks a lot for that, really. The system, noticing his anger, panicked. Well, dying in the instance isn't a big deal. You'll respawn in the real world, but you'll lose some experience points. Gihan quickly changed his mind. Whose experience points are that high? I should just go kill a few more goblins to earn some extra XP, and then I can come back and commit suicide with the Earth Dragon. The system kept praising him. Great idea, you're really quick on the uptake. The 2 of them turned around, ready to leave, but suddenly felt something behind them, like some kind of force, almost as if it was preparing to attack. They both spun around to look. Couldn't help but exclaim, it was so calm just now. Why does it want to attack now? The system seemed to catch on and reminded him, it doesn't want you to leave. The Earth Dragon's golden armor-covered mouth opened, attacking with a torrent of fine wine, trying to keep him there. The attack shattered everything in its path, creating a small pit that seemed to stretch endlessly. The system kept calling his name, He-Han. He-Han tried to raise his hand, using all his strength to respond to the system, I'm here. His armor was shattered halfway, but he struggled to sit up. I'm not dead, I'm still breathing. He crawled out of the pit. Lucky I activated the Azure Dragon armor in time, or I'd be dead for sure. Warning, the durability of the Azure Dragon armor has decreased by 40%. The damage to the Azure Dragon armor is too great. If you keep fighting, you'll definitely die. He turned his head slightly to look back at the spot they had been. It was far enough now. It couldn't catch up right. Besides, it seemed like it wouldn't be able to move too easily. The system felt a bit awkward, scratching its head and hesitating before saying, "When we designed this, we added it to make up for its slow movements, so I deliberately included an extra skill." He-Han asked again, "What skill?" The golden armored earth dragon opened its mouth once more and used the black hole suction move. Hearing this, He-Han could only swear holy shit. The suction force pulled him in, and he tried to anchor himself by staking his sword into the ground. He-Han shouted, "System, whose side are you really on?" The system quickly retorted, "I never expected to use it on you." Standing nearby, the system advised, "Stop struggling, just let go." But He-Han refused to compromise. "No way, my Azure Dragon armor is already damaged. If it gets downgraded any further, I won't stand a chance against that Deep Lord." He-Han yelled, "Hurry up and find something that can help." The system quickly opened a small portal to search for an item. "Let me see what I can find." The ground beneath the tip of the sword cracked open, and his entire body stiffened. "Ah!" The system called his name. He-Han. He couldn't hold back and decided to fight back. "You're annoying, take this." His strike hit the golden armored Earth Dragon's forehead. Then he soared up onto the Azure Dragon armor. The golden armored Earth Dragon's mouth clamped shut, signaling the end of the attack. The system was stunned. "It's over, it's really over." The system's body began to fade. "Ha! This time I think you've dropped to level 3. Suddenly, the golden armored Earth Dragon froze and opened its mouth wide. Then it froze again, and the system was a bit surprised. What's going on? Thousands of golden beams pierced through the golden armored Earth Dragon's body, causing it to explode into pieces. From the shattered bones, He-Han emerged, his clothes torn and ragged. One hand held the sword, while the other wiped his face in exhaustion. The Azure Dragon armor, it really saved my life. The system's scoreboard popped up, congratulating him. "Congratulations, player. You have cleared the D-level copy. The golden armored Earth Dragon is now asleep. You've earned rare materials. Dragon's Bone, 14. Muscle Strength, 15x stronger, which can be used to repair defensive armor. You've earned an A-level Phantom Badge, Dragon Scales, 11, which can increase defense by 30% and also provide 10% healing from damage. You've earned the title of Dragon Slayer. When equipped, it boosts all attributes by 30%. If your opponent is from the dragon race, it boosts your attributes by 100%. Congratulations to the player for leveling up twice in a row, becoming the first player in the world to reach level 8 EXP, 1970 out of 2000. The durability of the dragon armor has only decreased by 1. Should I discard it? He had looked at the shattered armor with only the gloves still intact. "It's been tough, my brother. I promise I won't abandon you." Suddenly he shouted, using all of his strength and dragon bone power to repair the dragon armor. He added dragon scales to enhance its magical power. The armor was surrounded by gold energy, upgrading. The energy poured down into the ground, so powerful that it caused the earth to crack open. He-Han couldn't help but be amazed. The system then reminded him, "Congratulations, player. You obtained the SX grade Dragon Holy Armor. Passive skill, True Dragon Gold Armor. Active skill, Dragon Breath Blaze." The system in awe continued. "This is a holy great treasure. There are only 99 of these in the entire game world, and you're only at level 8. What a twist. He-Han's face suddenly grew dangerous. Now, he could return and settle things with that Abyss Lord. The dangerous laughter of newly rich individuals echoed through the headquarters of the Secret Service. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Why were we told to hide here? Lin Fi stood to the side, arms crossed, and answered, "He-Han transported me here to be with you. His goal is for me to protect your safety. Only the Secret Service headquarters can withstand them." Lu Jiu disagreed with Lin Fi's viewpoint. "Are you underestimating us? I could wipe out this place on my own. You better tell us He-Han's location so we can help him." He Xiang Jiu chimed in as well. "Exactly. If something happens to him, how will I be able to help him continue his family line?" Lin Fi spoke up to calm everyone down. "There's a system in place there. He won't be in any danger. This Secret Service headquarters is different from before. We prepared targeted weapons." Suddenly, an explosion rocked the building, creating a huge hole. The enemy launched a surprise attack. Alert! The military was on high alert, guns aimed at Tang Sai Yao. He slowly approached and advised, "Listen up, brothers. Let me give you some advice. That little bit of money isn't worth risking our lives for. Come work for me and I'll help you reach the peak of your life." The others refused to back down and shouted, "Should we open fire?" One of the underlings stepped forward using a defensive technique to block the attack. Tang Sai Yao calmly ordered, "Kill them." The underlings rushed forward to attack the soldiers. The sound of the clash was deafening, echoing violently. It felt like the noise itself was trying to take someone's life. The others inside the building watched the situation unfold. Bao Panji stood next to the sonic wave transmitter. Even though she was equipped with a special device, humans were still just normal beings. When facing an attack from sonic weapons, no defense would work. Tang Sai Yao couldn't hold back and cursed, "Bao Panji, you damn woman, helping the Secret Service against me." He Xiangju and Ren Junki high-fived, unable to hide their excitement. "This is amazing. What kind of weapon is this?" "It's powerful. We've won." Lin Fi, however, thought things wouldn't be that simple. It couldn't be this easy. Where's the Lord of the Abyss? Where is he hiding? Suddenly, Lin Fei thought of something. Could it be? Tang Sai Yao said, "The enemy ambush has appeared. It's your turn now." Lin Fei gripped her lute tightly and shouted, "Look up! Look up! Watch the sky!" Bao Panji and the two doctors were a little surprised. The sky. The demon lord hovered in the sky, exuding killing intent. Interesting, but he pointed a finger toward the building, starting to demolish it. "Is that all?" Lu Jiu rushed forward to fight back. "Give me back my man." She swung her sword at the demon lord, her eyes burning with rage as she added, "Give him back to me." Ren Junki formed a protective shield around Bao Panji and attacked head-on. "We've won." The demon lord spoke with disdain, looking at Lu Jiu. "You're truly a foolish woman." Lu Jiu froze, staring at her shattered sword. He Xiangju gripped his knife tightly, silently attacking from behind. While the demon lord wasn't paying attention, he continued to mock Lu Jiu from the side. "You're so weak. You can't even take a single hit." The knife pierced through the demon lord, but he still growled, "I still want you to die." The demon king reached out and grabbed He Xiangju's face, his voice dripping with venom. "You wicked woman, daring to disrespect my authority by attempting to steal souls. I'll kill you first, then go back and tear apart every limb of your people. I want to see how you squirm and crawl on the ground like maggots. This is the only joy I have. Ha ha ha." He Xiangju couldn't help but curse under her breath. Damn it, what a disgusting monster. She kept asking over and over again, "Where is He Han? My hero, where are you?" Suddenly, He Han appeared out of nowhere, punching the Demon King square in the face. The blow was so strong that the Demon King didn't even have time to react before crashing to the ground. Tang Sai Yao was stunned, clearly in disbelief that He Han was still alive. You. Lin Fei sighed in relief. "Phew, I knew he was tougher than that." Then she realized, wait, why did I say tougher? Lu Jiu couldn't help but comment, "This guy sure knows how to make an entrance at the right moment." The Demon King pushed himself up from the rubble, glaring at He Han. "How are you still alive, you little rat?" He Han held He Xiangju in his arms and looked directly at the Demon King, saying, "I went to hell for a visit, but unfortunately they didn't accept me, so I'm back to switch places with you. Now that I'm standing right in front of you, take a good look and see how much I've changed." Tang Sai Yao was surprised. When did this guy learn to fly? Suddenly, the system popped up a warning. "Flight can only be maintained for about 1 minute. You should stop showing off and land quickly." He Han was a bit panicked when he heard that. "What? Why didn't you say something earlier?" The Demon King started launching an attack at the two of them. "What are you mumbling about?" He Han held Xiangju tightly as they fell, shouting, "We're falling." Bao Panji, witnessing this, yelled out to him, "He Han, be careful." By this point, He Han had successfully landed, but managed to twist his body. Two vines suddenly shot up from the ground and wrapped tightly around his legs. He panicked and asked, "What's this now?" Tang Sai Yao stood calmly to the side, complimenting him. "Well done." The lackey, full of himself, said confidently, "Huff, no one can break my steel vines. He's definitely done for." The building nearby exploded with a huge blast. Lin Fi shouted He Han's name, feeling a sense of relief. After all, he had been completely drained by the Lord of the Abyss's earlier attack. Why was this idea trying to dig his own grave? "The Demon King," he said with a hint of pride, "I don't think you'll be able to escape this time. This time you'll really be crushed to pieces. Letting you die like this is a bargain for you." Tang Sai Yao turned to praise his underling. "Well done, you've achieved a great feat." The underling quickly thanked him. "Thank you, big brother." He Han, holding He Xiangju behind him, quietly sighed. That was close. Hearing the sound from behind, the two turned around, their eyes widening in shock. They spoke in unison. "How did you get here?" He replied calmly, "If there's no way out, I just followed the tunnel and came through." The underling shouted loudly, "Damn it, go protect the boss." At that moment, He Xiangju had already left He Han's arms and moved forward to fight back. "You think these trash can even match the main character?" He Han, surprised, murmured, "Oh." Meanwhile, Ren Junki also started to attack. "Ah, yes, exactly. Everyone get back." Lu Jiu quickly joined the fray. "Anyone in my way will die." Tang Sai Yao, panicking, turned to the Demon King and pleaded, "Demon King, please kill these women first." The Demon King angrily shouted, "Noisy creature." At that moment, 3 gates of power opened, attacking everyone. The 3 of them couldn't react in time, and suddenly, He-Han stood up in front to block the attack. The Demon King's face showed disbelief as he said, "What? My divine flame was actually repelled by you?" He-Han ignored the Demon King's words and focused on the sword in his hand. He hadn't been able to strike earlier, but now he decided to test it out and proved to be highly effective. Tang Sai Yao was so angry he couldn't even speak, silently thinking to himself, what the hell happened to this guy while he was gone? Not only has his strength skyrocketed, but even his weapon. At that moment, the Demon King used all of his strength to attack. This was impossible. He had to make He-Han die now. He-Han only used a single sword strike to counter. Seeing how confident he was, the Demon King couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "You really think you can threaten me with this weak move of yours?" Suddenly, the Demon King realized something. No, this wasn't right. If that strike landed, it would kill him for sure. The Demon King fell flat on the ground once again, thinking, this is too dangerous. He-Han quickly moved closer to the Demon King, raising his sword, ready to finish him off. The Demon King, however, continued taunting, "Stop showing off. The lightning power in your sword is already drained. It's just a useless piece of iron now. You won't be able to hurt me with that." Ha ha ha. He-Han responded seriously. "First of all, my sword can still cut through you, even without its magic. Secondly, who says the power of lightning can't return? It's coming back again." He-Han absorbed the power, raising his sword high. "Are you satisfied now? But I've never met anyone who could deceive me. I've been roaming the otherworld for 800 years, facing countless powerful beings and fierce enemies like you." His attack hit the Demon King directly, causing a huge explosion. He-Han's lightning strike caught the Demon King off guard, leaving him defenseless and unable to recover, lying motionless on the ground. A moment later, the Demon King's body split in half. He-Han recognized the technique as cicada shedding its shell. The Demon King revived, completely restored with no wounds. Furious, he said to Tang Sai Yao, "Damn it, you forced me to use my reincarnation skill." The current status of the Demon King was displayed. Lord of the Abyss, level 8. He-Han couldn't help but mock, thinking to himself that the boss was supposed to be some tough, unstoppable force, but it turned out he was just a turtle who had cultivated some power. When it came down to it, even his shell wasn't useful. The Demon King's eyes bulged in anger as he cursed at him. "You're asking for trouble. Don't think that just because you're holding the Destroyer's sword, you can look down on me." He wanted to fight alongside Tang Sai Yao, saying, "Tang Sai Yao, let's attack together." But Tang Sai Yao didn't respond. The Demon King was stabbed from behind, the blade piercing straight through his chest. He was too slow to react, and the others stood there, stunned and unable to believe what had just happened. He-Han spoke up, "What?" Tang Sai Yao had never been a righteous person. He was worse than a pig or a dog. He had taken on all the evil deeds in this life, and now that the Demon King was drained of power, he couldn't offer the glory Tang Sai Yao sought. In fact, he might become a burden. Tang Sai Yao refused to let that happen. He spoke his final words to the Demon King, making sure he knew he had trusted the wrong person before dying. "Useless. It was a waste of time calling you out. Since you're of no use anymore, you can serve as my fertilizer." The Demon King, too weak to fight back, coughed, using his last bit of strength to curse Tang Sai Yao. "You won't die in peace." Tang Sai Yao didn't care about the Demon King's meaningless words. He raised his sword with confidence and turned to He-Han, saying, "Humph, you've done well, He-Han. Without you, how could I have killed this Demon King so easily?" The actions of Tang Sai Yao only made him more determined to conquer the world, and the frustration inside him exploded. He wouldn't even spare his own teammates. There was no way he could let that person live any longer, especially not if he kept doing evil. He-Han was furious, throwing each word out with anger. "You're the real Demon King." Tang Sai Yao pulled out a token and said, "That he guy, let's settle this once and for all today. I'll use the perfect combination of paired cards I've collected to send you straight to hell." The system voice from the nearby drone warned loudly, "Be careful. He's got at least 2 S-grade treasures and 3 A-grade treasures on him." He-Han replied without even looking over, "Mem. Here's the equipment info for Tang Sai Yao. Unicorn arm. Strength plus 3001. Critical hit plus 30. Explosive rampage boots. Strength plus 90. Speed plus 201. Chainmail armor. Left side defense plus 100 combined with savage battle armor. Defense plus 90. Critical hit plus 60. Advanced defense speed armor. Speed plus 30. Agility plus 30. Health regen plus 40. Crown of the Imperial Dawn. Mental strength plus 100. Health regen plus 100. Cloak of Mercy. Reduces the opponent's attack and speed by half. Legendary twin attribute Magic Blade. Ignores all physical defense with the strongest armor penetration in history. Tang Sai Yao was completely transformed from head to toe, even down to his hair. He was confident, fully equipped like this. How were you planning to deal with him? A grenade flew toward him, and Tang Sai Yao clearly noticed it. But there wasn't enough time to react, and he didn't realize the danger in time. Ha! The grenade exploded. Although everything around him was destroyed, Tang Sai Yao wasn't harmed in the slightest, not even a scratch. He hand flew right in front of him and clapped, praising him. Humph, even weapons and ammunition are useless. Bring me 2 boxes of grenades. Tang Sai Yao peeked out from the rubble, his face all dirty as if he were scolding himself, and said to He Han, "Why are you so shameless?" He Han stroked his chin and had an idea. It seemed that with all the gear on Tang Sai Yao, there was no way he could run away. Tang Sai Yao, just realizing he had been caught off guard, froze for a few seconds. Then it hit him. Oh, I was only focused on offense and defense. I didn't even think about speed. I didn't expect this equipment to be so heavy. He had lunged at him with a sword, aiming for his face. But just a few centimeters away, a metal plate dropped down in front of Tang Sai Yao's face to protect him, like Iron Man's mask. Behind the armor, Tang Sai Yao grinned widely. Ha ha, you're so stupid, aren't you? Even if I can't escape, I'm fully prepared with defense. If even my flower pot needs protection, what are you going to do? He had never made a move without calculating the damage first. He kept the tip of his sword pressed against his opponent's iron mask. A few sparks of lightning crackle around, and he chuckled, saying, I wonder if iron conducts electricity. He tightened his grip on the sword, then thrust it forcefully forward. The lightning struck, creating a powerful whirl of flames. He had managed to dodge just in time. Whoa, you're flying off to some distant place now, He Han said, watching as the sword slammed into the ground. He gritted his teeth. That was too close. The area struck near Tang Sai Yao's chest turned out to be protected by a passive skill. The Lord's devastating strike seemed to have drained all the energy from the lightning. If not for that, Tang Sai Yao would have had no chance to fight back. As the fire world dissipated, it shattered Tang Sai Yao's iron mask. He slowly rose, gasping for breath. Phew, phew. He hand mocked him. So, how's it going? Feeling enlightened all of a sudden, planning to team up with me? Tang Sai Yao refused to admit defeat. Holding his blade high, he shouted, Come at me. If it comes down to it, we'll trade lives. The one who's strong enough to rule the world has to be Tang Sai Yao. Lin Fi stood off to the side, unable to stop herself from commenting, This crazy guy really is beyond help. She looked toward the tall building across from her, where many people, both in appearance and demeanor, resembled him, almost like clones. Is this Tang Sai Yao self-replicating? He had also noticed it. He had to seriously question his own eyesight, wondering if he was seeing things. Where did all these Tang Sai Yaos come from? The system spoke to him. I know now. He must have received the SSS-level treasure, the Rebirth Coffin. Once this item is bonded with a user, it can replicate endlessly and grant immortality. He couldn't help but let his mind race. He asked the system, is there really such a broken item? Tang Sai Yao had removed his armor, knowing that if nothing changed in the next few hours, he would be the one standing at the end and winning. Ha ha, He Han. Today is the day you lose. He pointed and gave an order. He Han quickly asked the system for help, saying, System, withdraw a card and give me the most useful one. The system reassured him, Don't worry. Tang Sai Yao charged forward, determined not to let all his efforts to become the ruler of this world slip away. I will give you this chance. Just then, Lu Jiu appeared, drawing her sword and slashing to protect He Han. She said to him, I won't give you this chance either. He Han had chosen the card he needed. The game displayed, Congratulations, the host has received the martial arts manual, the Phantom Sword technique. He turned to her and said, Thank you, Lu Jiu. He still needed a little more time to fully master the skill provided by the card. Holding the sword, he absorbed the knowledge. The system displayed, Understanding complete, loading 50%, 70%, 95%, 100% completion. In those few short minutes, other Tang Sai Yaos armed with weapons jumped down to attack him. He had completed the process. Using his divine eyes, he unleashed his move, making the Tang Sai Yao scream in the distance. Ah, ah, ah. The leader, Tang Sai Yao, said, Don't panic, those guys. He won't be able to pull off a move like this again. Get your spirits up, don't let him get away. He Han, carrying his sword, ran forward, ready to hit him with another strike. Tang Sai Yao didn't expect him to take the initiative and attack. He turned to the people lying on the floor and said, Get ready to fight. The group stood up and tried to keep going, but before they could do anything, they took the full brunt of He Han's next move. Tang Sai Yao stepped back to the edge of the arena and started directing the fight. Bunch of useless idiots, he muttered. He Han, meanwhile, moved behind them, trying to catch them off guard. A few of them tried to sneak around to ambush him, but he quickly caught on. Using his skill, he said, Finally got you. Each kill counts, adding 350 points, 350 points, 350 points. Tang Sai Yao was so angry he could barely speak. You again. He-Han had taken out everyone Tang Sai Yao had sent into the fight. He said, even though your backup is big, I've already found 3 weaknesses in your strategy. Tang Sai Yao scoffed, 3 flaws. So wouldn't that mean you'd have to kill 3 more identities? But doing that would just make you snap. Didn't you say you've become immortal already? He raised his fingers one by one, pointing out the holes in Tang Sai Yao's argument. First, the resurrection coffin can only copy, not bring someone back to life, so you're probably too scared to show yourself. Second, these replicated bodies existed before you killed the ruler of the abyss, so they're still at level 6. Third, they don't pose any threat to me. They can gain experience and grow stronger the more they kill. He fell silent. Normally, with Tang Sai Yao's stubborn nature, he would have argued back, but now he was speechless. He-Han could see it. From the look on your face, it seems like everything I said hit the mark, didn't it? Lin Fi was a bit surprised by this. She thought that, in such a brief exchange, he could quickly pick up on some important information. He was clearly a natural-born fighter, so why would he say something like this? Wasn't it to give Tang Sai Yao a heads up? He hand-drew his sword in a circle on the ground in front of him and said, just keep going. If I want to reach level 15, I'll need your help. Tang Sai Yao quickly turned around and killed 2 people, all while explaining, the river's silt doesn't flow outside the field. Our common enemy is He-Han. He gained 350 points. Tang Sai Yao added, so just obediently become my sacrifices for leveling up. But not all grass stays trampled forever, and some will eventually rise up. The others, of course, refused to submit. They stood up and began to revolt, saying, don't get ahead of yourself. Why should we help you? You want my life? It's not that easy. Tang Sai Yao swung his sword and wiped them out. To him, only the stronger had the right to speak. Enough with the useless chatter. You don't have a choice. He-Han also swung his sword and killed a few. You want to compete? Oh, then let's see who's faster. Lin Fei understood now. He had intentionally let Tang Sai Yao know that in order to prevent He-Han from leveling up, Tang Sai Yao would focus on taking him down to handle the copy. If both of them acted, the experience points wouldn't differ much. He-Han would get more kills, but his next battles would be a lot easier. The copies of Tang Sai Yao had all fallen, and he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Haha, you fools. Without me, where would you be? You have no awareness at all. Of course, getting points means you level up. The more points, the higher the level. Tang Sai Yao was currently at level 10, and he felt it was well-deserved. He thought, it's not a waste of all the effort I put in. Finally, I've reached level 10. He-Han wiped his sword clean and said calmly, actually, you still have another option. If you join forces with them, your chances of winning might be higher. Tang Sai Yao was shocked. He-Han, holy shit, if you keep being this arrogant, you'll be punished by heaven. He-Han walked closer, sword in hand. Do you have any tricks left? You'd better use them now, or it'll be too late. Tang Sai Yao didn't respond. He stood frozen, his mind in turmoil. He tried to reassure himself, stay calm. I have the advantage in intelligence. If I use this skill properly, I might still surpass him. He pointed to a different spot and loudly said to He-Han, oh, what's that over there? He-Han turned to look. Tang Sai Yao seized the opportunity, drawing his blade and striking. Ha, you're too simple. He-Han pinched the blade with 2 fingers, barely a tenth of its edge, and before Tang Sai Yao could react, he froze in place, staring in disbelief at the blade held between He-Han's fingers. Level 13, is that enough to do whatever you want? The sword in his hand shattered. He-Han said, you're the one who's simple-minded. Tang Sai Yao, furious, now found himself weaponless. Forced to fight with his bare hands, he clenched his fists tightly, shouting loudly with all of his will. Who needs weapons? There's something called the empty hand, a single blow to decide it all. He-Han remained calm, knowing that only someone who had already lost, like Tang Sai Yao, would make such a racket. He raised his hand to feel the wind and said, you've lost your reason, which means defeat is certain. Your only remaining value is to test my limits. He stared at him, using only one hand. Tang Sai Yao charged at him, desperate, intending to throw everything he had at him. He-Han didn't even move his sword. Instead, he landed a single punch squarely in Tang Sai Yao's chest. Tang Sai Yao coughed up blood, finally realizing what had happened, but without a shred of regret. So this is the difference in strength? Well, as long as that resurrection coffin still exists, my clone will avenge me. He-Han couldn't read his thoughts, but after fighting together for so long, he could still tell what he was thinking. That's a real failure then. If you activate your rebirth coffin, it'll definitely release an energy wave, right? Tang Sai Yao's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Could it be that you've been waiting for this opportunity all along? Bao Panji approached with a tablet and, based on the situation, informed him that the check was complete. In a large, L-shaped warehouse in the southeast of the city, Ihan lowered him down and replied, "Understood." Tang Sai Yao was reluctant, glaring at Bao Panji and muttering insults under his breath, calling her a worthless woman. He sat slumped in a factory chair, rubbing his head. "Ihan, there's no way you can make it." A streak of yellow electric light shot out from Tang Sai Yao, causing him pain. Ihan appeared, sitting on top of him, his hand holding a sword with its tip pressed against his skin. "Got you now." Tang Sai Yao groveled, begging for mercy. "Brother I was wrong. Please give me one more chance. I'll be your subordinate. If there's anyone you can't stand, I'll take care of them for you. Please, I beg you." But there was no reason to forgive someone who had committed such crimes. Even heaven wouldn't let him off the hook. Tang Sai Yao was finished. A sword struck the electric beam, and he was burned to death. His clothes were completely incinerated, and his eyes were so hollow that his pupils were unrecognizable. He said, "Next life, I'll raise a dog. Remember to find me then." On the news, a report covered the incident. It was said that the thief who had been causing trouble in the city, Tang Sai Yao, had been beaten to death, but the police refused to reveal who the hero behind it was. Lin Fi was watching the broadcast and said to Ihan, "Even though Tang Sai Yao is dead, it's strange that Professor Liu Song Jiang is still missing, and the device Tang Sai Yao used to open the dimensional wall is also nowhere to be found." He brought up her concerns, so she wondered if Tang Sai Yao still had some followers. Lin Fi was worried about his safety and couldn't rule out that possibility. That's why the police still needed to ensure his safety. She reminded him to prepare. "By the way, the city has nominated you to sign up for the provincial level superhero selection contest happening next month. Make sure to prepare well." Ihan Leslie scratched his nose. "Forget it. It's hard enough to get a little rest. Let me take a break for a while. I'm not going." Lin Fi didn't say anything more. She just grabbed her phone. "All right, I'll contact the organizers to give up your spot. The winner's prize is 30 million, but I guess you're not too interested in that money." When Ihan heard about the money, his eyes lit up. He stopped her and said, "Hold on, wait a second. What do you mean? Are you changing your mind?" He was suddenly very excited. "Resting? That's so boring. I'd rather go for a bigger stage and learn from people who are more talented. Even without a prize, I'd still move forward courageously and give it my all." Lin Fi walked to the door and said, "I'll go register for you. You just rest up." Ihan waved his hand. "Okay, sorry to trouble you, Officer Lin." He turned back into the house, thinking about what to do with the prize money. How should I spend this 30 million? He opened the door to his room and was greeted by a strange sight. Oh, He Xiang-ju pulled her shirt down to cover herself. "Ah, you're done? Finished with work already?" He tried to avoid the situation and asked He Xiang-ju, "Xiang-ju, why are you here?" He Xiang-ju blushed and said, "You've defeated the Deep Lord. You've worked so hard." She closed the door and hugged him. He thought to himself, that was fast. He Xiang-ju nuzzled her face against his back like a cat and softly said, "I just wanted to help you feel more at ease. From now on, I belong to you. You can do whatever you want with me." He replied, "Didn't you say we shouldn't act out before marriage?" He Xiang-ju's hands slid down to feel his abs, and she answered, "Oh, come on, that was just a formality. I'm not so old-fashioned. We can take care of that later." He pulled his shirt down and pushed her away. "Wait, actually, defeating the Deep Lord was easy, but you should keep your distance. You don't need to make such a big sacrifice for me. It's better if you go back and reunite with your people." He thought to himself, one wrong move and everything could be lost. Too many women would just drain me. He Xiang-ju's eyes widened, looking incredibly pitiful. Are you really going to be heartless and turn your back on me?" He didn't know how to respond to her words. He was honest. After all, we're not even married. Where is this coming from? He Xiang-ju pouted. "Hemph, you can't even see me. I've disappeared again." In an instant, a gust of wind swept away He's clothes. He looked down at himself. Where did his pants go? His shirt too? A force, invisible but strong, pushed him onto the bed. He Xiang-ju was now on top of him. There's no point in explaining further. Anyway, I'm determined to make things happen with you today." He nervously whispered, No, you're not planning to kill me after we're done, are you?" He could feel that she wasn't wearing anything underneath. He Xiang-ju found this thought absurd. She said, "How could I? You're my husband. Why would I kill you? If anyone has bad intentions toward you, I'm the first to stop them." He needed some time to sort out his emotions. He thought to himself, that's right. Her goal is to defeat the Deep Lord and protect her people, not to take my tadpoles. If she succeeds, she'll protect me if those other girls try to kill me in the future. Now that it's come to this, if I keep resisting, am I really acting like a man? His lower body brushed against Ju. What is that poking me? He had focused on maintaining his composure, telling himself that even if a mountain fell on him, he could still stand firm. She covered her mouth, trying to stifle the muffled, suggestive noises. Inside, she thought, it hurts, but it feels so good, so comfortable. She had already laid down, giving Han his position back. She couldn't take it anymore and urged, "Is it done yet? I feel like I can't handle this much longer." These things take effort to feel any real excitement. He didn't feel tired at all. It had just started. "You'll get used to this feeling," he said. Ju gasped. It was already past midnight. When he woke up, she was nowhere to be found. Where did she go? Left already? Han rubbed his head, feeling genuinely relieved for the first time. The creepy system didn't show up to bother him, but he was sure it was hiding somewhere in the shadows, keeping a close watch. In front of him stood Ren Junki and Lu Ju. Only now did Han realize with a jolt. "What do you two want? Just so you know, I'm a level 14 boss. Using force against me won't work." Ren Junki responded calmly. "You don't need to resist so stubbornly. The system's big sister already agreed with us. As long as it's during a safe period, we'll temporarily seal your powers." Lu Ju looked at him, noticing he was shirtless, and said, "Right now, other than your physical strength, you got nothing. The good things happening today are thanks to the system's arrangement. If she were here, she'd definitely say not to be so polite." Han was upset. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you forcing me?" "Ju, come help me out." Ren Junki climbed onto the bed first and said, "Take a guess. Who do you think told us to come? You can only blame yourself for being too strong last night. You scared the life out of us, so we struck a deal." They were talking among themselves about how to deal with him. She licked her lips and casually remarked, "Whoever has the skills gets the bigger share." Han shouted, "Help." The next morning, he went to the police station to find Lin Fi regarding the issue of her signing him up for the competition. His eyes were dark and sunken, resembling a panda's, and he looked completely drained, lifeless, and unwell. His exhaustion was evident. She asked, "Did you not sleep well last night?" Han, utterly worn out, replied, "Don't even bring it up. I feel like I'm at my limit." "You urgently called me here for what reason?" Lin Fi asked as she pushed a stack of files toward him. "These are intelligence reports on the elite tournament gathered last night. Take a look," she said. Han took the files confidently, skimmed through them, and said, "With my skills, winning the championship is a piece of cake. Why bother collecting all this information?" Lin Fi, serious, advised him, "You're being too optimistic. My recommendation to you right now is to withdraw from the competition immediately." He had read through the report, stunned. How could this be? Lin Fi explained there are 35 competitors in the province. Based on your current ranking, you're at most 11th, but last night, your ranking was 3rd, which means he was a little surprised. This wasn't something everyone knew about. How could this be happening? Everyone seemed to understand how to level up quickly, but how were they managing to do it? Lin Fi continued, "This list shows the rankings of the top 100 people of the province, but from what I've learned, 21 people have mysteriously disappeared in the last 2 days. It's the kind of situation where they vanish without a trace, alive one moment, gone the next." After hearing her, he didn't find it too difficult to understand, but the more people there were, the tougher the competition. Everyone competing wanted to win, and no one would go easy on anyone else. It seemed that many sharp individuals had realized they could hunt each other to level up faster. It was just a competition after all. Oh, with so many ruthless people, the rivalry was fierce. She was very concerned about his safety and gave him the best advice she could. Their ambition to win is beyond what we expected. To stay safe, we should study this carefully and make a thoughtful decision. So I recommend that you..." Without hesitation, he immediately withdrew from the competition. "I'm dropping out. I'll leave the competition. I just finished a life and death battle with Tang Sai Yao. There's no need to risk it further." Lin Fi replied, "Okay, then I'll report to the province. The city of Rencon has been peaceful for a while now, so you can rest easy." As he walked, he asked the system, "How's the data collection going? Can the game bug be fixed?" The system followed him and answered, "It's still too early. You should keep trying, ideally hitting a few times every day." "What? Are you serious? That's too much. You want me to do this every day? It's unreasonable. This is beyond what I can handle." The system, with a little conscience, responded, "I'll make you some holy oil. I've heard it's really effective." He had reluctantly replied, "Thanks, I guess." Suddenly, a sword strike came from behind him. He quickly dodged and shouted to the attacker, "Who's there?" Gao Ming, adjusting his glasses, said in admiration, "No wonder you're the top player in Ren Kun City. You even dodged a sneak attack like that." A brief introduction. Gao Ming, level 16, currently ranked 9th in Dongming Province. He hand thought for a moment and recognized the face. He pointed and said, "I think I've seen your picture. You're the player who participated in the provincial elite competition. I've been targeted for hunting just to help you level up. He was right when he said that these people would step over each other's corpses to climb up. Gao Ming, always polite in his speech, replied, all the top fighters in the city have been killed already. If I can take you down, I'm sure I'll break through to level 18. He Han, cautious and wary of this person, said, these people have truly lost their minds. The competition hasn't even started, and they're already killing each other. It seems impossible to avoid this mess. First, I need to deal with the trouble in front of me, then I'll head back to discuss things with Lin Fei. He glanced at his weapon, wondering, is this really his weapon? It looks like something made by hand, but it has such incredible force behind it. Gao Ming gathered his strength and jumped, aiming to strike He Han from above. He said, just accept your fate and die. He Han drew his sword, but couldn't defend against the force of Gao Ming's staff. The more he fought, the more he was convinced something was off. A regular wooden staff would have snapped long ago, and his strength is way beyond normal. The two were evenly matched. Gao Ming stumbled back, unexpectedly revealing a lightning magic sword, narrowly avoiding a trap. He Han swung his sword and said, there's a lot more you didn't expect. Gao Ming's palm touched the bottom of his staff, speeding up. A few blue sparks surrounded the staff and his movements, making He Han realize that he could transfer different buff effects. Gao Ming circled around, creating a protective barrier of runes around He Han. His voice came from behind a shield, though his face was hidden. Don't worry, you'll never catch up to my speed. 3 people, just like Gao Ming, threw their staffs at He Han, launching attacks. He sent a message, just become the stepping stone that helps me rise to the peak of my life. No one can survive my massacre, not even you. He donned his green dragon knight armor and equipped his gear. Gao Ming was shocked that his attack had been repelled. What? He hand swung his sword and struck at Gao Ming. Found you. Gao Ming ran, narrowly avoiding the strike, not giving He Han a chance. He's running. Gao Ming continued, calling back to He Han. I'll come back after I finish setting up my strategy, then I'll come find you and settle this. No one can match my speed. One day, He Han punched him in the face. You're not the only one who knows how to use magic. Gao Ming's face was bruised and swollen, blood dripping, his glasses shattered. He Han said to him, if you want to kill me, you've really chosen the wrong target. In the middle of the chaotic scene, a violent crash made everyone hold their breath. Lin Fei stepped forward, looking both urgent and serious, raising his hand to signal. Wait, I need to confirm the identity of the attacker. The doctor turned around, checked the victim, then looked up with an expression that was oddly calm. Given the current situation, not even his own mother would recognize him. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, then shrugged and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Take him away. If you can save him, save him. If not, don't force it. Even if you do, he'll just end up a cripple. Suddenly, Lin Fei turned and noticed He Han sitting quietly on the steps, and thought. He Han crossed his arms, his gaze distant, as if he were calculating something. Without hesitation, Lin Fei stepped forward, his voice low but determined. Gao Ning won't be the last. For safety, I'll request the highest level of protection from our superiors. He Han smirked, dismissing her words with a cold smile. Not necessary. If I don't care, I'll go in myself. How can I mix with them? I've decided to join the elite competition. Hearing this, Lin Fei was momentarily surprised, frowning as she asked, are you sure? Once you join the competition, you'll face stronger enemies and greater risks. He Han stood up, his eyes cold and his voice firm. No need to hesitate, just eliminate them. Register for me, and then go back and brief me on the competition rules. I need to make use of the time to study them. Also, interrogate Gao Ming. I've always felt he's not just trying to kill me to level up. He definitely has another agenda. Lin Fei paused for a few seconds, then nodded, her eyes showing a hint of caution, but still agreeing. All right, I'll make the arrangements. He Han gave a slight nod, raising his hand as if signaling to end the conversation. Then I'll leave, he said. Seeing He Han about to leave, Lin Fei quickly spoke up, a hint of concern in his voice. I'll arrange for a police car to take you home. But He Han just waved his hand, replying calmly, no need. No one will cause trouble for me around here anymore. He Han and Lin Fei were still discussing their plans, unaware that high above them, a drone was quietly recording everything they did. In the observation room on a large screen, their images appeared clearly. Professor Zhang stood with his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the screen as he spoke. This man, He Han, is definitely hiding something. Whether it's his equipment or his combat skills, they seem like those of an amateur. I suspect someone powerful is guiding him behind the scenes. The person seated casually in the chair, looking too comfortable for anyone's liking, replied without much concern. So, you think he still has some hidden tricks up his sleeve? Professor Zhang nodded vigorously. Yes, exactly. My advice is to stay away from him. Otherwise, the consequences could be very dangerous. The person sitting in the chair smiled faintly as if he couldn't care less about the warning. He raised a glowing blue gem in his hand, his tone full of self-satisfaction. Even Gao Ming had been defeated by him. Truly a rare opponent. First, I'll try to lure him in. If he doesn't know his place, then I'll have no choice but to use stronger methods. After all, at this point, a sudden flash of blue light erupted from the holy dragon sword he was holding. The light wasn't just sharp, it carried a strange pressure that made everyone in the room wary. He lifted the sword, his eyes glowing with ambition. The holy dragon sword, a part of the Qinglong armor. The holy Qinglong armor and the Qinglong gauntlets. I must have them. A high-rise apartment with a panoramic view of the city, He-Han's group was sitting around discussing matters. He-Han had already sent the official rules for the competition from the event organizers. He-Han spoke in a calm yet calculating tone. The official competition will be in 3 days. There's still some time before then. Looks like the organizers are worried about those contestants causing trouble again. Lin Fei nodded, took a sip of tea, and replied coldly, On the sofa, Lu Ju, sitting cross-legged, chimed in, Group stage, semifinals, finals. This means it's not just one match. Ren Junki looked up, a bit dissatisfied, and asked, But there's no info about the groupings. How are we supposed to know who our opponents are? Hixinang Ju, who was elegantly practicing yoga, turned her head and interrupted, That's simple. Just tell me where the organizers are and I'll go steal the list. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei looked confused, furrowing his brow in doubt. Why do they sound exactly like peacocks in heat? He sighed and waved his hand, as if brushing away those odd thoughts. Forget it. Let's focus on the main topic. The announcement stated that all players must register the day after tomorrow, so they'd need to leave first thing tomorrow morning. Once they got to the competition venue, no one would dare cause any trouble. Lin Fei agreed, saying, That's right, but the competition is being held in Puyang City, which means we have to go through 4 major cities to get there. If I were a contestant, I'd definitely be thinking about how to handle that on the way. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense when Lu Ju clapped his hands together loudly, his eyes shining with a deadly glare, and a sinister smile spread across his face. I'll escort He-Han there. Anyone who dares to cause trouble can ask my blade first. Ren Junki and Hixinang Ju seemed to agree with Lu Ju's plan, eagerly adding, I'll go too as well. Ding dong! The sound of the doorbell rang, cutting through the tension in the apartment. Lin Fei and He-Han instantly froze, their eyes filled with alertness. Lin Fei quickly grabbed the radio, his voice panicked as he called out, Team 1. Team 2, respond. Who's ringing the doorbell? But there was only an eerie silence. Lin Fei repeated his call, this time with more urgency. Team 1. Team 2. No one's responding. Could the radio be cut off? He-Han stood up, his expression serious as he replied, For them, killing someone is much easier than cutting off the radio. The doorbell kept ringing urgently, as if provoking both of their patience. He-Han approached the door, his voice carrying through, I'm coming, stop pressing it. As the door swung open, a strange clown stood outside wearing a half-smile filled with mystery. He bowed cautiously and spoke in a respectful tone. Honorable Mr. He, good evening. I am here under my master's orders, sent especially to visit you, King Yun City's contender, the clown, level 17, currently ranked 8th in the entire province. Hearing this, the girls inside the room immediately rushed out, their eyes filled with suspicion and curiosity. Ren Junki was the first to speak. A clown ranked 8th. Are you here to kill He-Han too? Lu Ju seized the opportunity, her voice carrying a threatening edge. With me here. Keep dreaming. The clown, still maintaining his polite smile, calmly explained, There's been a misunderstanding. The organizers have now strictly forbidden contenders from slaughtering each other. How would I dare? I'm merely here to deliver a message on behalf of my master. He had remained where he stood, his sharp gaze scanning the stranger before him. His voice was firm as he asked, Who is your master? The clown gave a cold, faint smile, speaking slowly. Right now, number 1 on the list, yes. Hearing the name, Lin Fei paused for a moment, his voice betraying his surprise. X's identity is very mysterious. No one even knows his exact rank. In the government's published rankings, he's always at the top. Ren Junki, intrigued, exclaimed, He's that mysterious? He crossed his arms, smirking with clear disdain, his tone icy. Enough with the games. Just tell me straight, what did he want you to relay? The clown then pulled out a shiny black card and held it up in front of He-Han. His voice rang out, Lord X values talent highly. He wants to recruit you as his subordinate to accomplish great things together. He said that if you kneel before his business card, he might spare your life and even help you become a trusted and powerful ally of his. After hearing the clown's provocative words, claiming that He-Han had to kneel before the business card, He-Han's face darkened. His expression grew serious and he frowned, his voice dripping with contempt. He wants me to kneel, huh? The clown not only wasn't afraid, but even flashed a mysterious smile. He shrugged and slowly replied, "That's right, this is your only chance." Without another word, he hand slammed the door shut in his face. He had no intention of wasting any more time with this annoying person. But the clown didn't give up. He stood outside, ringing the doorbell repeatedly and shouting loudly, trying to force his way in. "Don't hide in there, so quiet. I know you're home. If you're brave enough to join the competition, why are you brave enough to open the door? Open up." As he was shouting, a loud sound rang out and a bucket of cold water poured down over his head. The clown froze, drenched from head to toe, looking like a stick covered in hard glue. He looked up, eyes blazing with anger, and saw He-Han standing on the upper floor, still holding the bucket with some water left. He-Han's face was eerily calm as he slightly smirked and called down, "Ah, soaking my feet feels so nice. If you don't leave now, the next bucket will be boiling water." The clown, both scared and furious, turned to leave, but not before angrily shouting back, "If you're so willing to lose face, then just wait. We'll see." He-Han shook his head with a cold smile and muttered to himself as if delivering a final insult. "Crazy bastard." Lin Fi stood by the window, her sharp eyes observing everything closely. She turned around and spoke in a serious tone. "He quietly took care of 2 of the guard teams. You provoked him like that. Aren't you worried he'll take action?" He-Han, with a calm demeanor, gently closed the window. He replied in a steady voice, full of hidden meaning, "I can guarantee he won't try a cover assassination. But if it's face-to-face, he'll have no choice but to endure. After all, the organizers have already issued a death sentence, unless he wants to kill his own master." Upon hearing this, Lin Fi couldn't help but feel frustrated. She said angrily, "I can't believe this guy is so reckless, sending people here to provoke us like this. And that clown, he's probably one of his underlings too. Maybe Gao Ming was right, just like you said. He must have sent him." He-Han turned away, his face still cold and composed as usual. He asked casually, "Speaking of Gao Ming, what's his condition now?" Lin Fi was slightly surprised by the unexpected question, but she answered immediately. "The doctor said his condition is critical. He could die at any moment." "Why?" He-Han slowly turned back around. His eyes glinted with cold sharpness as he smiled mysteriously, locking his gaze on Lin Fei. His tone, though unexpectedly soft, carried an undeniable command. "Then, could you do something for me?" The next morning in a high-rise apartment, the clown stepped out of the bathroom, water still dripping from his hair. As he dried his head, he took a phone call, his voice full of rage. "I'm so pissed off. This guy He-Han is seriously arrogant and reckless. Boss, we can't just let him off like this, can we?" On the other end of the call, a deep voice replied, sounding cautious yet firm, "Don't stir up trouble. Don't forget the rules of the competition. The monitoring team is not someone you want to mess with." The clown smirked, his eyes flashing with malice. He responded confidently, "Don't worry, I won't leave any trace. Once he's on his way, I'll take care of him and get the item back for you." There was a brief pause before the voice on the other end spoke again, more seriously now. "The competition starts the day after tomorrow. Get back here quickly and don't waste any time." The clown nodded, his voice clear and determined as he replied. In a dimly lit room, 2 men sat opposite each other. One was Professor Zhang, his face filled with worry, while the other leaned back in his chair, its presence mysterious and calm. Professor Zhang couldn't hide his confusion and asked, "Why would you want that clown to kill He-Han? What if the surveillance team finds out?" The mysterious man let out a faint laugh, resting his chin on his hand, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Professor Zhang, when did I ever say for him to take action? I just reminded him not to be late." Professor Zhang blinked, then nodded slowly, muttering to himself, "Oh, whether it succeeds or not, you can still prove that killing He-Han was the clown's personal action, with no connection to you." The mysterious man gave a slight smirk, his eyes briefly flashing with coldness. He spoke slowly, as if carefully choosing each word. "Gao Ming has already lost, and it seems the clown isn't exactly confident about his chances either." Professor Zhang furrowed his brow, still puzzled, and asked, "Then why are you just letting him go?" The man chuckled softly, his voice steady, but carrying an unmistakable hint of danger. "I don't want to become a direct enemy of He-Han, so if I can make him miss this competition, that's not a bad solution." The early morning light poured over everything. Lin Fi and He-Han were standing next to the car, shaking hands. Lin Fi, with a serious expression, spoke up, "I have to stay behind and keep watch. I can't go with you." Panji had mentioned that he was working on new software and didn't have time to go there. He promised he would find He-Han as soon as he finished. He-Han gave a faint smile, his face calm, but his eyes showed determination. "It's fine. I can handle it on my own." Lin Fi furrowed his brow, speaking with concern. "The department has approved 3 cards, and there will be 5 guards escorting you. That should be enough to deal with any usual surprises. But if those people try something on the road..." Before he could finish, two women, Xiang-ju and Ren Junki, popped their heads out of the car windows and teasingly called out, "With us here? Don't worry." Lin Fi turned to look at them and sighed. "With you two here, I'm even more worried." Not wanting to delay any longer, he had moved closer to the car, opened the door, and got in. He nodded as a signal, then firmly said, "No more wasting time. Let's go." The convoy quickly started moving with 3 police cars trailing for protection. Lin Fi stayed behind, shouting after them, "Take care and remember to stay safe." Meanwhile, not far from the convoy, a black car was parked discreetly by the side of the road. Inside, the driver tilted his head and said to the man sitting next to him, "Young master, they've left." The man, referred to as young master, ordered, "Follow them, but don't let them notice." The driver nodded briefly and responded, "Understood." The 3 police cars rolled one by one, escorting He-Han's group down the long, empty road. In the lead car, He-Han sat back in his seat, his eyes scanning the map on his phone. He furrowed his brow and glanced at the driver beside him. "Are we supposed to be taking the highway the whole way? Why did we turn onto this road?" The officer behind the wheel responded without hesitation, "This route will be a little quicker." He-Han stared at the map, his voice cold but his eyes full of doubt. "You think I don't know how to read a map on my phone? We're heading north, but this is clearly taking us south." The driver fell silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a sharp, mocking laugh. His calm face twisted into something else, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. He turned to glare at He-Han, his voice dripping with disdain. "So now you notice something's off? You really are pathetic." He pulled out a small device, his hand trembling with excitement, the red light on it flashing ominously. Before pressing the button, he shouted, "This is my payback for you throwing water on me last night." Bang! A loud explosion shattered the quiet of the empty street. The leading police car exploded, sending metal shrapnel flying everywhere. He-Han was thrown out of the vehicle, but the special armor he wore activated, shielding him from the blast. Standing amidst the rising smoke and flames, he clicked his tongue. "This is bad. I blew up my own car. How am I supposed to get through now?" From behind, Xiang-ju and Ren Junki rushed over. Xiang-ju shouted, "Even the police are getting infiltrated now." Just as He-Han was about to reply, he suddenly felt an eerie, dangerous aura. He spun around, and at that moment, a figure charged out from the smoke. The clown shouted excitedly, holding a weapon in hand, activating the buff, Hunter's Focus, freezing the opponent's gear. He-Han dodged to the side, avoiding the direct attack, but immediately after, he felt his body freeze up. A cold voice echoed through the air. "Player's gear has been frozen. No consumables can be used until the release limit is reached." He-Han struggled, his eyes wide with panic. "What? Am I really locked down?" Seeing He-Han's skills and gear frozen, the clown laughed triumphantly. He charged forward, throwing a powerful punch that sent He-Han tumbling to the ground. Joker gloves, ah. Seeing He-Han knocked far away, Ren Junki and Xiang-ju rushed forward, their voices filled with worry. He-Han. The clown stood there, a look of pure delight on his face. He threw his head back and laughed loudly, then sneered. "This punch is to get back at you for the water toss. Today, I'm going to have some fun with you." Ren Junki bent down to help He-Han, panting as he asked, "Why didn't you equip the dragon's blessing armor?" He-Han clutched his stomach, grimacing in pain as he gasped, cough, cough. "I summoned it, but it was useless." Not waiting long, He-Han quickly called out to the system. A small girl appeared on the screen, looking as cute as usual. He shouted, "System, what's going on? Why is he able to freeze my gear?" The little girl blinked slowly, answering, "Each name has its own special buff. I didn't expect these players to be this strong. They haven't even cleared the dungeon, but they already have equipment with named buffs." He-Han glared at the system and shouted, "What about my Dragon Warrior's gear? What kind of buff does it have?" The little girl nodded confidently. "Of course it has one." He-Han's eyes lit up. "Perfect. What kind of buff? I'll use it to crush him." But the system's answer froze his face in place as if it had been sprayed with glue that made him stiff. "Fighting any opponent from the dragon system deals double damage to you." The clown didn't hesitate for a second. He rushed forward while throwing a series of glittering cards that flashed like lightning, shouting loudly, "There's no time to talk anymore." He-Han quickly turned and shouted a warning, "It's dangerous, get out of here." Lu Ju didn't hesitate either. She immediately drew her sword and rushed forward, standing between He-Han and the 2 girls. She spoke confidently, "What are you scared of? You think we're useless?" Ren Junki and Xiang-ju quickly joined in, standing in front of He-Han. Together, they declared in unison, their voices full of power. "That's right. As long as we're here, no one is allowed to harm our husband. He's ours to spoil, and no one else has the right to touch a single hair on him." He-Han stepped back, a look of satisfaction on his face. He sighed contentedly. So this is what it feels like to be spoiled? It's amazing. Really, I can trust you all. The clown, with a provocative look in his eyes, mocked He-Han. Not bad, He-Han. You got quite a blessing here, 3 beautiful women by your side. But don't worry, once you're dead, I'll be the one to take care of them for you. Hearing this, Lu Ju was furious. She swung her blade and charged forward at lightning speed, shouting, "I'll cut off your filthy tongue first." The clown was momentarily startled, but quickly activated his skill. Oh, he thought, activating focused hunting, a buff that froze the opponent's clothing. The system unexpectedly issued a notification. Freezing failed. Reason: can only freeze player clothing, ineffective against NPCs in the game. The clown froze, stuttering, "What? She's an NPC." Lu Ju didn't waste any time. She swung her blade twice in quick succession, making the clown scream in pain. Ah, my hair. Immediately after, a blazing red fireball appeared, filled with power, and hurled itself at the clown. The explosion was fierce, sending him flying. The clown tumbled and yelled, "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Ren Junki stood from a distance, coldly controlling the situation, his voice dripping with sarcasm. This is the consequence of running your mouth. The clown gritted his teeth in frustration, trying to get back up, and shouted, "Damn it, you filthy women. I'll use my ultimate weapon, the Clown King's bomb. Once triggered, it will invade your soul, making sure you can't escape death." He reached down in his waistband, searching, but suddenly froze. "Wait, where's my bomb? Why can't I find it?" From a distance, He Xianju raised her hand, holding the bomb in her palm, and casually said, "I thought it was a wallet. Turns out it's a grenade." He-Han's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "When did you steal it?" The clown yelled angrily, "The thief is about to die. If you've got the guts, face me head on. What's the point of stealing?" He Xianju smiled gently and tossed the bomb toward him. "If it wasn't worth anything, I wouldn't bother giving it back to you." The clown caught the bomb, moved, and said, "Oh, thanks. You're a good person, but a thief can't go back to the West. I'll just keep a little souvenir." He bent down to look closely, his eyes widening when he realized something. "Wait, isn't this the pin for my grenade?" Boom, boom. The loud explosions rang out, shaking the whole area. He-Han stood, staring at the scene, his mouth agape as he mumbled, "Oh, that was easy. Strong as a tiger pouncing, truly lived up to the legend." The girl turned around and looked at He-Han. Lu Ju's voice was calm, but filled with authority. "It's taken care of. Let's move on." He-Han shook his head slightly and gave a wry smile. "If we only walk, I don't think we'll get far." Suddenly, from a distance, a voice called out, full of excitement, "Hey, I'm here to help you." Everyone turned to see a car speeding toward them, with Cao Tai Di driving and waving his hand enthusiastically. He slammed on the brakes, and the car screeched to a halt. Jumping out, he looked around with a restless gaze. Cao Tai Di asked, "Where's the enemy? Should I take him out?" He sighed and replied, "We took care of that a long time ago. What are you doing here?" Cao Tai Di laughed proudly. "You saved my life, of course. I'm going to return the favor. I've been following you since you left. The moment anyone causes trouble, I'll be there to handle it personally." He smiled and said, "I don't need you to deal with the enemy, but you can help me with another big problem." Cao Tai Di tilted his head, curious. "What problem?" Without saying much more, He-Han and the 3 girls quickly climbed into the car and slammed the door shut. Anne looked at Cao Tai Di with a serious expression and said, "If we're going to make it in time for registration, it's all on you guys." Cao Tai Di was so excited that he had a nosebleed. He slapped his chest and promised, "No problem, leave it to me." The car immediately sped off like the wind. He-Han and the 3 girls in the car shouted, "Let's go, but don't drive too fast, it hurts." "Oh, it's a bit much already. Even though we're still separated by clothes, there's nothing major. I definitely need to report this to Big Brother. He-Han's real identity is no joke." The car stopped in front of the competition building where the air was fresh and clean. Cao Tai Di got out, looked around, and complained the venue for the elite tournament in Dongming province. "I thought it was going to be in the city center, but why did they bring us to this mountain gorge?" He stepped out of the car and said the organizers aren't stupid. If they gather a bunch of unstable people like us, once things get out of hand, the whole city could be in danger. The group headed toward the building. As they walked, He reminded them, "Let's go, first we need to check in over there." When He arrived at the registration desk, he politely greeted the event staff. "Hello, I'm the representative from Ren Kun City." The staff member didn't even bother looking up and coldly replied, "Just sign in." He asked further, "Do the others in my group need to wait outside?" The staff shrugged and said, "They can come in if they want. No one's stopping them." After signing in, He walked away, looking around and commenting to Cao Tai Di, "This event really isn't serious at all." Cao Tai Di nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's like kids playing pretend." As they entered the venue, Hehan was surprised. Wow, I didn't expect this many people. Inside, the atmosphere was tense, with competitors sizing each other up. Some were thinking, they don't look easy to deal with. Just then, the event organizers appeared and stepped up to the stage. The crowd started murmuring. Someone's going up, it's finally about to start. Who are these people? The head of the organizing committee, Director Chen, spoke up. Welcome to the venue for the elite tournament. I'm the person in charge of this event. You can call me Director Chen. I'm very happy to announce that this year we have a total of 89 participants, and we will certainly select outstanding talents who will represent Dongming and our national team. Someone from the stands sneered. Too many pointless words. Listening to a government official talk is like hearing air escape from a tire. Director Chen heard this and calmly turned around to ask, Contestant, what did you just say? The person, unafraid, responded loudly. I said, you really are something. Before he could finish, a gunshot rang out. Director Chen coldly looked at the body that had just collapsed and warned. When I'm speaking, everyone should remain silent. If you continue making noise, my colleagues in the supervisory team will have to step in to maintain order. Hehan silently thought, so, these people are the supervisory team. They really do have some skill. Looks like they all have special abilities. Director Chen continued, our competition will be divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a survival challenge, and the second stage is a combat competition. I will go over the rules in detail before each stage begins. For now, everyone can return to your rooms and rest. Hehan shook his head in frustration and said, is that it? After all that talking, it didn't reveal any important information. It was basically meaningless. The group of players below were also getting annoyed and discussing it among themselves. I just don't get it. They're not taking this seriously at all. Arriving this early was really unnecessary. A henchman approached Director Chen and whispered, Director, it didn't mention the 3 taboos. If they cause trouble tonight, I feel like there are still too many people involved. We should just let them do whatever they want. Director Chen casually sipped his coffee and replied, once the number drops to around 50, you'll be able to control the situation. The henchman nodded. Got it. Director Chen continued, quality matters more than quantity. Focus on attracting the right people so you can choose those who are truly useful. Inside the building, Hehan's 3 female friends jumped onto the bed, laughing loudly. Ha ha! It's so soft, so comfortable. Hehan frowned, looked around, and then asked Cao Tai Di, are all the rooms set up like this? This is really below standard. Cao Tai Di awkwardly answered, it's probably a custom design. After all, you've got a lot of female friends with you. Lu Jiu clapped his hands on the bed and called out, why are you still standing there? Come up here. He Xianju smiled gently and said, you must be tired from the journey, right? Ren Junki chimed in, let the person relax for a bit. Hehan sighed and muttered, not again. Cao Tai Di stammered, I'll go outside and take a look. The 3 girls looked at him with puzzled expressions. Cao Tai Di quickly corrected himself. I was wrong. He hurriedly ran out, mumbling, I'll rest in the car, as he asked for permission. Once again, the sound of fireworks filled the night sky, and the weather was so perfect it made people envious. Outside, a competitor heard the noise and laughed loudly. Ha! Someone's treating tonight like a break. Not far away, a person was coldly cleaning his sword while his teammate looked up at the sky and smirked, whispering, before the competition, the hunting time begins. The darkness surrounded the building. A person deeply asleep suddenly sensed something unusual. As he opened his eyes, a shadow rushed toward him, swinging his sword fiercely. The fire quickly blazed up, burning fiercely and spreading everywhere. Meanwhile, Hehan's room was the complete opposite. Lu Jiu cried out excitedly, don't stop, don't stop. He Xianju and Ren Junki couldn't hide their frustration. I've rested enough, stop being lazy, it's my turn now. Just then, a sharp scream from outside made Hehan pause. He immediately became alert. Something didn't feel right. That had definitely been a scream of terror. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door, followed by a warning. People inside, come out now. There's a contestant killing people everywhere and planning to set fire to things. You need to move to another location with us now. Lu Jiu stared, clearly unhappy. What? I was about to enjoy myself. Who the hell did that? He Xianju and Ren Junki were panic-stricken. We should leave too quickly. Wait a minute, Hehan signaled for them to be quiet, leaving the 3 girls stunned. The voice from outside continued, are you going or not? If not, I'll take the others and leave first. Come on. Outside, the flames were raging. A massive man swung a flamethrower and coldly laughed. Huff. Took down another one. He looked up at the system interface, surprised, and wondered aloud, why isn't my experience going up? Could it be that he's still not dead? At that moment, Hehan was clinging to the ceiling, watching him, but the man had no idea. He shouted, come out already. Stop struggling before you die. I'll make it quick for you. Without warning, Ihan dropped down and started attacking, punching him repeatedly. The three girls watching were shocked. One of them exclaimed, "Oh, is that a contestant from the competition?" Ihan responded seriously, "I met him earlier this afternoon. He's a contestant here for the tournament. It looks like the organizers are deliberately trying to get the contestants to kill each other before the competition even starts." Ihan Xiangju questioned, "Why?" On one hand, they issue a ban on sneak attacks and specifically warn everyone before the competition begins. On the other hand, they're gathering people to slaughter each other. Ihan calmly replied, "Of course we won't let them strike from behind. But if the battle takes place within their sight, they can observe everyone's reactions." Meanwhile, in the observation room, two supervisors are watching the screen. One of them grumbles, "This jerk messed up the camera again." Huff. This is fitting interesting. Chief Chen turned to the assistant controlling the screen and asked, "How's the battle going?" The assistant quickly reported, "The chaos has been going on for 12 minutes, and there are only 74 survivors left." Chief Chen gave a slight dismissive smile and commented, "For so many clever people trying to strike from behind, only 14 have died so far. Looks like they all have some brains. I'll take a nap. Wake me up when there are only 50 people left." The assistants all responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Returning to the building, chaos unfolded everywhere. The sound of shouting mixed with the crackling of fire. In the room of He-Han's group, Lu Ju asked curiously, "Where do you want to go?" He-Han answered firmly, "I'm not going to sit here and wait to die. Of course, I'm going to stir things up a bit more." Ren Junki, excited, asked, "Are we going to join the fight?" He-Han shook his head, his tone full of meaning. "No, if we do that, we'll just be controlled by the organizers. I want to strike back at the real puppet master behind all this and see who's really playing who." In a quiet row of rooms, where the light from the lamps flickered through cracks in the doors, two men were locked in a tense struggle. The air was thick with tension, and both were determined to be the one who came out on top. One of them shouted, "Let go of me! You let go first, and then I'll let go." As the two men struggled, neither willing to give an inch, a figure appeared from behind. "Let me help you guys out." With a loud thud, the two men collapsed, dazed and confused, their heads spinning, unable to process what had just happened. He-Han silently let go and turned to walk away. The three women, He Xiangju, Lu Ju, and Ren Junki, quietly followed behind. From another control room through the camera screen, the man silently watched every movement in the rooms. One person frowned, unable to understand He-Han's actions. What is this guy He-Han trying to do? He's not even fighting, just staying on the lower floor like he's trying to escape. The voice was full of dissatisfaction, the eyes still fixed on the screen. A person who doesn't listen like this doesn't need to be kept alive. Let the wild wolf take care of him. The man in the observation room kept his eyes on the piece of paper in his hand. After reading it, his expression suddenly changed, panic evident on his face. He-Han's rank is 16. He should be fine. Then he immediately looked at the microphone. His expression grew serious as his voice rang out in the control room. "Wolf, I'm giving you an order now. Find He-Han at the 3rd floor east stairs. Kill a contestant on the 4th floor. He's with 3 companions. You can kill them all." The order was clear and cold, leaving no room for disobedience. Understood. At that moment, a chilling scene unfolded around him. The bodies of his victims, the ones he had silently taken down, were stacked around him. He sat on top of the pile of corpses, his face completely emotionless. It was as if this was just another ordinary job. Luckily, Cao Tai Di went back to the car to sleep, otherwise this battle would definitely have scared him so much he wet himself. He-Han said this with a relaxed expression, as if he had just escaped something dangerous. Suddenly, He-Han seemed to sense a shift. His gaze quickly shifted downward. A strange energy, like a sharp object, shot up from the ground, piercing through the space. The scene around him immediately turned a pale blue, as if everything had been covered by a thin mist. The feeling of danger became much more intense. The 3 girls behind him screamed in unison. "Ah!" At that moment, a sharp object, like a needle or a metal rod, shot up from the ground, heading straight for He-Han. He didn't have time to react, and his body was thrown into the air, flying toward the ceiling before falling back down. He-Han! He looked down at the shimmering armor covering his body, feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, the holy armor has an automatic feature that senses danger. Otherwise, I'd be done for. The 3 girls quickly rushed over to check on He-Han. "Are you okay? Are you hurt? Can you still use it?" The girl holding the sword stood on the stairs and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." Suddenly, a figure sprang up from below, catching everyone off guard. He swung his sword from behind, landing a blow before the girl could react. In an instant, she was helpless in his grasp. He-Han and the other 2 girls couldn't believe their eyes and shouted in surprise. With wide eyes, He-Han was in shock. "She's not even a competitor. She won't challenge you, so take it out on me instead." Let her go. After He-Han spoke, the attacker shifted his focus. He threw Lu Ju into the air, preparing to land a fatal blow. But He-Han quickly stepped in to catch her. That was close, but I've got her. The sound of the weapon crackling with lightning was almost thrilling. You're using the highest level of lightning, but all it did was make him stagger back a few steps. Someone observed, and the sheer power of it was terrifying. This guy is seriously dangerous. I bet you won't be able to keep up the intense electrical surge much longer. He's only got a chance if he risks it. He-Han and the attacker were now locked in a fierce battle. The man broke He-Han's sword. It's over. The weapon shattered, he taunted, delivering another fatal strike, adding mockingly, "Good luck on your journey." At that moment, the armor He-Han was wearing suddenly glowed with bright golden light, stunning everyone. No one knew where this power had come from. He-Han, along with his armor, soared into the air, shining brilliantly in gold. In the observation room, he yawned, his eyes half closed, when suddenly, bang, a loud noise echoed from outside. What's happening? He jumped up in surprise and rushed to the balcony. There, everyone stood frozen like wooden statues as if they had never experienced anything in life. A strange green light was flying through the air, radiating a powerful energy. He stood there, mouth agape, so shocked he couldn't speak. The green light suddenly shot up into the sky, leaving behind a scene of chaos. The person who had just fought with He-Han was now lying sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily, their body exhausted. He blurted out, his voice full of astonishment, "Cough, cough, what kind of equipment do you have? How can you be so strong?" He-Han lowered his head and looked at the armor on his body. A faint glow still emanated from the joints, and a self-satisfied smile appeared on his face. So this is the passive skill? Not bad, huh? The two girls who had been with He-Han stared at the glowing armor, then, almost in unison, they exclaimed, "Whoa, so cool! Kill him!" The powerful green light shone brightly into the sky, and the guy who had been napping earlier sighed. Of course, it's the Divine Dragon Holy Armor. Definitely gotta get one of those. He-Han glanced around, his sharp eyes seeming to analyze every possible outcome. It seemed like no one had gone up the stairs. Why was he setting up an ambush here? The opponent sneered, showing no attempt to hide the killing intent. I was given an order to kill you. I didn't expect you to be more difficult to deal with than the dozen or so others. A dozen or so. He-Han widened his eyes. Have you already killed that many competitors? He-Han gritted his teeth and pressed him. Who gave you the order? Was it X? The person who received the orders smirked and answered carelessly, I don't know anything about X. With that, he mustered his strength to stand up. His eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he shouted loudly, If you want answers, beat me first. He-Han clenched his teeth, and suddenly, a surge of green light from his armor flared up, engulfing his entire body. It was happening again. With a single swift move, the green light flashed, and the person who received the orders collapsed instantly, lying motionless on the ground, unable to fight back. He-Han sighed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Phew, it was finally over. As soon as the enemy fell, a glowing number appeared above He-Han's head, signaling that his level had increased to 16. He-Han smiled brightly. Oh, finally leveled up. Lu Ju woke up, but he was still very weak. Looking around, the chaotic scene made him frown, his eyes filled with deep thought. He reminded himself that the first thing he needed to do was figure out how to stop this chaos. He couldn't let the senseless slaughter continue. But as soon as he left this building, they would send more assassins to stop him. What should he do now? He-Han suddenly smirked, a bold glint in his eyes. I have a crazy idea, he said, his voice mysterious. You girls go over to the hole in the wall over there. The three girls were confused. One of them spoke up, her tone full of doubt. What do you want to do? He-Han turned around, his gaze sharp with determination, ready to put an end to the chaos. In the control room, the atmosphere was full of smugness. A lackey respectfully placed a cup of tea in front of Director Chen. Director Chen, please have some tea. Director Chen took a sip, his eyes glancing at the surveillance screens. He asked nonchalantly, Is the wild wolf dead? The lackey lowered his head and replied, Yes, the equipment of that guy He-Han really exceeded our expectations. Chen, the team leader, furrowed his brow. His voice was calm but full of calculation. He's fine. The door has been welded shut, and there are surveillance teams outside keeping watch. He won't dare take any risks. As long as he's inside that building, he'll have to join the blood game. He won't be able to choose whether he's prey or hunter. Our goal, after all, is to minimize the number of people. One of the subordinates standing nearby, hearing Chen's words, couldn't help but be amazed. His eyes shone with admiration. Team leader Chen, your strategy is truly brilliant. I'm in awe, truly. I could only bow down in respect. Chen didn't respond. He merely let out a quiet grunt, his expression deep in thought, as if calculating his next move. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from the building ahead. The entire control room shook violently. the surveillance screens flickering and debris rained down from the ceiling. Chen jumped to his feet in shock, shouting, "Holy shit, I just wanted to reduce the number of contestants, not eliminate all of them." From the direction of the building, the explosion had shaken the whole area. Fragments of walls and rubble flew everywhere, and thick smoke clouded the air, obscuring vision. Contestants ran in panic, their footsteps and screams echoing down the hallways. One person stood amid the wreckage, their face full of fear as they shouted, "Hurry, run! What's going on? Who blew up the load-bearing wall?" Amidst the chaos, He-Han stood calmly in the middle of the wreckage, showing no sign of surprise. He slowly raised his eyes, squinting as if observing something far off. "Sure enough," he murmured, "the monitoring team is outside watching the spectacle." He-Han slightly smirked, a sharp glint in his eyes. The chaotic battle during the night was clearly orchestrated by the organizers. It seemed like he understood all their plans, and he didn't care about the surrounding mess. He just stood there, as if waiting for the next step in the game. "What should we do now? Keep fighting? Are you out of your mind? Fighting in front of the monitoring team. Don't you care about losing your eligibility to compete?" In the midst of the confusion, an angry voice rang out from the crowd. "Who did this? Who's the idiot who destroyed the building? Step forward." He stepped out of the rubble, his cold gaze responding briefly, "I destroyed it. It was necessary for the members who weren't fighting to leave the area." His words left everyone around him stunned. One person charged forward, pointing directly at He-Han's face, shouting, You idiot! You're in big trouble, you know that. The competition takes place underground in the dormitory building. If the building collapses and ruins the competition space, what are we supposed to do now?" He-Han raised an eyebrow, looking at the person across from him with an indifferent expression, and then asked mockingly, "Huh? You want to compete underground?" The morning sun streamed down, making the air outside the building glow. But don't let the sunlight fool you, because inside, the calm had been completely shattered. The doors of the building swung open, and He-Han stepped in, walking ahead like a star with 3 girls behind him who looked anything but comfortable. Curious and surprised eyes turned toward them, as if He-Han had brought a storm with him. Before anyone could react, he broke the silence with a loud, confident voice. "Ha ha, I just threw a casual punch. How can anyone go down from that? They'll be fine, no worries." As He-Han chuckled, Lu Ju stood with her arms crossed, tilting her head with a provocative look on her face. "I don't see you using that kind of strength on us." "Don't say another word," He-Han replied, a half-smile playing on his lips, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Just as the atmosphere seemed to relax for a moment, a loud shout rang out from the crowd. "He's here, Director Chen's here." The whole hall seemed to tremble as people scattered to make way for Director Chen and a group of his followers. He walked straight in, his serious demeanor almost overwhelming everyone around him. His cold, sharp gaze quickly swept across the room and then stopped at He-Han. He raised an eyebrow with a meaningful look, making He-Han flinch slightly, but he still tried to play it cool and maintain his calm demeanor. Without saying a word, Director Chen and his henchmen walked straight up to the podium. He cleared his throat and spoke in a clear, powerful voice. "Dear contestants, earlier we evaluated the arena. The damage is minimal, so the competition can still proceed." He-Han let out a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. He scoffed, acting casual. "You scared me there. If there's no real problem, why make such a big deal out of it?" From the podium, Director Chen shot him a sharp look, his stern gaze cutting through the relaxed mood. He continued, his voice low, full of authority. "However, the act of sabotage has indeed caused some disruption, making the magnetic field unstable. This could lead to unforeseen dangers, ones that no one here can predict. On this point, everyone must be aware." In the tense atmosphere, someone in the crowd boldly spoke up, their voice full of curiosity. For example, Director Chen paused for a moment, his gaze briefly sweeping over the person who had just asked before responding calmly. "Our knowledge of that world isn't very extensive, so I can't provide you with a likely scenario." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below erupted like a beehive, disturbed. Voices of discussion immediately filled the air. What exactly kind of competition is going to take place in that world? Surprise mixed with anxiety was evident on every face, and the atmosphere grew even more chaotic. A subordinate standing near the podium nodded in confirmation and quickly replied, "Yes." Director Chen gave a brief glance, nodded, and continued speaking in a steady but serious tone. "According to the previous plan, we can reveal detailed information before the competition. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, I will first introduce the specific situation of the first stage, the survival competition." His voice remained even but full of authority as he continued. "The location we are currently in is a mine that has been around for nearly 100 years. His words seemed to transport everyone into the setting of another world. The image that formed was of sharp, cold stalactites, darkness covering the forests and mountains, and a dim, bluish light that bathed the area, making the atmosphere even more mysterious. Director Chen's gaze seemed to drift as though recalling something. He slowly said, 3 months ago, right after the first landing, strange monsters began appearing inside the mine. As soon as he finished, the images in everyone's mind seemed to come to life. An enormous monster, its massive body large enough to block an entire passage in the cave. The roar echoed, shaking the very ground beneath them. Director Chen's voice grew more serious, its hand gripping the podium tightly. The government is taking immediate control. Construction will begin to seal off the cave. According to our internal investigation, over 100 species of otherworldly creatures are inside, making it the most dangerous location on Earth. Back in the tense atmosphere of the conference hall, Director Chen stood upright and snapped his fingers. His cold gaze swept over all the contestants. His voice cut through the nervous chatter of the participants. Your task is to enter the cave, descend to the deepest level, locate the purple quartz placed by the robot, and bring it out safely. Completing this will count as passing the first test. His words pierced the air like an arrow, silencing everyone in the room. Some contestants clenched their fists, their eyes gleaming with determination, while others exchanged worried glances. The entire hall seemed to hold his breath, waiting for more details. A person standing in the back, arms crossed, asked challengingly, "How many pieces of quartz are there in total?" Director Chen answered firmly, taking into account the time it would take to return. "We've designed with a margin of safety. A total of 16 pieces of quartz were placed inside. Only the 8 contestants who managed to bring a piece of quartz back to the surface will advance to the next round." He-Han was silent, as if he was considering something. A thought briefly crossed his mind. With a 50% mortality rate on the way back, would even 8 survivors be enough for them? Ren Junki leaned toward He-Han, lowering his voice just enough for the two of them to hear. "It's not just the monsters, but also the other competitors. It's likely that the odds are even worse than we think." In the dim corner of the building where the light barely reached, a calm female voice rang out. "You've already investigated. Why are you still saying you don't know much about the world below? What exactly did that mine destruction cause?" Director Chen frowned, his face showing a hint of unease. He answered slowly, his voice tinged with tension. "The structure of the mine itself isn't unusual, but what I want to emphasize is that the monsters in that cave didn't invade from the outside, they emerged from within." The sound of rapid breathing filled the space, and the deathly silence became heavier than ever. He-Han turned around, bent down, and whispered to the young girl, his face filled with doubt. "What exactly is going on here? What do you mean? Is there another way inside the cave?" The cute girl, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light, answered hurriedly. "I just found out too. Could it be that there's a crack between the two worlds?" He-Han raised an eyebrow, half smiling, clearly sensing that she was in big trouble. The young girl suddenly smiled, trying to look calm, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. "Ha ha, I'm fixing it. It'll be back to normal soon," she said. Lu Ju, standing next to He-Han, furrowed his brows, then leaned in and asked the young girl, "If there's really a crack at the entrance, what will happen?" The girl hesitated for a moment, then quickly answered almost as if she feared more questions. The punch He-Han threw earlier might have triggered the crack, which could let stronger monsters through. The atmosphere froze immediately. Everyone in He-Han and Lu Ju's group stared at her, their faces a mix of discomfort and worry. The girl blinked a few times and forced a laugh, sounding somewhat helpless. After all, cracks didn't exactly like to be controlled. "Ha ha ha!" On the podium, Director Chen's sharp gaze swept over the entire auditorium, his voice loud and clear. "Anyway, the competition is about to start. The entrance has been activated, and all members are about to depart. Remember, the mine is already very weak. If you don't want to be buried alive, with your flesh and bones crushed, think carefully before you make your move." As soon as Director Chen finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. All eyes immediately turned toward He-Han, and every gaze seemed to carry a mix of suspicion and even a hint of disgust. He-Han froze, sensing the thickening tension in the air around him. His face showed clear confusion as he spoke up. "What are you all staring at?" At that moment, the entrance to the outside opened, creating a mixture of nervousness and tension in the atmosphere. 2 security guards stood firmly at the door. The entrance was now open, inviting the contestants to prepare to enter. At this point, each of you will be equipped with a tracking bracelet, which will transmit your survival signals. If the signal disappears, the command center will assess your status. Director Chen scanned all the contestants with a steady, commanding gaze. His voice, deep yet authoritative, echoed. "Next, I wish you all smooth sailing." He-Han didn't forget to turn around, raising his hand to wave at the 3 girls with a confident smile. "I'm heading in now. You girls wait for me here, okay?" The 3 girls happily waved him off, sending him friendly goodbyes. The contestants began entering the cave, where darkness and coldness enveloped the narrow path and the atmosphere grew even more tense. A voice came through the internal loudspeaker, its tone cold, matching the space. A branch cave is ahead. Contestants, please quickly split up. The competition will begin in 3 minutes. The girl outside continued to watch the entrance intently. Hixianju spoke up, her voice tinged with concern. The game doesn't start for another 3 minutes, so this is just extra time to delay things. Otherwise, people might end up fighting fiercely in the cave. Luju's voice was low and serious. The situation doesn't look good. He-Han might be in danger right from the start. At this, both Huang-Du and Ren Junki turned to him, their eyes wide with surprise. Why? Luju looked directly at both of them and explained slowly, the strength He-Han showed earlier will make the other competitors see him as a threat, and they'll have no choice but to eliminate him first. Also, his moves could cause the cave to collapse. Whether it's about winning or just surviving, He-Han has to be taken out first. A heavy silence fell over the three of them, the only sound being the cold wind howling from the cave entrance. Inside the cave, darkness swallowed every corner. The rough rock walls and giant stalactites cast eerie shadows that looked like lurking ghosts. He-Han raised his head and looked up at the high cave ceiling, squinting slightly to adjust to the darkness. His voice broke the strange silence. Wow, this cave is huge. Outside the entrance, the heavy steel door slowly closed, the locks clicking into place automatically, sealing any chance of retreat. A subordinate stepped closer to Director Chen, bowing slightly as he spoke loudly. Director, the exit is sealed. Director Chen stood tall, his sharp eyes fixed on the now closed door. After a few seconds of thought, his voice rang out calm but carrying an air of anticipation. Life and death are fated. Wealth and power come from heaven. Now we can only watch. I hope it brings some pleasant surprises. In the vast space of the underground chamber, the dim light from various passageways suddenly appeared like doors leading to some mysterious world. One contestant stopped, staring up at the rock wall in surprise, and said, "The cave wall can glow. It must be some kind of iron ore." Next to him, another person glanced at the watch on his wrist and calmly said, "There's still a minute left. The competition is about to officially begin." Then he added, "Everyone, I'm going ahead. I hope we meet again. Let's not fight each other, or else the monsters will take over." One contestant, with his arms crossed, looked on with a sneer. His mocking laughter echoed as he said, "Ha, sounds good, huh? Fighting side by side. If the floor hadn't suddenly collapsed on the upper level, I would have already sliced your throat with that knife." He paused and gave a faint smile. "Rivers have bends, people have their moments. I wish you all safety. Farewell." With those words, his body turned into a small stream of blue light and disappeared into one of the glowing passageways. A loud, piercing sound echoed through the chamber as an authoritative mechanical voice declared, "The competition has begun." Immediately, all the contestants became tense and alert. A thunderous rumble sounded, and the entire chamber seemed to shake. In an instant, each contestant vanished from their original position, rushing into the glowing passageways. A player thought, in the blink of an eye, that person was gone. It seems like everyone's first priority is to ensure their own safety. The person turned around, about to rush into a nearby hallway, but suddenly froze, his eyes wide with surprise. Why is there still someone standing there like that? Is this person out of their mind? He stared at He-Han, who was still standing in the middle of the large underground room, his eyes seemingly enjoying the scenery, completely oblivious to the tension around him. He-Han yawned, his eyes still heavy with sleep, and suddenly let out a sound. Then he stood up straight, his voice suddenly cutting through the air with a clear, threatening tone that made the entire underground space feel frozen. "Did you hear all that? You see my methods now. A building with more than 10 floors can be easily destroyed, so don't even think about trying anything in a hollow cave like this." He swept a cold, piercing glance over every path, as if sending a warning to everyone in the area. "If any of you are blind enough to attack me, don't expect me to hold back. I'll take you all down with me." He-Han had just finished speaking when the space around him fell into complete silence. The people lurking nearby to watch him didn't dare make a sound. One player hiding in the shadows gritted their teeth, thinking, "You damn bastard, are you here to compete? Or are you just showing off your terrorism skills?" He-Han spoke again, his voice echoing through the cave. "Can you all hear me clearly? Is there anyone who disagrees? No one's saying anything right." He-Han glanced around casually, his face relaxed, then shrugged and gave a faint smile. "Well, I'll assume you all agree, so I'm off. You all do whatever you want." The two people hiding in the shadows whispered to each other in frustration. "That damn kid, how dare he act so arrogantly?" They exchanged a look, their eyes flashing with annoyance and a hint of rivalry, as if even working together was something they were only reluctantly agreeing to. On the other side, as He-Han stepped deeper into the cave, he instinctively pinched his nose and wrinkled his face. Ah, what a stinky hole. He looked around, seeing a maze-like network of paths. He furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, "This path system is way too complicated. A regular person would have trouble finding their way to the deepest level, let alone someone who's directionally challenged." As he was walking, he suddenly froze when he spotted a skeleton lying against the rock wall. The skeleton was bare, its tattered clothes mixed with dirt and stones. He stepped closer, squinting his eyes, his voice low. "It's the body of a miner killed by a monster." He carefully crouched down, gently removing the old, worn-out helmet from the skeleton, revealing a skull with a long gash running from the forehead down. He furrowed his brows, closely inspecting the wound. Suddenly, from high above in the cave, a massive creature dropped down. It was a giant centipede, its shiny exoskeleton reflecting the faint light from the cave walls. Its mouth, full of sharp, jagged teeth, opened wide as it charged directly at He-Han, aiming to tear him apart. In an instant, He-Han spun around and dodged to the side. The giant centipede slammed heavily into the stone floor, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Even with such a massive rock, the cave remained eerily quiet. This was definitely a formidable opponent. Just then, a voice unexpectedly echoed in He-Han's ear. It was the small girl created by the AI, her tone filled with shock. "Divine armor centipede? Why is it here? It's supposed to be found in the forest." He-Han frowned, sounding frustrated. He glanced at the small girl, thinking it was typical for her game to have bugs like this. "I want to withdraw my card. Give me a weapon that can break through its divine armor." The small girl responded calmly, her tone mocking. "Well, why don't you just go out and come back in a few times?" He-Han glared, waved his hand, and held up 3 cards, then said loudly, "Stop wasting time. Didn't those teen battles teach you enough already? Pull a card and get ready to face death." "Monster, I'm the one representing the game." Before he could finish reading, an old stone axe appeared in his hand, looking like something straight out of the Stone Age. He froze, then shouted, "Ah, ah, ah, what is this? A little mistake, let's try again." He quickly drew another card, but this time, it was a frying pan. The next time, he drew a microwave. Each card revealed a different kitchen tool, and he was both startled and frustrated. "Draw a card, draw a card, draw a card." He turned to the little girl and asked, "Are you pushing some kind of kitchen gadget sale?" The little girl panicked and shouted, "No, no. The magnetic field in this cave is off, the card draw system isn't working properly, but the divine centipede armor isn't hard to handle. You could deal with it even with your bare hands." He forced a smile and said loudly, "You're right. Let's deal with this annoying problem first and then figure it out." Before He-Han could even finish his sentence or take action, dozens of giant armored centipedes suddenly appeared from the cave ceiling. They quickly descended and surrounded him. He-Han's face turned pale, his eyes wide open as he muttered, "This is it. We're done for." One of the centipedes opened its massive mouth and lunged at He-Han. He swung something at its head, sending the creature flying across the cave wall. He looked at the frying pan in his hand, the makeshift weapon he had just used, and the system next to him praised, "Wow, this pan really packs a punch." Filled with confidence, He-Han gripped the pan with both hands. "Humph, bring it on." With a swift swing, he hit one of the centipedes hard. The creature opened its mouth wide again, and He-Han raised the pan to block it. The creature's saliva corroded the pan almost instantly. He glanced at the damage and muttered, "Great." More centipedes swooped down and spat more saliva in his direction. He quickly activated his dragon armor, and a protective shield appeared, guarding him from the corrosive saliva. Are you kidding me? This poison is no joke. The system sensed the danger and urged, "This isn't looking good. You won't be able to hold out much longer. Think of a way to retreat." He slipped on a pair of iron gloves and threw a punch. "Do I really need you to tell me that?" Meanwhile, a player on the outside was feeling smug. He was so close to achieving his long-desired goal, having successfully avoided 5 monsters and 3 competitors. He just needed to stay cautious, and he was sure he'd get what he came for without any unexpected issues. The mountain wall suddenly exploded. He looked up. Rocks and dirt were falling, pulling someone down with them. It was He-Han. He racked his arms around his waist, irritated and in pain. "Hey, the system is showing your level up," he wondered. "Why did I level up?" The system reminded him. "What are you waiting for? Run." From the mouth of the cave above, it was like a well, and centipedes were falling down from there. He-Han ran, and they followed him. These guys really are like restless spirits, he thought. Ahead of him was another cave entrance, and green light was climbing up. He focused, watching carefully. "What's that?" he wondered. A green beam appeared in his eyes. The light shot out, and he leaned back to dodge it. But instead of harming him, it seemed to be a natural enemy to the centipedes behind him. The beam sliced through the centipedes like a sword. He looked back at the pile of centipede bodies, their heads and legs scattered in 2 directions. That move is just ridiculous," a woman's voice echoed. "Who was I back then? Turns out I was the king of trouble. Mo Yun stepped out from the cave entrance, holding a sword. Are you planning to stay in this mine? She asked. Level 18. Mo Yun he hand, furious. Snap back. Can you stop looking at me like that? I'm just trying to escape. Mo Yun dropped the sword onto the ground, gripping it and striking at the dragon armor with it. His iron gauntlets blocked her attack. What's the matter? You're ignoring my warning on purpose? Do you want to take a swing at me? Mo Yun silently stared at him, then glanced down at the fiery dragon symbol glowing on the inner surface of the armor. It dawned on her, it was like this. The dragon's fury attack was a passive skill of the armor. Once the wearer's life was in danger, it would activate and unleash the attack. Mo Yun swung the sword onto her shoulder and turned to leave. You figure it out yourself. If you're in danger, take a detour. Don't drag others into your mess. He-Han is innocent. He responded calmly. You're talking like I'm trying to cause trouble or something. She walked toward the cave she had entered earlier, offering a helpful warning. The further you go down, the more dangerous it gets. You should mentally prepare yourself. He-Han didn't seem worried. He casually scratched his nose and replied, then I can't promise I won't cause any trouble. If I accidentally trigger my passive skill, don't blame me if things go south, unless the gods in the sky decide to intervene. Mo Yun stopped and turned to face him. What are you getting at? He-Han looked away, then suggested, how about we team up? If we run into danger, you can back me up. How's that? She frowned, her eyebrows knitting tightly together. You want me to be your bodyguard? He explained, of course not. We protect each other. If it's an ordinary enemy, you'll handle it. If it's a tougher opponent, I'll take care of it. These words couldn't stop Mo Yun. She turned away, uninterested. I couldn't care less about you. The scream echoing in the cave made her stop. Her eyes widened. Oh, Ihe had also come over. His face was serious, his eyes blazing with intensity. The horrified scream of a player echoed. It seems there's something amazing up ahead. The players inside the cave were terrified. Run, save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to. Before he could finish his sentence, something sharp sliced through his back. Blood gushed out like a river, and his upper body and legs flew off in different directions. The culprit was the bat soaring above. Another player sitting by the wall raised his staff, which glowed brightly. Die, he yelled. The bat swooped down, and the light from its body flowed into the staff. The player screamed, ah! A dragon-shaped figure appeared as it landed. Below it, flames erupted and smoke swirled into the air. He-Han and Mo Yun stood at the entrance of the cave, peering in. Their eyes spoke volumes of their astonishment. One foot of the dragon stepped down. This dragon was a blood-winged wind dragon, level 15. It opened its mouth wide and released a gust of air. The two outside covered their ears. The force was too overwhelming. He-Han whispered to Mo Yun, this one is not someone you want to mess with. Let's go, we'll take a different route. She glanced at the blood-winged wind dragon, then replied, no, I want to give it a try. He looked at her in surprise and said, wait, are you serious? Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see how it just sliced through everything? A golden light enveloped her body as she leaped onto a rock. It's none of your business, you go on. He called out loudly, hey. The golden light followed her up as the system activated with the title. Silent Night Reaper's buff, increasing her attack speed by 50%. He-Han was taken aback. She had a title too. The system appeared beside him. It was normal for people at this level to have titles. The blood-winged wind dragon devoured the player who had been holding the staff earlier. Mo Yun flew in, sword raised, aiming to strike down. He-Han broke into a sweat. This isn't right. She's about to be in big trouble. The system looked on in shock. What? The sword of Mo Yun clearly struck the creature's body, but it didn't even leave a scratch, and she didn't expect that at all. Are you kidding me? It's obviously a creature that relies on speed, so why is its armor so tough? The blood-winged wind dragon's eyes turned red. It had been provoked by her, and it let out a furious roar. Mo Yun dropped down, her arm with a few scratches and her clothes torn apart. The surprise attack had failed, and now she had no choice but to face it head-on. The system activated a buff called Queen's Sixth Sense, allowing her to detect the enemy's attack movements 1 second in advance. She made her sword vanish with a spell. There was a moment of anticipation, and she knew she could dodge its attack and wait for the right time to strike back. The blood-winged wind dragon soared upward, its claws nearly at her. She looked up and realized with a jolt it was too fast. Flames erupted where Mo Yun had been standing just moments ago. She slid away just in time to avoid the blow. Meanwhile, the system was still observing along with He-Han. She was surprised. Could He-Han really keep up with the speed of the fire dragon? He-Han was focused, but she wasn't fast enough. This was definitely a big problem. Mo Yun pushed power into her sword and braced herself against the ground to stand. She had missed something. Even though she could predict its movements, her own speed was too far behind. The dragon might know exactly where to strike, but she couldn't avoid it in time. The fire dragon soared into the sky. This time, she knew there was no way of escape. It was over. There was no chance left. As the dragon drew closer, she closed her eyes, ready to say goodbye to the world. She couldn't believe she was going to die here. Just then, as the fire dragon flew near Mo Yun, He-Han shot up into the air, using his electric gloves to block the dragon. She opened her eyes and saw him successfully stop the dragon with the gloves, holding true to his promise. "I told you before," Mo Yun shouted. "You're in charge of dealing with the normal enemies, and I'll handle the tough ones. Leave this creature to me." What an idiot. What was he trying to prove? His level isn't even higher than mine. Don't go looking for trouble, just leave already. But He-Han flew up again and striking the fire dragon with his electric gloves. He responded, not so sure about that. The fire dragon went numb all over and fell to the ground. He-Han looked at his gloves. "As for the dragon, my level right now is 34. I'm really strong right now." The system instantly updated, activating the titled Dragon Slayer buff. Double damage, increased damage when fighting dragon-type enemies. He-Han's display of strength against the dragon made Mo Yun see him in a completely new light. She shrank back in astonishment at what she had just witnessed. What? She stared at He-Han, who was standing with his back to her. This man had hidden so much power. The fire dragon stood up, its eyes filled with hatred, and sparks of red light flickered across the skin on its neck. The system beside it reminded He-Han this is a signal that the fire dragon is about to unleash its full power. Be careful. Even though you've injured it twice as much, its defense is still strong enough to block any of your attacks. He raised his fist and walked forward, replying, "God." In his mind, he was still thinking about how to defeat this monster with a single strike. The biggest issue was that he didn't have any weapons on hand. How could he possibly kill it right now? The fire dragon opened its mouth wide, and a ring of fire shot out. He was stunned. What? A powerful gust of wind, along with the flames, blew toward them, pulling both of them along. Whoa! He-Han, with his gloves on, grabbed onto the rock wall. Cough, cough, the wind's too strong. The fire dragon's hand swiped by, and He-Han widened his eyes, following its movement. The dragon's legs gathered strength to leap, its entire body blocking his line of sight. He quickly slid to the side to avoid it. When he was finally safe, all he could see were a few sparks and pieces of burning skin flying past, and the fire dragon had vanished. Its mind is sharp, he thought. Not daring to face me directly, it's using this tactic to confuse my vision. A whirlwind of wind and fire surrounded He-Han. The system spoke to him. "You should deal with the female spike at the crack first. Wait until it attacks, then use the sacred dragon armor." He frowned. "No, that's not going to work. For an opponent at this level, the sacred dragon armor might not withstand a direct hit, and if I accidentally trigger its passive function, everyone in this mine will be buried here. I'll be lucky if I even make it out alive." Mo Yun, lying on the other side, watched him closely. What is he going to do? He swallowed hard. There was only one way. He looked up and punched the rock wall. "Ha ha, are you watching me, Auntie? I'm not just swinging randomly, you know." He had gathered his strength and kept punching the rock wall. I'm punching, punching, punching. Inside, a hole appeared and the fire spread in. The path the fire dragon was flying took it far beyond the hole. The system spoke loudly. "This is useless. You won't catch up to the fire dragon. You should save your energy." He slammed his fists together. Oh. The fire dragon flew toward him, its two legs carrying flames. He tried to dodge, but still couldn't escape completely. He slid for a short distance before falling down. Cough, cough. The system was worried. "Are you okay?" One side of his armor had been shattered. The strength was truly overwhelming. "I tried my best to dodge, but it still grazed me. After taking that hit, I just don't have the strength to avoid anymore." He closed his eyes. Well, it's over now. He stood up, the fire dragon's massive mouth opening as it flew toward him. He clenched his fists, now wearing his electric shock gloves. This ends now. A bright blue light flashed at the dragon's neck. Its wings flapped, and he shouted, "There's no way I'm letting you fly away." His fists landed repeatedly on the fire dragon's body. This time, he was putting all his strength into the fight. Meanwhile, Mo Yun struggled to her feet as flames erupted around her, rocks and debris flying everywhere. She covered her face as the fire dragon collapsed to the ground, bubbles frothing from its mouth. He-Han walked over to her, no longer wearing his armor or gloves. "Ah, I'm exhausted." Mo Yun pointed at him confused. "How did you do that? How could you catch the dragon's high-speed flight path head on like that?" Ed raised his hand and said, "I really can't keep up with its speed, but as long as it attacks along this path, I've already set everything up, so it's fine." Now Mo Yun finally noticed the narrow space of the cave. She understood what he had done earlier. He hadn't just attacked randomly. He had intentionally set up the battle in this narrow passage. pretending to be weak to lure the fire dragon to follow the path he had already prepared. This way, he didn't have to worry about where the fire dragon would attack from. He just needed to wait for the right moment to strike. This guy. He-Han asked her, "So, what do you think? Want to team up with me now?" Mo-Hyun thought to herself, he really is a natural-born warrior. She plopped down on the ground, letting out a sigh. Wow, he's stronger than I thought. He's definitely the right partner. He-Han grabbed her hand and pulled her up. Of course. Looks like we can only keep going down from here. The two of them walked together, both thinking about the next mission. Right now, I'm worried about what exactly is down there. If even a level 50 monster came up to the upper levels, then what's down below must be even more terrifying. The entrance to the next mine was right in front of him. He turned around and said, "Forget it. If things go south, we'll just destroy the whole mine. Let's stick together." Mo-Hyun warned, "You better take it easy." He jumped down without a second thought, putting his life on the line. If someone was going to stop him, they have to kill him. Mo-Hyun followed, and he eagerly charged ahead. The dragon corpse lay in the cave. Si and Feng walked in with Hu Ti and Ming behind him, saying, "Looks like we're late. Someone beat us here and not only got ahead of us, but also easily took out the dragon guarding the entrance." Liu Mang, looking like he was sick, walked in last, coughing. The situation didn't seem too good. As soon as he saw the scene inside, Si and Feng thought to himself, it seems there are still people who aren't afraid of dying, knowing how dangerous this place is, but still choosing to take the risk. Hu Ti and Ming glanced over at Liu Mang, who was ranked 14th. He'd heard Liu Mang had the ability to transcend time. "Why don't you give it a try? It'll help us figure out who killed that annoying dragon." Liu Mang frowned. "Are you serious? Why should I reveal my abilities just to make it easier for you guys?" Shi and Feng stepped in to stop him. "All right, given the current situation, it's almost impossible to complete this mission alone. Our only hope is to team up." He made a suggestion that would benefit all three of them. "Since we've met, it must be fate. How about the three of us form a group? It'll be easier to handle things together. Liu Mang, you can use your abilities to find out who's behind this and gather some intel. We might run into them, so it'll be more helpful for you too." In the end, Liu Mang agreed. "Fine for you guys, I'll take a look just this once." Hu Tianming clenched his fist angrily. "What you mean for us?" Si and Feng stepped in to calm things down. All right, stop bothering him. Liu Mang looked through the magical screen he had created, and he could see what had happened earlier in the cave. The one who defeated the fire dragon was He-Han. He had lured the fire dragon into a narrow path to trap it, then struck it down in one hit. Hu Tianming shouted, "It's him again! That guy is getting way too famous." Si and Feng thought for a moment. It seemed like he had become a huge threat. If they couldn't take him down in the first round, they definitely wouldn't have a chance in the second. Liu Mang pointed towards the entrance to the mine. With one hand, he gathered his magic back in, then teamed up with another player before jumping down into the cave ahead. They could still catch up if they left now. Si and Feng extended his hand first. If that's the case, then this is a rare opportunity. Let's form an alliance and deal with him together. Hu Tianming also stretched out his hand. "I'm good at assassination. I'm confident I can take him out before he destroys the mine." The only one left to make a decision was Liu Mang. He sighed, then put his hand in to complete the alliance between the three of them. "All right, let's do this." He had complained, "I'm so hungry. I should have had a late-night snack before coming down." Mo-Hyun, following behind, questioned him. "You've been talking nonstop the whole way. Aren't you tired? You poor thing." "I'm not tired, just hungry." Two people stood in front of the cave entrance, and his mind began to clear up again. "Did you see it?" he asked. Her hand gripped the blade of her sword. "Yeah, just two goblins. Let me handle them," she said. He turned to face her. "No, that's not right. I think we should hide first, observe the situation, and then decide," he replied. The two goblins, with their green skin, stepped out carrying crude weapons. The two of them were hiding in a narrow spot. Mo-Hyun furrowed her brow and asked He-Han, "You better give me an explanation. Why are we hiding here?" His cheeks flushed, and he looked away, saying, "Didn't you notice anything unusual?" Her brows furrowed even more tightly. "They're just level 3 beasts. What's so strange about that?" she asked. He asked, "Have you ever seen a level 3 beasts searching with a patrol team?" Her cheeks flushed, and in her pupils, she could see his face. He meant she glanced back at the two goblins. They were a well-organized team. The two of them jumped down. Mo-Hyun asked, "Do you want to go over and take a look?" He-Han replied, "No, let's go. It's better if we can avoid them." Her clothes had been torn during the battle with the fire dragon earlier. How were they still intact now? He didn't understand. "How did your clothes get back to normal?" he asked. She explained, "It's the effect of the props, but they were still a little damaged earlier." Something caught him by surprise. He equipped the divine dragon armor, and Mo-Hyun immediately scolded him. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you suddenly putting on armor?" He replied, Even I'm surprised by this. I didn't put it on myself. The Divine Dragon armor activated on its own and equipped me. He could sense that danger was near. He turned his back, not letting Mo Yun see the shock on his face. What's going on? They were still standing there, not yet entering the dark, deep cave. Mo Yun shook his shoulder, urging him. Are you done? Why are you heading in already? His eyes were fixed ahead, and he raised his finger to his lips, signaling for her to stay quiet. Shoo. Heavy footsteps echoed, and they both focused on the cliffside. The giant metal figure walked past, his hand resting on his armor. He hadn't expected her to have such a keen sense of warning. She really was thoughtful. The metal figure moved further away, but Mo Yun was still puzzled watching it go. The pressure was overwhelming. What kind of monster was that? He had decided to enter. I'm going to check it out. Mo Yun yelled. What? Are you crazy? He responded calmly, explaining that his decision wasn't reckless. In fact, it was a calculated strategic move. Facing such a powerful enemy head-on would be like walking straight into death. The top bosses have already reached the upper levels, making it even harder to deal with the enemies down below. It would be better to take advantage of the opportunity, eliminate them, and level up. That way, the dangers on the lower levels will be easier to handle. She couldn't help but feel uneasy as she watched his figure grow more distant, out of her sight. He seemed so calm about it. Earlier, he hadn't noticed them, which meant its ability to sense was weak. All they had to do was follow him up, and if the situation didn't look good, they could just run without much risk. Angrily, she chased after him, shouting, "Wait for me." Meanwhile, the three-person alliance, led by Xi and Feng, had reached the mine. Liu Mang said to the two people ahead of him, "Hey, I feel like something's off." Xi and Feng asked, "What's wrong?" Liu Mang sensed something strange. He should have been a bit ahead of us, right? Why did he let those two monsters from earlier come here? Hu Tianming guessed, maybe there's a turn somewhere. He just missed it. Liu Mang was sure. No way. We've walked this whole path, and there's no turn at all. Xi and Feng looked back, signaling that he believed Liu Mang's suspicion. He must have intentionally let them go to deal with us. His face suddenly flared up, and the two of them were stunned. What? Liu Mang looked at Xi and Feng, his head smoking as he lay unconscious on the ground. It's a trap. The Iron Man is coming out. He pointed and shouted loudly, over there. The Iron Man stepped closer, his massive figure just revealing that he wasn't He-Han. Could it be a level 1 monster? Hu Tianming grabbed his sword and rushed forward, not bothering with other concerns. He zoomed around the Iron Man, his speed so fast it was like a blink of an eye, leaving a pattern etched onto the Iron Man's armored skin. This move was called Serpent Strike. Hu Tianming was confident in his lightning speed. At his peak speed, defeating an enemy of a higher level would take little effort. As he flew by, the Iron Man raised its hand just in time to meet him. Behind the mask, he was stunned. What? He couldn't believe his eyes. Red light from the Iron Man spread to the rock wall above them. Liu Mang stood below, raising his hand. The emerald green ring on his finger glowed. A streak of blue light traced the path of his finger. The blue light exploded from his hand, illuminating the area brightly. Hu Tianming collapsed right in front of him. Hu Tianming turned around, dazed, standing there as the Iron Man approached, radiating faint red light. He-Han and Mo Yun observed from the side, both surprised. That's incredible, she said. It doesn't give the opponent any chance to fight back at all. He rubbed his chin, puzzled. The power is overwhelming, but the injuries caused are normal. Look at that. After such a powerful move, the opponent is still alive. Mo Yun's body emitted a golden glow, and he added, it's all style and no substance. He hand pulled out some popcorn, almost as if he were watching a great movie. I mean, the real show is happening behind us. This guy's true strength definitely goes beyond what we've seen so far. Focus, we're watching a real performance here. Mo Yun shouted, where did you even get that popcorn from? Hu Tianming struggled to steady his sword, using it to help him get back on his feet. He turned to Liu Mang and asked, hey, what do we do next? Liu Mang analyzed the situation and quickly came up with a plan. If we fight at medium or long range, we won't stand a chance. So I'll cover you, and you need to get in close and take him down. He pointed and spoke clearly. Hu Tianming grabbed his sword and charged forward. I'm counting on you. Liu Mang raised his hand, and a glowing circle of jade green light appeared. He pointed his finger, and a burst of emerald light shot up from the ring on his finger. The green light formed a protective shield around Hu Tianming, blocking the incoming magic from the Iron Man-like enemy. This shield allowed him to fly forward without needing to slow down to dodge the attack. They both continued to hide behind a rock, staying focused and observing. Mo Yun praised, looks like that strategy worked pretty well. He-Han agreed, yeah, seems like they might just be able to force his successor out. Hu Tianming raised his sword and charged straight ahead, eager to see just how reckless you could be. His eyes burned with intensity, and he placed his hands on a nearby rock as a faint glow of magic flickered around him. As Hu Tianming charged with his sword, he couldn't find the iron figure anywhere. Instead, he was confronted with a sharp rock jutting straight at him. He was horrified, but there was no way to avoid it. The sharp rock suddenly burst into flames, and several pieces of stone tumbled down, trapping him between two large rocks. He coughed up blood, his face twisted in pain. Below, Liu Mang stared in shock. What? A dual attribute. Mo Yun also had to admit that his opponent was terrifying. To suddenly reveal an Earth attribute attack at the final stage was incredibly dangerous. He hand called out, "System, come here." The system appeared. "What's the matter?" He crouched down and pointed at the battle behind the rock he was hiding behind. "The opponent down there is so freaky, and I still can't draw any cards. How am I supposed to fight next? Hurry up and check the inventory to see if there are any useful treasures." The small figure of the system was holding a weapon forge that was bigger than its own body. It had already rummaged through everything, but there was no usable weapon. The only weapon that could be used, though barely, was the 3-minute forge. It could turn any material into a weapon, and the more materials it had, the more advanced and powerful the weapon could become. He hand-pouted, 3 minutes? That name sounds so familiar, but this doesn't seem any stronger. To use a weapon forge, you have to have a weapon first, but I don't even have that. The system asked him, but right now, he didn't even have any weapon materials. How am I supposed to use it? He picked up the small weapon forge, barely the size of his hand. "Can I use anyone's weapon?" The system replied, "Anyone's weapon is fine. Just throw it in, and once it's forged, it's yours. But whose weapon are you planning to take?" He smiled and looked over at the fight happening nearby. "Isn't there a volunteer right here?" The Iron Man walked toward Liu Mang, and he had no way to run. "Damn it, I don't want to die here." Hu Tianming was stuck under a rock, his voice weak and helpless. "Hurry up and run." He Han's voice came closer. "Hey, bye-bye." Hu Tianming jumped in surprise. "Oh my god, He Han." He Han scratched his head. "You know me?" "Well, that saves me the trouble of introducing myself." Mo Yun was stunned. She couldn't understand what he was trying to do. This idiot, why is he going over there? Hu Tianming wanted to escape the rock, so he made a promise to He Han. "Hurry up and get me out of here. I can help you kill him." He Han stood right across from him. "No rush. Let's make a deal. I can save you, and I can take down the enemy, but only if you give me your weapon." Hu Tianming said, "The truth is my weapons, even if you take them, you won't be able to use them. He Han doesn't need weapons that work or not. As long as the master, Hu Tianming, gives his approval, everything is easy to arrange. Don't worry about that. All you need to do is decide whether or not to agree to the deal." Xian Feng, weak and lying below, managed to raise his hand weakly. "I agree." Hu Tianming glanced over and said, "Xian Feng, are you still alive?" The one who was most desperate was Liu Mang, who was in immediate danger. He shouted, "Whatever you guys are discussing, can we hurry up? Help me." The metal figure turned its head toward the three of them. Hu Tianming, furious, thought to himself, "What is this guy shouting about? Now he's blown our cover." Xian Feng, lying on the ground, tossed a few gems to He Han. 3 swords flew over, a B-rank demon-slaying sword and crescent-shaped A-rank sword. The 3 swords landed on the ground, and He Han picked them up. He complained, "Not even an S-rank. You're so stingy. It's going to be hard for me to do my job." Xian Feng tossed out another gem. "This was truly the last treasure hidden at the bottom of my bed." He hand grabbed the sword, and this time he smiled with satisfaction. Good weapon. The sword was an S-class Blood Moon Saber. Hu Tianming hurriedly searched with both hands for a weapon. Liu Mang, hanging there a bit longer. "Let me grab my weapon." Something was thrown at Liu Mang's face. He foamed at the mouth and collapsed, unconscious. Hu Tianming shouted loudly, "Your close combat skills are really lacking." He hand leaned against a rock beside Hu Tianming, looking very eager. The Iron Man was coming soon. Hu Tianming struggled to free himself from the 2 rocks. "Ah!" Hu Tianming handed He Han several pieces of gold and iron, 2 S-class weapons, 3 A-class weapons. "It's all yours now." He hand placed the pieces into the weapon forge. "Don't worry, next, when the water in the forge starts to glow, that's the moment we'll witness a miracle." The Iron Man raised his hand, and light poured from his palm as sharp rocks grew up all around the cave. Hu Tianming yelled, "Ah!" This time he's trying to seal off the entire cave. He Han held the sword he had just trained with and cleaved through several rocks. Hu Tianming was deeply moved and incredibly happy. He Han was satisfied. It felt really good to use. "I like it." The system announced, "Congratulations, a player has obtained an SX grade equipment. Divine Element, Ice attribute plus 1700 attack power, 3% chance of dealing 5% ice damage and slowing the enemy's speed for 60 seconds with a chance to repeat. The green sword He-Han had used to split the rocks earlier was created by the Iron Man. Mo Yan was a bit surprised by how powerful the sword was. She had no idea it was a weapon He-Han had forged in the furnace. Such a powerful weapon. Why didn't he use it earlier? The Iron Man stood nearby, his entire body glowing with a red light. He-Han stood not far away, carefully observing the sword in his hand. Even though this weapon is useful, the huge difference in level can't be ignored, he thought. He took the sword and slashed the line, just to test it out. Then, an ice symbol appeared on the Iron Man's body, and he was completely frozen. Hu Tianming, who was trapped in the rocks, watched this and couldn't stop praising He-Han. Whoa, that's awesome. He froze that guy solid. The Iron Man's eyes glowed bright red, and the ice that covered his body shattered. This was no surprise to He-Han. It was useless, and even felt like it was becoming harder to deal with. The Iron Man's arms tensed up, and the red glow around him broke through the frozen ice. He placed his hand on a rock, and a fiery red spear made of molten rock appeared. Even He-Han had a hard time believing it. No way. This is a bit much, isn't it? He leaped up, wielding the spear, and struck down. Flames erupted from the ground. He-Han wasn't affected, though, since he was standing some distance away, while the Vanguard was in shock. Great, we're done for. He-Han equipped his dragon armor. Don't start with the defeatist talk. A few shards of icy blue gathered on his sword. He struck the ground, and the ice spread out, creeping towards the Iron Man. This move was called Freezing Drizzle. The ice from He-Han clashed with the flames of the Iron Man. The ice slowly crept up the rocks, protecting him, causing them to crack. The Iron Man stood there, the sharp ice stabbing toward him. He-Han hit it head-on from his position. There was something that made his eyes widen in shock. The ice and fire were gone, and the Metal Man was still alive. He wasn't hurt at all. His eyes were bright, and he was walking toward them. He asked, did the system change its attributes again? Now, his whole body is made of steel. Does the system have any intel on this guy? The system responded, I don't have anything to report. If I did, I would have told you already. It seems like he's something that came to life after the game went out of control. The Metal Man threw a punch, his fist surrounded by a swirling light. He hand cut through it. That punch seemed like it was meant to send him to the afterlife. His ice powers held onto the Metal Man's arms and legs. The system warned, this isn't the way to do it. You need to find his weak spot. The game's mechanics were designed by me, so there's definitely a weakness somewhere. He-Han didn't know what else to try. He shouted, the problem is, how am I supposed to know where his weak spot is, huh? Hu Tianming said to Liu Mang, use your strength, man. Why are you getting weaker and weaker? Liu Mang grabbed his arm. I don't know either. He slumped down onto the ground. Hu Tianming was confused. What? No way, bro. Why are you sitting down like that? Liu Mang, your face is pale. You look really tired. Liu Mang said, I'm not okay. I feel like I'm bleeding out constantly. This is so strange. Hu Tianming, like you, I'm the same. Am I about to die? Hu Tianming's upper body slumped against the rock, while Liu Mang lay curled up on the ground. He-Han glanced at both of them, blood flowing continuously. He asked, System, is there any item that can stop the continuous blood loss? The system produced 3 vials of water labeled as cleansing water. He-Han called out loudly, Mo Yun, come here, it's me. What's going on? He threw the 3 vials to her, and she caught them. She asked, what are these? He-Han focused intently, knowing he could find the weakness of the enemy. She only had 20 seconds to make the 3 fallen people drink the cleansing water. The ice grip that was holding the Iron Man's legs was about to break. He-Han urged Mo Yun, quick, hurry. Following his instructions, she made each of them drink from the vials he had given her. I got it. I'm making them drink now. Faster. Hu Tianming held the vial in his hand, half skeptical. Is this really going to work? He-Han stood beside him, explaining, this guy gets stronger the more he's attacked, which means there's only one possibility. He's causing a negative buff from continuous blood loss. This is the only way to stop it. Just try it and see. Hu Tianming's eyes glowed red, and the fiery aura around him intensified. He was shocked, realizing the attributes had changed again. He extended his hands, and a ring of fire surged toward them. Hu Tianming was alarmed. Here it comes again. How do we defend against this attack? He-Han equipped the dragon scale armor. With me here, none of you will die. A green shield appeared around them, protecting him and the others from the flames of the Iron Man. His feet were pushed back, and his face turned pale, clearly exhausted. Fuff. Mo Yun looked at them and asked him, you gave them the medicine, so why hasn't it worked yet? He turned to her and said, Sister, didn't you forget someone? She realized only Liu Mang hadn't taken the medicine yet. He collapsed, lying very close to the Iron Man. Right, Liu Mang is still over there, but how am I supposed to get over there? He placed his hand on Mo Yun's shoulder and hugged her tightly. She was surprised. What's going on? Mo Yun still held on tightly. He grasped the glowing green sword in his hand. She was confused. What are you planning to do? The Iron Man's fire circle hovered above them. She wanted to stop him, to prevent him from causing more chaos. He held her close and flew toward the fire circle. His icy sword cleared the way. She screamed, squeezing her eyes shut. Ah, the Iron Man stood there. He landed and slashed his sword at the Iron Man. Mo Yun also landed. The Iron Man called him a thief. You thief, dare to harm my body? He hand-grabbed the glowing sword and held onto it. Only the sword followed him, and he let go midway so it flew above him. The rock in front of the Iron Man exploded as he punched it repeatedly. He defended with both hands, and thanks to the shield of the Holy Dragon armor, his injuries weren't too severe. The blows were brutal. If they hit, he would surely die. Hang in there, said the Holy Dragon armor. His eyes shone brightly as he focused on defense. I underestimated you. He punched toward He-Han, but it was clear this hit couldn't be stopped. He-Han laughed loudly, his fists flowing down. What are you laughing about? He-Han pointed at him. You should have landed a fatal blow a long time ago, but unfortunately, that opportunity is gone now. Liu Mang sat up. He had just drunk from a water tube, and his whole body glowed with a blue light. The Iron Man was furious. Damn it, my offering was taken by you. He raised his sword, and blue light gathered on it, moving slowly. Your opponent, with the sword's light descending, is me. The blue light passed through the Iron Man, who covered his face. This is bad. Now that I've lost my offering, I can't summon anything. I need to call my demon team for help. The Iron Man disappeared. Mo Yun let out a sigh of relief. Finally, you won. That was tough. He thought back to his words. What was he yelling about earlier? Could it be that something stronger still exists under this mine? Is it the demon god? The system displays a message. Congratulations, the player has defeated the boss of the hidden cave. The team coordination experience is about to begin. Please choose whether the participants of the operation should be from the same team. Yes or no? Ehan glanced over. Huh? What's with your hands on the panel? What's going on here? This is the first time I've seen this. The system explained. Since the system detected that they had worked together earlier but hadn't registered as a team, it was just confirming if they were a team. The experience would be shared based on contribution. If not, the player who finishes last would take all the experience. So, does that mean you can share experience with them too? Really? So if we form a team later, we can share experience with them. The three of them were stunned. What? You can share experience with us? This iron golem monster isn't weak at all. Who's generous enough to share experience like that? Hu Tianming marveled. That's a level 20 monster. He had looked at the three of them. The system's meaning was clear. They could only share experience if they formed a team. I think you three might not be able to accept me, right? The three of them immediately kneeled and accepted him as their teammate. How could Liu Mang not agree? Of course, we'd be more than happy. You're the one who saved our lives, Hu Tianming said, immediately calling him boss. Boss, please accept this bow from me. He hand gestured for them to get up. You guys are in such a hurry. Mo Yun leaned against the stone wall, her eyebrows raised in curiosity as she watched them. You really just regret meeting each other too late, don't you? The three of them turned to Mo Yun and bowed. Sister-in-law, please accept this from us. Mo Yun was furious. Who's your sister-in-law? How could you possibly refuse them? Since you're being so eager, I won't be stingy either. Let's form a team together. He quickly tapped a few keys on his system panel. The next second, an invitation appeared in front of the three of them. Do you accept the team invitation from player He-Han? Liu Mang smiled widely and immediately accepted. Xian Feng and Hu Tianming also happily agreed. After all, following the big brother meant good food all day. The system updated showing that Xian Feng, Liu Mang, and Hu Tianming had all accepted the team invite. The progress was now 3/4 complete. Mo Yun asked them, is anyone else still missing? Why else would they send me an invite? They're just waiting for you to join. You have to join, sister-in-law. Her expression was terrifying, scaring them a bit, and she added, do you believe I'll strip the meat off your bones? Hu Tianming froze in fear. Sorry. She turned to ask He-Han, do you know the team-building rules in this game? He-Han didn't know either. I've never played. She explained that forming a team in the game is different from joining a guild. A guild is a loose organization that can disband at any time, while forming a team represents an alliance. Once a team is formed, the members cannot back out for 3 months. During this time, team members cannot attack each other or they will be punished. He-Han was very satisfied with this team formation role. That's good. Team members should be like that, shouldn't they? But she wasn't done. She continued, explaining that there are bonus effects between teammates. Although buffs can stack, if any teammate dies and the team's numbers decrease, each member's combat power will be weakened. This is exactly what people mean when they say one person rises and the whole family benefits. Heian only focused on the positive side of forming a team and didn't think there was anything bad about it. So that's how it works. Isn't that great? Forming a team can even boost everyone's combat strength. Mo Yun, getting impatient, said, "They can help you boost your strength, sure, but they could also become obstacles for you. That's what you're worried about, right? Do you even get it? Even the four of us, might hold you back. Just like when you faced the Imperial General in that underground base earlier. Even if you make it through the first round, what's your plan for the second round of solo matches?" Xian Feng raised his hand and said, "If I could level up, I'd give up my right to compete. I won't hold back his chances." Liu Meng knew his own limits, and besides, none of us had that kind of skill. We'd all step back to make sure he could fight for the top spot. Hu Ti and Ming simply needed to survive, so I let go. For me, just staying alive was enough. I didn't expect to win the competition anymore. Heian wasn't too concerned. The important thing was that they had helped him defeat the monster. All I knew was that without your help, I wouldn't have been able to take it down. You all tested the abilities and weaknesses of the Hidden Emperor and helped me land the final blow. Mo Yun had tried to talk him out of it, but now she had nothing left to say. 3 pairs of eyes were misty with emotion as they looked at Heian. "There's something else. I'm really crying here." Mo Yun snapped back, "Unbelievable. How did I end up with an overly optimistic, clueless guy like you?" In the end, she agreed to join their alliance. She tapped the accept button on the system's interface. The system announced, "Congratulations, the 5 of you have successfully formed a team. Withdrawal is not allowed for 3 months and no player versus player combat is allowed." Now, the system began distributing experience points. All 3 of them leveled up and everyone was excited. "Wow, I leveled up," Liu Meng said, thrilled. "This time, we really hit the jackpot." Mo Yun jumped from level 18 to 20 and she raised an eyebrow. "Level 18 and you skip level 19 straight to level 20, she commented. Heian went from level 18 to 22 and he had to admit, "Wow, this Hidden Emperor's dungeon is really worth it," he said, looking at it with admiration. "Jumping 3 levels in one go, that's impressive." Hu Ti and Ming whispered to him, "We were planning to team up to take him down. Do you think we can really take him on? Doesn't that seem a bit too much?" Mo Yun felt a bit bad for him. "It's a shame you didn't share the experience with us," she said. "If you had, you probably could have reached level 25. You'd have a better chance when we go down there." But Heian didn't seem too disappointed. "There are even more terrifying monsters down there," he said calmly. "We'll take our time fighting them. Let's go. The most important thing now is to grab the gem as soon as possible." The 5 of them walked together. Hu Ti and Ming asked, "Hey, since we formed a team, should we come up with a team name?" Heian thought for a moment. "A name? Let me think about it," he said. On the green screen, the man in the red shirt was watching them. It seemed that the 5 of them had come to an agreement, and for now, there wouldn't be any internal conflicts that could reduce their numbers. He asked the professor standing next to him, "How many people are still alive?" The professor looked at the records and replied, "It's been 5 hours and 14 minutes. There are still 18 survivors. As we get closer to the bottom level, the battles have caused more casualties. At this point, it's hard to say if anyone will make it back alive." The man in the red shirt frowned. No matter what, they were the last hope. If even they couldn't figure out what was going on at the bottom level, then they have no choice but to use that thing. The camera supervisor asked, "What's going on with this player?" He asked, "What happened?" His subordinate looked at the map and pointed to a player. The player had suddenly appeared on the lowest level. He was shocked. What? Meanwhile, inside the cave, there were remnants of a battle, and a green light circle appeared. Jiang Xiao Ming stepped out from it, smiling proudly. "Ha ha ha. As long as I reach a range of 1,000 meters, I can use the teleportation spell. Who can beat me in speed?" He looked up at the strange castle. "What is this thing?" Xian Feng swung his sword down. The 2 goblins were too shocked to react in time. Inside the cave, the goblin corpses, their blood flowing in streams, were the result of his work. A bunch of worthless goblins daring to act tough in front of me. Heian couldn't find the path to the next level. He had been wandering for a while, but it seemed like he still couldn't find the way down. The event organizers didn't provide any information on this. Mo Yun guessed they would have to figure it out themselves. If the organizers didn't give a map, it likely meant they knew the path through the mines had been destroyed and they would have to find their own way. There are still other difficulties. Many of the cave entrances are like snake holes, and they can't tell which one leads to the mine. He looked at the nearby entrances, thinking, "This is tough now. With so many paths, how can we find the right way?" Hu Tianming was stretching, moving his arms and legs. Liu Meng walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" Hu Tianming turned and replied, Since this is a maze, you'll need me to find the way. Do you know my alias? Everyone gathered, eager to hear the answer. What is it? Hu Tianming leaped into the air surrounded by green light. He was a speedster, moving faster than the speed of sound. The green light shot toward another cave entrance, and his voice echoed back, "Wait for me to find the way. I'll come back and call you." An anxious shout followed. "Ah! Ha! Ah! What's happening? Why can't we see them anymore?" Xian Feng gritted his teeth, feeling like they had fallen into a trap. They got closer and stood by the entrance. Xian Feng approached the wooden door of the cave entrance and called out softly, "Hu Tianming." Mo Yun touched the wooden door, which seemed to have been deliberately blocked to keep other competitors from finding the right path. Fortunately, Hu Tianming had rushed ahead and, moving so quickly, had made it to the opposite wall to open it. Liu Mang angrily spoke up, "What kind of nonsense is this? Playing these kinds of tricks again?" Xian Feng turned to the others and said, "Tianming fell down and we can't see him anymore. Let's go down and chase after him." He had stayed back a bit, not approaching the entrance. He had a feeling that something wasn't right. There was something off about this cave. The others stared at him, wondering what was strange. He hand pointed to the top of the cave entrance. The marks leading into the cave are fresh. They don't look like they've been here long. Xian Feng felt the rock wall and said, "This was definitely dug by machinery, not from old mining operations. Could it be that other players also came in and dug this, but no one could bring a drilling machine in here?" He had thought for a moment, yeah, who would bring a drilling machine in here? Inside the cave, the players were too busy figuring out how to survive. Suddenly, some giant spiders crawling on the rock walls flew past the sharp metal drill. The drill, glowing with a blue light, almost seemed to become part of his arm, pushing the spiders away. A pile of trash. Liu Ba looked over and saw a massive, venomous spider crawling toward them. He cursed, "Damn it, it's already pinned down by the boss." He booked his armor, a set called Mountain Crusher Armor, and charged toward the monster with the drill head on his helmet. "I don't care what kind of monster you are, you're about to get gutted." Over here, Hu Tianming had fallen into a cave. He touched his head and thought, how did I suddenly end up down here? A familiar voice echoed, "I see him, he's still alive." His eyes widened. A few people jumped down. Xian Feng praised, "This kid's pretty lucky, huh?" Hu Tianming, terrified, looked up and yelled, "Don't come over here." Dirt and rocks fell, and Han and Mo Yun climbed up. He looked around. The rocks were fresh lava stones, definitely indicating someone had dug this path. The two of them climbed up behind, leaving Hu Tianming lying motionless. Xian Feng turned around. "Come on, why are you still lying there?" Hu Tianming stayed silent, but he mustered up the strength to climb up. He had reminded everyone, "Be careful. The person who dug this cave is probably still nearby." Mo Yun looked over, and there was a strong, foul smell coming from that direction. He had rushed ahead to check it out. Two strange creatures talked among themselves. The priest complained, "We couldn't find the right method. And now we run into this guy." Liu Ba had been attacked by a poisonous spider. He died right next to it, his blood pooling, his bones shattered. He deserved some praise, though. His electric drill was impressive. It made holes in my body, which was part of the delay caused by Liu Ba. The priest frowned. "This guy delayed us by 10 seconds. Where did that wizard run off to? He saw something he shouldn't have. The emperor ordered that anyone who survives must be seen, and anyone who dies must be confirmed dead." The priest's virtual spores, level 24. He looked at his hand. It hurts so much." The priest turned and said, "Stop complaining about your wounds. They'll heal by tomorrow." But how could the mist not complain? Well, they'll still leave scars. The priest sensed someone approaching. "I can feel someone coming from that direction." The path leading into the cave was still empty. The mist asked the priest, "Where is the person? Did you hear wrong?" He looked at the dark path, starting to doubt himself. Strange. Could it be an illusion? Just as he was about to turn away, Hu Tianming flew in. "Well then, let's go back and keep looking for the magic." His words got caught in his throat as Hu Tianming struck, leaving a wound on the mist's body. That's when he believed there was actually someone there. Hu Tianming glanced back, his body too stiff to break through. Xian Feng struck down, and Mist's body was split into pieces, barely holding together. He weakly uttered a laugh. Xian Feng sneered. "Yeah, I knew you wouldn't make it." Hu Tianming angrily retorted. "Who said I wouldn't? Without that strike from me, you think you could have succeeded?" The three of them entered, and he hand smiled brightly. "There really are two monsters here. Liu Mang, good thing you warned us." Liu Mang raised his hand with a ring on it. "That was my destiny ring. It reminded me that danger was ahead." The ring started glowing again, and he looked confused, wondering why this was happening. The enemy had disappeared, so why was it still glowing? Xian Feng approached and said, "Maybe that broken ring of yours is malfunctioning. It didn't glow when we faced the Emperor in the hiding cave earlier. Why is it glowing now when we're dealing with these two little monsters? Liu Mang thought, this doesn't make sense. This can't be happening. My destiny ring would never malfunction like this. Fog and mist appeared behind Liu Mang, and he realized the hiding cave had been destroyed by them. He quickly turned his head in shock. What's going on? Several branches shot out and struck Xian Feng. Ah! The branches wrapped around his legs and strangled Hu Tianming's neck. Cough, cough. He had rushed forward with a sword in hand, shouting, "You go help Mo Yun save the others. I'll deal with him. You rescue them." He hand slashed through the air, the green light from his sword freezing the enemy in ice. Mo Yun leaped into action, using her sword to cut off both of his arms without breaking the ice around him. They both crashed to the ground. She tossed Xian Feng aside and shouted, "Liu Mang, save them. Don't let him die." Liu Mang hugged Xian Feng and said, "I know, he's complaining again, so annoying." He hand swung out a shard of ice. Then stop him. The ice shard pierced his body, leaving a few holes. He fell back against the rock wall. He has gotten his revenge. Dare hurt my brother? Well, I'll make sure to return the favor tenfold. Liu Mang was using his healing magic on Xian Feng. Don't move. Xian Feng casually called out, "Big brother." Little branches started to grow from the wounds on his body. He gritted his teeth in anger. "You little brat." An ice shard flew toward him, and he shouted, "Damn it." He hand thrust his sword into him, pressing his face close to his. If you're going to be reborn endlessly, then getting stabbed is the least of your worries. You're angry, but there's nothing you can do about it. This time he truly shouted, "You damn mushroom, hurry up and come help." He hand widened his eyes in shock. What? The priest stood with his back turned in the distance. Don't rush. His face grew serious. This is bad. This guy is very dangerous. We need to act immediately. He extended both hands and pink bubbles appeared. He stepped into the air, gradually approaching them. The show is about to begin. They were putting all their effort into finding a way to eliminate the two monsters, Shuang Yun and Priest. Despite how many times they had died, these two kept coming back to life. Hu Tianming couldn't understand what was going on. Mo Yun, standing next to him, felt the same. Why were both of them coming back to life? The pink bubbles created by Priest blew toward them like a powerful wind in the middle of a storm, rushing toward the two of them. Besides the strong wind, this also caused them intense headaches, and Liu Mang and Xian Feng weren't spared from this either. Aha! This is exactly the kind of scene Priest wants to see. Good, you're both affected now. In that case, it's your turn. He snorted and continued, humph. It was He Han, dressed in his dragon armor and holding his sword, flying toward them. He complimented, well, very decisive. No matter what the consequences are, let's deal with me first. He didn't bother to dodge as He Han slashed downward. Hey ha! His whole body glowed a bright green. The man was stunned, what? Its sword was blocked by the protective layer of bubbles. He frowned. But unfortunately, you're too naive. The black circle produced more bubbles, and he reached out to touch them. You don't really think this protective layer of mine won't do anything to you, do you? He controlled the black circle with both hands, making it fly toward them, and the dragon armor activated its shield to protect its wearer. Several bubbles flew into the shield, rising up to his body. Golden light flew from his body toward the man. The black circle and the bubbles disappeared. He touched the bubble. Quick reaction, but it's useless. You've already been affected. Next, the spores will spread wildly all over you. He hand gritted his teeth. This guy is way too twisted. The system, flying beside him, advised, you're good at close combat, but you still don't have the right protective gear. You won't win against an enemy like this who uses poison from a distance. You should withdraw now. The voice of Hu Tianming trembled. Leader. He glanced over, and Hu Tianming's hands were frozen in place. I've turned to stone. Then his entire body turned into a statue. Mo Yun reached out to touch Hu Tianming, but He Han stopped her. Don't touch him, he'll break. She looked over at Liu Mang and Xian Feng, who were both covered in mushrooms. The two of them had. This is the revenge plan of the priest. If you're touched by my curse, your body will undergo a massive change. Aside from you, I'll turn the rest into top-quality wood, compensating for the mist cloud you've harmed. As for the other four, their transformation will depend on their individual traits. Mo Yun felt a chill of fear, then looked at herself. So, I don't even know how I'll die, do I? He hand grabbed her hand and they flew off together. There's an antidote. We'll figure it out. Just follow me for now. There was an explosion in the distance, followed by a burst of green smoke. The priest watched. Humans are so foolish. This world definitely belongs to the great demon god. Miss Cloud stood up, trying to pull the shard of ice out of his body. What are you mumbling about? You've already run, so hurry up and catch them. He replied, Why rush? They won't get far. He grinned wickedly. Besides, if they're connected to that sorcerer, isn't it perfect? We might be able to lure him out. He hand-knelt, catching his breath. Mo-yeon walked beside him, worried. Are you okay? I feel like my skin is about to tear apart. The vines were stabbing into his back. The vines stretched from the cliff, coming down to where he was. His shirt was torn and he was hanging by the vines, caught against the rock face. This is bad. I'm really being turned into a vine now. He glanced over at Mo-yeon, who was still safe. Why aren't you reacting? Could it be you're immune? If that's the case, then good. Quickly try cutting the vines with a knife. The system spoke loudly. Let me see if I can find an antidote. He was anxious. Okay, hurry up. Mo-yeon blushed. Let me try. He gave a quick response. She moved closer to him, urging him on. What are you doing? Get back. She sat down between his legs. Okay, I'll do it now. Her hands pushed on his thighs. He flinched. I didn't mean for you to pull out that. I said pull out a weapon. Mo-yeon lowered her head. I don't know, I just wanted to. Seeing her expression, he started to suspect that the effect of the poison on her might be causing an arousal. He shouted loudly, System, it's all up to you now. Hurry and bring the antidote. He shouted, snap out of it. Stop being so mesmerized. The system drooled, gazing in a trance, completely focused, unable to take its eyes off the tempting scene. Mo-yeon placed a hand on her left chest. I don't know anymore. My heart is beating too fast. He-Han, now truly worried, said, Big sis, my heart is beating even faster. This is not the time for this. You have to stay calm. The system floated over, whispering in his ear, just sit down, and you'll feel amazing. He snapped angrily, and you, shut that wicked mouth of yours. Then, Mo-yeon stared straight between his legs. I want to try. I feel like I really need it. He-Han's face turned pale. Absolutely not. She's losing control. Any other player or those two demons will be drawn here. Immediately, he made a decision. System, help me clear this trial once we get out. I'll let you see. The system fixed its gaze on him. Really? He urged impatiently, if I'm lying, I'll be a damn dog. Hurry, she's already sitting down. The system pulled out a golden scroll and approached Mo-yeon. You better not fool me. You know the consequences. A golden glow radiated from Mo-yeon's body. She suddenly regained her clarity. What just happened? Why am I here? Mo-yeon came to her senses, realizing that she was sitting on He-Han's lap. He sighed in deep relief, silently thanking the heavens. At last, she had regained her sanity. I looked down at what I was holding in my hands, and He-Han let out a mocking laugh. Given the size of my little brother, calling it holding might be a bit rude. Mo-yeon beat him up. You can turn around now. What has this thub done to me? I was wronged, tied up, and couldn't even fight back. Look clearly right now, I can only be passive. Is that clear enough? This is all because of the spore poison from that guy. She took another look. Oh, so that's how it is? He-Han needs an antidote. Luckily, I have one, but I just need another one for myself. System, do you get what I'm saying? The system awkwardly responded, look away, I could only find one antidote. He angrily cursed, you useless thing. How could I end up with such an unreliable system like you? Do you want me to just kill you? The system was startled. I didn't expect to run into a situation like this. Mo-yeon glanced over at him, realizing he was starting to babble. So the poison has reached your brain, huh? You're starting to talk nonsense now. The priest walked over. I found it. He and Shuan-yeon had made it here, carrying my poison with them, but they had managed to run off so far, I must have underestimated them. Mo-yeon raised her knife. Stop. Don't come any closer. He-Han, sitting below, mocked her. Sis, don't you think what you just said is a bit unnecessary? The mist of surprise hung in the air. How is that damn woman still fine? He wondered. Did she not get poisoned? Even the priest couldn't believe it. There's no way someone could be immune to my spores. It must have been that wizard. Capture her. I need a prisoner. We have to find out where that wizard is hiding. He-Han thought to himself, a wizard, they're hunting down a wizard. Shuan-yeon stepped forward, his hands stretching out. All right, I'll tie her up. Several branches reached toward her, and she sliced them with her dagger. He-Han called out loudly. Mo-yeon used fire magic to counter it. She raised her guard with the dagger and replied, I thought of that, but I don't have any skills for that element. Shuan-yeon laughed loudly. Well, you're really out of luck then. He rushed forward. Hurry up and let me bind you. He-Han glanced over. System, pull out now. The system stood with its arms crossed, watching. I can't help everyone. She better pray for herself. He-Han sighed, then looked at the system secretly. Well, it's fine. If she dies, it actually works out better for me. One less person to worry about. Her eyes lit up. You're right. She can't die. The system tossed a yellow orb, compensating her with this. On Mo-yeon's side, she used her sword to block the tree branch from reaching her. this easy victory is addictive. The yellow orb flowed into her sword, and the mist reached out to catch Mo Yun. The game ended. He hand shouted loudly, "Mo Yun, don't give up. Fight back quickly." She tightly shut her eyes, holding the sword and swinging it without hesitation. Aha! The fiery sword slashed through him, and he was stunned. What? She opened her eyes to look at the flaming sword in her hand. This is... He-Han, on the other side, added, "Just keep fighting. I'm here, I guarantee you'll win." One of the mist's arms was slashed by Mo Yun's sword, burning it. He angrily shouted, "You disgusting woman, pretending to be weak while trying to take me down." He-Han told Mo Yun, "Don't give him a chance, keep attacking." She raised her sword, the flaming blade in her hand, and she charged at him. Die! His hand sprouted something like a wooden shield. "Parasite, help me out." The priest raised his hand and used magic. "Don't worry, I teamed up with you to handle situations like this." Mo Yun cut through the mist's shield. Useless. She struck the part of the priest that had used magic, but it had no effect on her. He screamed, "Why isn't she reacting?" Mo Yun struck down with his sword, severing his opponent's body in two. Pretty impressive. In the critical moment, however, his teammate betrayed him. The priest pointed at her and said, Who exactly are you? How are you immune to my unique poison spores?" He-Han, on his side, was pleased. At least one enemy was dealt with. Mo Yun's immunity to the poison came from the antidote he got from the system. "Humph, my antidote can hold up for 3 hours. At this moment, no toxin can get through." He-Han was tangled up in vines and wanted to get back into the fight. At least he managed to take out one of them. The poisonous mushroom was the real problem. If only he could break free. Mo Yun kept his eyes locked on the priest, trying to figure out how to deal with him. The plant monster could be fought with fire, but how should he handle this spore guy? He seemed tougher to take down. The priest on his side was telling himself to stay calm. Besides the spores, there had to be another way to deal with her. After collecting himself, he reminded himself that even if she was immune to the spores, he had other tricks up his sleeve. After all, it was just her facing him. It shouldn't be too much of an issue. The body of the mist cloud lay on the ground, but there was still hope. Mo Yun was surprised. He was still alive. He crawled toward He-Han, wondering why he had rushed toward him like that. The priest shouted at him, "Are you trying to? Don't make trouble. Just follow orders and destroy her." Shuang Yun's body was only half remaining, and one of his arms was gone. "If you need help, don't ask others. Ask me instead. This is my life, and I'll figure it out myself." The vines on He-Han's body reached up and completely pulled out of him. Oh! The vines passed over Shuang Yun and wrapped around him, with the light from the plants shining brightly. He-Han rubbed his arm and said, "That worked out pretty well, didn't it? I never expected he'd be able to help me break free." The priest gritted his teeth in anger. "You fool, losing control." One of his arms grew back. Huff, Shuang Yun's body is completely healed now, with all 4 limbs fully restored and even stronger than before. "I'm back to life now, so come at me. I'll beat all of you." His mistake was letting He-Han go. He used his sword to strike quickly, leaving several cuts across the priest's body. "Thanks a lot. May good people always be safe," He-Han whispered, his sword wrapping around the priest's body. "This is impossible. He-Han doesn't need any flames. Without them, he could still easily destroy you." Mo Yun looked at him in awe. "So cool, so badass. You pointed your sword at the priest, and now it's your turn." The priest clenched his fists, his face filled with rage. "You idiot, don't think that just because you can defeat some weaklings, you can act arrogantly in front of me." The dark purple smoke swirled around him in the cave. He-Han seemed to realize what was happening and pointed at him, saying, "Move forward." The smoke shot forward like a sharp arrow. The situation now seemed a little off. Pure physical damage was coming at them. He had equipped the dragon armor shield, which appeared just in time to protect him and Mo Yun. But it wasn't looking good. The sharp projectile hit the dragon armor and created a crack in it. This wasn't good. The dragon armor couldn't hold up. The golden light from the armor's shield grew stronger. He-Han asked, "This skill's too powerful. Who's attacking?" The priest glanced over and said, "That sneaky rat of yours." The rat he was talking about was Jiang Xiaoming, who had just arrived. Both of them turned to look at him as he entered. Mo Yun asked, "Is he another competitor?" He-Han thought for a moment, recalling the plans of the 2 demons. So this is why Shuang Yun let him go. This must be the real target of the 2 demons. What did he do exactly? Why didn't he run? Instead, he decided to help at a critical moment. The priest raised his hand and released a magical wave, saying, "You're not getting away." Jiang Xiaoming gripped his staff, light radiating from it like a wild rabid dog, attacking anyone in sight. The dark energy from the priest reached him. The golden light from Jiang Xiaoming's staff shielded him. However, the priest's dark energy started to crack the shield, and inside, Jiang Xiaoming screamed out, "Ah, aha, ha, ha." He hand shouted, "Clean it up just like before, one more time." He turned and said, "If I could pull off the same trick again, I wouldn't have been chased away, so hurry up and help." He hand grabbed his sword, put on his armor, and charged forward, saying, "I told you before, I thought you could handle everything in one go." The priest raised his hand to cast a spell, saying, "Don't get in the way." He hand followed the snake-like path, successfully dodging the blast of dark energy from the priest. He frowned, watching him, and sped up. He hand flew up, sword in hand, and shouted, "Take my sword." He was so confident that he didn't even bother to dodge. "How ridiculous," he sneered. "You can't possibly break through the spore shield I have." His sword froze. At that moment, he realized, wait a minute, what exactly did you make me eat? He swung his sword down, targeting the priest's protective layer. "Eat my staff from He-Han." The priest couldn't defend himself. His face was covered in wounds as he glared at He-Han with burning hatred. Spitting up blood, Jiang Xiaoming, behind the shield, sighed in relief. "Phew, I'm saved." The priest staggered, coughing and gasping for air. Seizing the opportunity, He-Han charged forward with his sword. Perfect chance. The emerald sword swirled around him and his head would be cleaved in two. Mo-hyun noticed, looked over, and realized he had won. He-Han stayed alert, warning everyone, "Stay vigilant." Don't forget, he was already cut in half before, and yet he came back to life. "Quickly, burn his body with your sword." Mo-hyun replied, "All right," and following his instructions, she set the fire. As the flames ignited, she extinguished the ritual, watching the pile of ash on the ground. This time, it should be over for good. He-Han remained on high alert. "Double check, we can't leave any traces behind." Jiang Xiaoming leaned on his staff and walked over to them. "Thanks a lot, He-Han. I'm glad you two were here. If I had been captured alone, I would have definitely been done for." He-Han still hadn't introduced himself. He pointed at him and asked, "Do I know you?" Jiang Xiaoming answered, "You're a well-known figure. Who doesn't know you?" He-Han extended his hand. "I'm also a competitor in this tournament. Jiang Xiaoming, level 19 mage. If you're interested, let's team up and keep pushing forward. We can help each other out." He-Han's eyes widened in surprise. "What exactly did you do that made these two experts so determined to hunt you down?" Jiang Xiaoming responded, "It's a long story. I'm not even sure where to begin." Before he could finish, Mo-hyun interrupted, "What's this?" Dark energy began to swirl in a circle. They both turned their attention to it. Is this guy immortal? The shape of the priest and the black mist rising around him. This time, in this rebirth, he was determined to take revenge. "You all die for me." Jiang Xiaoming raised his staff, which emitted a bright light. "This is bad. He wants to kill us with poisonous spores." The bright circle where the black mist had gathered earlier was the place where he was being revived, while below him, the poisonous mist surrounded him. The three of them stood together inside a protective barrier, with Jiang Xiaoming doing his best to hold it up. He asked He-Han, "If this keeps going, we'll definitely die. Can you use the barrier to suppress him?" He-Han held several colored gems in his hand. "I don't know, but I'll try." The other colored gems flew into the air and the staff's light shone on them, transferring all its energy. Inside a blue crystal, the priest's voice rang out loudly. "You're just wasting too much of your own power on something like this. When you run out of strength, I'll be able to tear you apart easily." He-Han held his sword and said, "Does it really not work?" "I wouldn't be so sure." The priest feared. "Are you planning to?" He-Han raised his sword, pointing it at the blue crystal. Ice energy from the blade spread across the crystal. Inside, the priest screamed desperately. "No, you want to imprison me? If I can't kill you, then I'll imprison you." The blue mass, which had once been a living organism, had now turned into an ice block that fell to the ground. A few dark clouds and shadows inside it revealed him and the toxic gas he had released, which had now frozen. He hand wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "This ice block won't melt for a month. Let him freeze to death inside." Jiang Xiaoming sighed in disappointment. The treasures that were buried at the bottom of the box are all burned up. He hand-stored his equipment, the Azure Dragon armor, and placed his hand on Jiang Xiaoming's shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. There are definitely better treasures down there. We'll make a good profit, both in treasure and in experience." He turned around. "Let's go. We should check on the Xian Feng group." Mo-hyun glanced at him. That's right. They must have already neutralized the poison by now. Jiang Xiaoming lowered his head, his face hidden from view. His expression was filled with ambition and malice. "I'm not discouraged at all. After all, you can't catch the big fish without setting the trap first." Meanwhile, the Xian Feng group was waking up. What happened? Liu Meng answered, "I'm not sure." He-Han and Mo-hyun approached. "Great, it looks like everyone is okay." Xian Feng excitedly called out, "Leader." Hu Ti and Ming happily asked, "Did you guys take care of those two?" He-Han extended his hand and introduced Jiang Xiaoming to everyone. Yes, and we also made a new friend. This is Jiang Xiaoming. He wants to join us. He's a mage, so he'll be a big help. Jiang Xiaoming waved. Hello, everyone. Here is the translated text. The following details can only be shared by him since he had never been there. Now, he can briefly introduce the situation to everyone since he's the only one who has been down there. He agreed. Yeah, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed the situation was this serious. He told them, I managed to get to the lowest level through the Hoyanlin tunnel, but there wasn't any purple crystal there. Instead, it was a mysterious, otherworldly fortress, Ihan said, surprised. A fortress? The others looked at him, puzzled. Liu Mang curiously asked, what was it like inside? Did you go in? Jiang Xiaoming still couldn't get the purple crystal he wanted. I originally planned to sneak in to see if the people in the fortress had taken the crystal, but before I could even get close, I realized the enemies were way too strong. I didn't stand a chance. It's a miracle I was able to escape at all. Ihan thought for a moment, stroking his chin. If that's the case, then the current situation must be very different from what we expected up on the surface. We need to proceed with caution and carefully consider our next move. Hu Tianming glanced at Liu Mang. Right, didn't you say you could recall past events? Help us figure out what's going on down there. Liu Mang didn't have that ability. I can only remember things that just happened. It's not like I have some mystical eye that can see underground. Xian Feng took the opportunity to mock him. You're just poking fun at Liu Mang. So, your ability isn't all that impressive, huh? Liu Mang pouted. All right, you're so great. Are you happy now? He advised, all right, now's not the time to argue about this. The situation is serious. The enemy's pursuit is strong, and the opponents in the lower levels will be even fiercer. Should we continue moving forward or head back to the surface? Let's vote. Either way, things have already gone beyond our control, so we can't afford to take blind risks. Mo Young raised his hand first. I'm going forward. We've come this far, and if we go back empty-handed, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Next, the other three raised their hands. Hu Tianming explained his reason. My life's been saved twice already. Who knows, maybe the goddess of luck is on my side this time. Liu Mang, with admiration, spoke about Ihan. The boss is with us. The other two agreed with him. Exactly. With the boss here, we're not afraid of anything. We'll follow him, no matter the risk. Ihan smiled, satisfied with their determination. He then turned to Jiang Xiaoming, who had been silent the entire time. What about you? Do you want to continue? Jiang Xiaoming replied, with all of you here, I feel at ease. No matter what happens, I can't let my crystal go to waste. I trust that we'll be rewarded for this. Ihan shouted, all right, then let's keep going into the depths of the cave. They raised their hands high, showing their resolve. Let's go. Xian Feng asked Jiang Xiaoming, by the way, would you be interested in joining our team? It'll make a big difference in battle and will be much more effective. He waved his hand in refusal. No, I prefer to continue working as a free agent. But don't worry, I'll still give my all to help you guys. Xian Feng didn't push him. All right, no pressure. We'll figure things out after we make it out alive. Jiang Xiaoming nodded. Ihan then asked him, have you ever been to the bottom level? Could you lead us there again? Jiang Xiaoming raised his staff. My staff has been destroyed. I can't open the Mystic Spirit Cave anymore, but I know of a shortcut that goes straight down to it. This was the first time Ihan had heard about the shortcut. They stood in front of the cave entrance leading downward. Jiang Xiaoming explained to the group, I've seen pursuers come up from here, so this path definitely leads directly to the bottom level. Ihan looked down into the pitch-black cave, which seemed bottomless. It was deep, and although it stretched far, they couldn't be sure if there were any guards waiting at the exit. Heading down without knowing could be risky. Hu Tianming volunteered to go first. My movements are quick and nimble. Let me go down and check it out. If there's any trouble, I can escape faster. You guys stay here and wait for my signal. Jiang Xiaoming assigned roles based on their strengths. I went along with him. I knew where the enemy guards were, so it would be easier to prepare. Liu Mang came along too. He's good at long-range attacks, so he could coordinate closely. Liu Mang stood next to Hu Tianming. All right, I'll go with the two of you and check it out. The three of them jumped down, and Xian Feng shouted from above, be careful. Hu Tianming was confident, and he shouted back, wait for good news from us. Mo Young was a bit puzzled, wondering what was really going on down there. Ms. Han was deep in thought, then asked, what do you think of this guy, Jiang Xiaoming? Mo Yan didn't see anything suspicious about him. Is there something wrong with him? I just feel like something is off about him, but I can't quite put it into words. She observed how he assigned Liu Mang and Hu Tianming earlier. There wasn't anything specific that seemed off, but there was something strange about it. Especially earlier, Liu Mang's long-range attack abilities aren't that strong. It would have been better to send someone quicker and better at surprise attacks like you. Why did he specifically choose Liu Mang to go with him? Inside the mountain, there was a hole like the mouth of a well that led deep down below. Up above, a lazy frog lay back against the stone wall. It groaned in frustration. I had no idea a sword was quietly sneaking up from behind, ready to kill me. I've been guarding here every day. When will this end? In the blink of an eye, the frog was dead. Liu Mang and Jiang Xiaoming crawled up from the hole below. Hu Tianming climbed up first and took care of the frog guarding the entrance, where there was only one guard. When the two of them reached the top, Jiang Xiaoming happily said to Hu Tianming, "That's great. Let's hide the body first, then I'll take you to the castle." The three of them followed Jiang Xiaoming's directions to the castle. They were still hiding behind a rock and hadn't come out yet. Hu Tianming peeked his head out and was amazed by the grandeur of the castle. Wow, how was this castle even built? Liu Mang looked up, and as expected, there was no purple crystal, like they had said, but it really seemed like they could be taken inside the castle now. Let's go back, tell the boss what's going on, and make a long-term plan. Jiang Xiaoming silently looked at Liu Mang for a moment, then glanced at Hu Tianming and said, "Don't rush. Let's go down and find the purple crystal first. We don't have any leads yet." Hu Tianming carefully looked around and responded, "All right." He pointed to the rock ahead of them and said, "Do you see that rock up there?" Jiang Xiaoming told him, "Tianming, you should climb up that rock. Maybe you'll be able to see what's going on inside the castle. At the very least, we need to understand the layout so we can report back to them." Hu Tianming agreed, and he ran over and shouted back, "You two stay here, ready to provide backup at any moment." Liu Mang responded, "Got it. Stay safe." He hid behind a rock. The position was great, no guard posts nearby, and the enemy was really foolish. Not far from the rock was a cave, where a few bats were hanging, asleep. He peeked out from behind the rock and observed. It seemed the creatures occupying this place were just a bunch of misfits. Liu Mang was also watching from a further distance. "This place is full of dark energy. I just want to get out of here as quickly as possible." He then asked Jiang Xiaoming, "What do you think is hiding inside that castle? What kind of monster?" Jiang Xiaoming replied, "I don't know." He was observing from the same distance as Liu Mang, but his mind was focused on getting rid of Hu Tianming to cover up the news. It shouldn't have been exposed so soon, but the kid had the ability to rewind time, so he absolutely couldn't be left alive. He gripped his dagger tightly, thinking that if anything stirred up the guards, he would take the chance to act, then escape and claim that the two of them had been ambushed. He smirked, feeling smug about his plan. "Heh, I really am a genius." While he was still lost in his plan, he hand-patted him on the back and asked, "What are you doing?" He jumped in surprise. "Ah, why are you two down here?" Liu Mang asked happily, turning to his leader. He glanced over at Hu Tianming's spot and asked the two of them, "Why did Tianming run over there?" Jiang Xiaoming hesitated. "Ah, he's here. Hu Tianming has climbed up onto the rock already." Two bats holding knives flew out hissing. He was terrified. "What?" Mo-hyun arrived just in time to strike down the two bats with her sword, landing on the rock. "Don't worry, it's safe now." His eyes still couldn't shrink back. That was too dangerous. "Luckily, you got here in time. You should head down. I'll talk to the others about the crystal. From up here, you can't see the structure inside the castle. The only way to find the purple crystal is to go straight in." Mo-hyun thought that this wasn't the best idea. Since they weren't sure what the enemy inside might be like, rushing in was too dangerous. He had the same thought as her. "Yes, I'm afraid everyone down there could be in danger, which is why I came down. It's a good thing I made it in time." Xian Feng placed a hand on Liu Mang's shoulder. "Old Liu, can you use your time reversal ability to check out the situation now?" He replied. "All right, let me give it a try." Jiang Xiaoming widened his eyes behind his glasses. He couldn't let him reverse time, or his true identity would be exposed. He pressed the top of the dagger's hilt, realizing now that it was a gamble. Just then, the ground exploded, catching the attention of the group. "What's going on? Where did that explosion come from?" Jiang Xiaoming sneered. That explosion had helped him escape. Before leaving, he had set up a few trap talismans, and it turned out they were finally doing their job. Suddenly, the ground heaved up, and he hand-shouted, "They found us. We need to retreat now." The ground shook, and a huge shadow loomed over them. They were stunned. "What is that?" "Oh my god, it's a giant rising from the earth with a strange form." They had no idea what this thing was. It wasn't just one giant, but many earth giants surrounding He-Han's team. Jiang Xiaoming was terrified, sweat pouring down his face. The situation had escalated far beyond his intentions. He had only wanted to make a bit of noise, but now he had stirred up a hornet's nest. He shouted again, "It's a trap. We need to retreat now." One of the giants raised its fist and slammed it down toward He-Han. He blocked with both hands and flew over to the other side of the cliff. A purple crystal floated up, catching his attention. He grabbed it and triumphantly held it up. I found the purple crystal. But the giant pressed the crystal down into the ground as it hit itself. Xian Fang was stunned. What? Liu Mang understood, so that's what it was. Over here, Hu Tianming was holding a sword with both hands, trying to strike it down into the ground. He was pushing with all his strength, gritting his teeth. Damn it, the ground is too hard, I can't cut through it. He-Han was running away from the rocks and fire that were spreading, trying to figure out a way to lure them into attacking. Xian Fang stood next to the stone figures, excitedly taunting them. Hey, come and hit me. Come on over. The stone figures remained still, two more standing behind them. He felt something was off, so the three stone figures walked over to him and punched the ground. Hu Tianming looked over and shouted at him. That's not how you fight, idiot. He-Han, holding a frost sword, was flying around the stone figures. Xian Fang, his hands trembling as he held a purple crystal, weakly said, Ha ha, I found it too. His face was swollen, and several bruises were clearly visible. Hu Tianming yelled, You got hit so hard your face is all messed up. He-Han's attack had frozen the three stone figures, but it wouldn't last long. Cracks started to appear. Xian Fang stood across from them. Freezing doesn't work on them. He-Han shouted, Fall back, stop using the purple crystal, save your life first. Everyone, run towards him. Mo Yun is the only one we haven't seen yet. Let's go after him quickly. Hu Tianming stopped and turned to look back. Wait, why isn't Mo Yun following? He-Han's eyes widened in shock. What? The ice on the bodies of the three stone men shattered completely. The three monsters all attacked at once, and a blaze of fire lit up the night sky. Several purple crystals flew out from the chaos. Mo Yun darted past the stone men, grabbed the crystals, and ran off. Enough. The stone man glanced over and slammed his hand down. Flames erupted from his palm, striking Mo Yun and knocking her to the ground painfully. He-Han! Xian Fang and Hu Tianming exclaimed in shock. She's done for. He-Han grabbed his sword and ran toward her. The two of them, worried about him, shouted loudly, Boss, it's too dangerous. You need to think about Mo Yun's safety. This foolish girl. Mo Yun was sitting on the ground, and a stone man punched down toward her. A protective shield surrounded her, keeping her safe. She lay there, and the stone man grabbed her leg. He-Han shouted, Mo Yun, hang on, I'm coming. She turned over and threw the purple crystals at him. Catch them. He caught them, and she yelled, Go now. Don't worry about me. Hu Tianming grabbed his arm. Boss, we need to go now. Xian Fang pulled on the other arm. If we don't move now, we'll lose our chance. He still hadn't moved, his worry for her keeping him rooted to the spot. Finally, the three of them ran outside together, panting and reunited with Liu Mang and Jiang Xiaoming, who had already run ahead. He said, You almost scared me to death. Then he turned to their leader, He-Han, and asked, Right now we have 5 people and exactly 5 purple crystals. Does this mean we can go back now? He stood up, and everyone started to leave, but he added, I have to go back and save Mo Yun. Hu Tianming scolded him. Are you out of your mind? Leader, Mo Yun is definitely dead. Why would you go down there to die too? A leader like you always thinks about the team. If she's dead, why haven't we gotten a notification that our fighting power is reduced? We're a team, after all. Liu Mang agreed, yeah, we're not affected at all. Hu Tianming guessed, could Mo Yun still be alive? He told them, I can't just leave her behind like that. As for you guys, I won't force you to come. Xian Fang, Liu Mang, and Hu Tianming all thought about it. He said, You decide for yourselves. He-Han remained determined to go save Mo Yun. After thinking it over for a while, their answer was still no. Liu Mang spoke for the group. Sorry, leader, but I really don't think it's necessary to take that risk. Maybe they want to use Mo Yun as bait to lure us down to save her. Hu Tianming thought the same way. Exactly. We can't even fight off the group of stubborn people outside, let alone what's inside that castle. Who knows? There could be monsters in there too. Xian Fang rubbed his chin. I also feel like just going down there might not be the best idea. He-Han laughed genuinely, fully understanding their concerns. I get it. I understand how worried you all are. If that's the case, you can head back. If you come across any other contestants along the way, you could try to talk to them. After saying that, he ran into the cave. The 3 of them nervously called out, Boss. Xian Fang said to Liu Mang, Why is this guy being so stubborn? Hu Tianming asked the other 2, What should we do now? Through the entire conversation, only Jiang He-Han still hadn't reached Mo Yun's place, so he asked the system, Do you think this place could be a replica? Otherwise, how could a castle like this just appear? The system responded, Of course it can't be. Replicas in other realms require a special entrance, Plus, the fighting style of these people clearly doesn't match the model of a replica. He asked again, "What's the fighting style of a replica?" The system answered, "In the replicas I've designed, whether it's the boss or the minions, they'll always prioritize attacking challengers at the highest level. Like those people who just kick the ball. They can focus on you, which proves they have average intelligence." After walking along the familiar path for a while, finally saw the castle. He took a mental note. "Alright, looks like next time I try a replica, I'll need to bring someone with a higher level than mine." The system seemed pleased. It wasn't a perfect thought, but it was surprisingly accurate. The next challenge was figuring out how to sneak into the castle without anyone noticing. He summoned his sword and placed it against Jiang Xiaoming's neck. Naturally, Jiang Xiaoming had no idea he was the suspicious one. He raised both hands. "It's me, it's really me." He asked, "You're him? How did you end up down here?" He complained again, "You're being really unfair. Just because the other three refused to go doesn't mean I didn't want to. You didn't even ask me. You just went off on your own." He asked, as anyone would, "You still want to take the risk with me?" Why? He wanted to enter the castle once more, hoping to uncover the treasure. "I've been here twice already. If I don't go in and take a look, I won't be satisfied. Most importantly, I feel like there must be something even more valuable inside. No matter what, it's worth the try." He hadn't expected the castle to be so difficult to enter. The real challenge was getting close in the first place. There were probably stone monsters lurking outside, and if they were disturbed, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Jiang Xiaoming took out his mage's staff. "Just relying on you, of course, would be enough. That's why I came here." The path leading into the castle was covered with a layer of golden magic, allowing them to enter without ever touching the ground. He praised, "That's a good skill. You're not even stepping on the ground." He followed behind him. "I was exposed before, so now I have a plan." Soon they were standing in front of the castle. Once they arrived, Jiang Xiaoming used his staff to conjure a magical portal, opening a doorway with his spell. Inside the castle, a door appeared. Two people walked through the door into the castle. Once they were through, the door closed behind them. He looked around, surprised. "I thought these people didn't need food, but it seems like there's still a storage for provisions inside this castle." Jiang Xiaoming urged him, "Hurry up, let's find someone." The two of them cracked open a door and peeked inside. It was a vast space. He was astonished. This space is much bigger inside than it looked from the outside. Jiang Xiaoming speculated, there are probably other dimensions within this strange castle. It's already so bizarre on the outside, so I bet there are other hidden spaces inside. They walked along the wall. He wanted to ask a prisoner nearby to find out where Mo Yun was being held. Wandering around like this isn't going to work. We should find a prisoner to interrogate and figure out where Mo Yun is locked up. A strange creature walked by in the hallway carrying a wooden box. He ducked behind a pillar and peeked out. Who was that? A dream lover of the third master? Jiang Xiaoming also watched. "Forget about it. Let's follow and see what happens." The creature entered a room with the wooden box. The two of them followed closely, hiding to the side. They were about to leave, but Mo Yun's voice called out from inside, stopping them. "Let me out." Mo Yun was shackled to the chair. "Let me go. If you want to chop me up or kill me, just do it already. Don't torture me with this kind of trick." Three white creatures with long tails stood around her. "Oh, my auntie, please don't move too much. It took a lot of effort to tie your hair up neatly." The first creature spoke. "Miss, our master values you highly. You've earned his blessing after 8 lifetimes of good karma." The second creature also praised its master. "Tonight's the wedding ceremony. Tomorrow you'll be a lady of the house." They laughed joyfully as they looked at her, their violent temper making sense. No wonder the master liked her. Jiang Xiaoming only heard her cries. He could only guess what the situation inside was really like. Are they torturing Mo Yun? Her voice sounded very defeated. Han's face twisted with concern. "Let me check. Does this boss have a thing for forcing women?" The white creature with the long tail was placing a crown on Mo Yun's head as she screamed louder. "Let me go." The creature lost its patience. "Stop moving." It raised its hand to strike her. "Do you want to die?" Han's voice was filled with killing intent, and he stepped forward, grabbing the creature's wrist in shock. The creature returned. Where did this freak come from? It shouted, "Have you eaten the lobster's liver?" He punched it in the jaw. Mo Yun looked at him, surprised he really had come back to save her. He kicked the second creature in the face, and he had already taken care of all three. It used the last of its strength to reach for the bell. Panting, "Hurry," sounded the alarm. Jiang Xiaoming swung his staff, and the magic blast killed the creature. Don't mess up. It jerked suddenly, then collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Han quickly moved to Mo Yun's side. "It's okay, I came to get you out of here." She scolded him, "You idiot." Then she asked, "Did you guys leave? Why are you back?" He answered, "Once we're a team, I can't just leave you here alone." Jiang Xiaoming opened the door and shouted, "Stop talking, let's go, hurry." The three of them ran off. He asked, "Can't we find a wall nearby to go through?" "The safest way is to run first. We don't know what might be behind that wall. Going back the way we came is still the safest. The falling rocks are coming, damn it. We've been spotted." He Han and Mo Yun swung their swords to cut them down. Little Ming collapsed to the floor. It was dangerous. The rock creatures were closing in again. She looked over, realizing it was bad. They were the same pesky monsters from before. He held his sword tightly. No more time to waste. Her eyes widened. "What are you going to do?" The sword he hand carried blazed with fire as he aimed it at the nearby wall. A hole appeared in the wall, and the three of them jumped through. Ah! They had successfully escaped. He hand grabbed Jiang Xiaoming's hand. "Hurry, just a little longer, and we'll be outside." His body dragged across the ground. "I twisted my ankle." Mo Yun reminded them. "Be careful, there are archers," Jiang Xiaoming warned. Archers were stationed on the city walls, shooting arrows down at them. He shouted, "Activate the Dragon Saint armor." The arrows shot towards them, but were blocked by the shield of the armor. Jiang Xiaoming was waiting for the moment the Dragon Saint armor appeared. He didn't blink, waiting eagerly, and finally, the moment arrived. His staff appeared, and a ring of light moved toward Mo Yun, knocking her out of the armor's protective shield. His hand was holding up the shield. He was stunned. What? His hands turned into claws. Using his staff, he cast a dark curse on He-Han while he was focused on the shield. Blood poured from He-Han's mouth, and the enemy laughed maniacally, enjoying the moment. "Ha ha ha ha, I've waited so long, and finally, I've caught my chance." His spell ripped the Dragon Saint armor off He-Han. Moments later, Mo Yun planted her sword into the ground and stood up. "You bastard." She grabbed her sword and charged at him. "Die." As her sword struck, the armor shattered. Even she couldn't believe her eyes. What? He was wearing the Dragon Saint armor, the Dragon Saint equipment. I finally gathered everything. He-Han fell to the ground. "Ah!" Mo Yun rushed over in worry. He-Han. Jiang Xiaoming looked down at the dragon armor he had just snatched from He-Han's hands. It was indeed a treasure so beautiful. He hugged his injured body. "Who exactly are you?" He removed his mask. "I once tried to invite you, but unfortunately you didn't understand, so I had no choice but to resort to some tricks." Mo Yun was stunned. "You are X." He laughed. "Haha, I see you're still somewhat smart, remembering me after all this time, but unfortunately, it's too late." Mo Yun finally realized the target all along was the dragon armor, but even if he got the sacred armor, it would be useless. The stone people were very close, and they had surrounded them. No one was getting away. He took out a green gem. Not necessarily. This green gem can turn into the dragon saber. This made Mo Yun suspicious about the dragon saber. Wasn't he a mage? The man held the saber and charged toward the stone people. Mo Yun guessed, could it be that he's doing two jobs, a mage and a warrior? He blamed himself for being so careless, letting him hide his true intentions for so long. He flew toward the stone people, slashing through with one strike. The stone people split in two. He landed, not forgetting to say his farewell. "Good luck to you. Farewell." He vanished as he passed through the green circle. Mo Yun, furious, cursed, "That bastard. I swear I won't let him get away with this." He glanced around at the crowd of stone figures surrounding them and said, "We should focus on finding a way out first. We're way too far from the exit, and charging through to it would be nearly impossible." A familiar voice grew closer, calling out, "Boss, Mo Yun's sister, we're here to rescue you both." He and several other players rushed over. Liu Mang turned to the group of players and said, "You guys aren't messing with us, right? This last floor is definitely a monster lair. While there are so many people, we should split up and look for the crystal." The other player happily agreed, "Sure, lucky for us that we're in a group. If we were all on our own, we'd definitely be asking for trouble." Mo Yun stood up and asked, "Why are there so many people here?" He had understood their strategy. They must have gathered all the other players they could find to come down together and search for the purple crystal. That way, they could share the pressure. He stood up and ran toward the group of players, saying, "This is a rare opportunity, let's push forward." She followed him. The green light rose from the stone figures, and He-Han, using his sword, cut down several of them. As he landed, he asked, "Why did you all come back?" 3 people knelt down. "Before that, the 3 of us had betrayed the trust of the boss. We truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. We begged the boss to give us a chance to atone for our sins." He raised his hand, signaling to the good brothers. Everyone could return now. Everything had been proven. The rocks exploded everywhere. They looked over. "What's going on here?" Mo Yun answered, "The stone monsters have all sunk into the ground." A few of the rocks sank into the earth, and a purple-red light appeared in front of the castle. "What's that?" A shadowy figure appeared from there. "Where do you rats think you're taking my bride?" He was the Dark Demon King at level 26. He seemed to know he would show up sooner or later. The final boss, he waved at Mo Yun, my bride, come here. She couldn't resist. She was pulled by the spell and flew straight to him. What? What's happening to me? I don't want this. Let me go. The three people below drew their swords and rushed to save her. The Dark Demon King raised his hand and cast a spell, clearly underestimating his own power. His strong magic instantly set the three of them flying. He-Han was knocked back and suddenly felt his body lengthen. The difference in power is too huge. What should we do now? The players were stunned as they witnessed the power of the Shadow Demon. What kind of monster is this? It's terrifying. He used another spell that made the ground where the players stood explode, sending several of them flying. He-Han was also affected by the strong winds. He asked, System, do you have any intel on this guy? The system rubbed its chin and replied, I don't remember creating this one, but any boss at this level surely has a weakness. If you can find that weakness, you won't have to be afraid. He shouted angrily at the system, spitting as he did. The problem is, how am I supposed to know what this guy's weakness is? He thought for a moment and then suddenly remembered. Wait a minute, why didn't the demon god send his underlings to hunt down X? X has always wanted to destroy Liu Mang. Could it be that they're afraid we'll learn the demon god's secret? He turned to Liu Mang and said, Hurry, use your ability to recall. Let's see what really happened the first time Jiang Xiao Ming came here. Liu Mang, who was helping Hu Tianming get back on his feet, responded. Okay. He summoned a dark green circle with his magic and walked forward. They loudly taunted, Hey there, come here. The three of them raised their swords and He-Han said to the others, Brothers, no matter what, we have to stop him and buy some time for Liu Mang. The two of them nodded, determined. A green ring flew toward him. Dark Knight watched it approach and muttered 4 words, petty and insignificant. Several large rocks flew toward him, but he raised his hand to stop them. Saiyan Feng appeared behind one of the rocks, clicking his tongue as he drew his sword and activated the sunburn mode on his blade. He slashed down, asking, Are you sacrificing the weapon's lifespan for a single high damage strike? Saiyan Feng slashed again and saying, Kill, kill, kill. Dark Knight slammed his foot into the ground with such force that it sent Saiyan Feng flying, causing him to cough up blood. He felt worried. Hu Tianming stepped forward and said, Let me handle this. He raised his sword and charged, striking from above toward Dark Knight. Dark Knight dodged the strike, causing the castle wall to crumble. He looked back and said, Oh, that move's interesting. Hu Tianming replied, The interesting part is behind you. He swung his sword down, shouting, Ah, ah, ah. The slash was like a net, aiming to trap its prey. Let's see how you escape this time. The sword strikes hit him in several places, but they didn't cause any harm. Instead, he was the one who suffered injury. You cough, cough. He raised his hand, channeling magic. Are you really going to give it your all until you die? Well then, let me send you on your way. As the attack was aimed at Hu Tianming, He-Han quickly rushed over and pushed him out of the way. Watch out! Hu Tianming whispered, You barely have any strength left. Don't speak anymore. This guy is too strong. Boss, cough, cough, just run. He-Han, standing beside him, said, Don't talk anymore. He then asked Liu Mang if he had made any progress. The green circle was still in front of Liu Mang. Not yet, said Dark Knight, glancing at Liu Mang. You're suspicious. To ensure safety, I'll eliminate you first. Mo Yun flew into the air. Don't even dream of it, he sneered. You stabbed with your sword, but you can't even pierce him. She was shocked. What? He grabbed her. This woman really didn't know how to listen. She struggled helplessly. Oh wow, Liu Mang said in surprise. I've seen myself. With one hand, he held Mo Yun, and with the other, he cast magic at Liu Mang. He-Han called out in panic for Liu Mang. He sneered, It's a shame you'll never be able to speak again. Liu Mang's head felt like it was on fire, but he still had enough strength left to remove the ring. As the ring fell, He-Han suddenly realized, could the secret of the demon god be hidden in that ring? He screamed, Damn it, you won't get away with this. The ring hit the ground, and He-Han quickly ran toward it. He had to get that ring. A dark circle appeared around his finger. I only need to snap my finger, and I can crush you. With one hand, he was holding down Mo Yun, and the electrical energy in his hand affected her. A few sparks of blue light flickered around her, causing the dark force to suddenly collapse. He released his grip on her, panic spreading across his face. This is bad. He hand gripped the golden light in his hand tightly, smiling. Mo Yun, well done. The light in his hand shone brightly, his brows furrowed. He recalled that this was the same battle that happened when they first reached the final floor, right? Back then, the dark force had stood above them, casting a spell that caused the ground to burst into flames. They had to move quickly to avoid it. It was only then that the dark force realized something was strange. Despite having the appearance and magic of a sorcerer, it had the speed and agility of a warrior. How odd. Priest, go to Master Meshen. I will handle him. Dark Knight glanced over and replied, no need. I want something from him as well. And Jiang Xiao Ming, I need to stretch my muscles a bit. Leave him to me. X asked, Professor, have you still not found the way out? The scan results show there's a secret passage over there, right? A green light glowed around He-Han as he reasoned, Professor, it seems he's been in contact with the outside world. He must have a team supporting him. If that's the case, by observing this battle, we can figure out X's background. Once we're out of here, I'll make sure to track him down and settle things. X was seething with anger as he recalled the past. Damn it, the organizers are useless. They built an underground castle and didn't even know about it. Dark Knight landed right in front of X, causing him to instinctively step back in shock. Dark Knight grinned wickedly, don't rush off. Play with me a little first. X replied calmly, the boss blocked me. I need his intelligence. It's because he knows Dark Knight's weakness. Oh, a dragon phobia, huh? Dark Knight stuttered. How? How did you know? The light in He-Han's eyes brightened. Because of that precious item, the dinosaur-like physique, does that mean he can transform into a dinosaur? He recalled something from before, and with a quick motion, X placed his hand over his mouth, while his other hand slipped into his sleeve. I understand now. I just want to buy some time, not get involved in the fight. The demon god, like a shadow in the night, was enraged and couldn't sit still. He took this as an insult. He rushed forward. Who are you even talking to? X tossed out the precious item he had pulled from his sleeve. In that very moment, it transformed into a dragon, the nemesis of the shadow demon. His hand began to cast an electric spell. Reaching out toward the dragon, it roared loudly. Its mouth opened wide, revealing an electric orb inside. It shot up and unleashed a lightning strike directly at the shadow demon. There was a huge crash. The demon couldn't do anything except endure it. X quickly left. Leave it to you. Hold him off for me. The shadow demon stood up, glaring down at the wound on his chest. You know my weakness. I can't let him go. Capture him for me. He-Han's eyes widened. His body fell, plummeting to the ground. The system nearby asked, concerned, what happened? What did you see? He sat up. It's not a dinosaur. It's fear. This demon god has a weakness. He's afraid of dragons. When facing a dragon-type opponent, his combat abilities are suppressed, maybe even reduced. The system, too, had only heard of this kind of dragon weakness. Dark Knight wasn't scared at all. He didn't care if you brought a dragon out here. It seemed like my secret had already been discovered by you. But even if you know, it's useless. I already killed that dragon. It only took a little effort. Feel free to release all the dragons you have. He glanced at the system. Does she have dragons? Unfortunately, the system didn't have what he needed. How could I possibly have something like that? Hearing this, Dark Knight grew even more confident. Haha, looks like you don't have any after all. What a shame. Now I'll slowly enjoy the pleasure of killing you. He raised his sword. This time he was stronger than him. It was over now. I have the title of Dragon Slayer, but I can't actually turn into a dragon. Then him. Wait a second. Dragon Slayer? The system asked. What's going on? I'm thinking of something bold. If I can't bring a dragon to him, what if I bring him to a dragon instead? The system's expression turned serious when it heard He-Han's plan to drag Dark Knight to a place with dragons. Are you planning to pull them into the sleeping dragon's lair instance? Is that even possible? He asked her about it. The system replied, I'm not sure. I never thought about bringing non-player characters into an instance before. We can only try. He ran with his sword. Okay, wait for my signal. The system reminded him. Didn't you plan this out beforehand? He slashed the sword down, taking action immediately. The ice from the blade froze the arm of the dark figure. He remained calm, saying, Isn't this method a little too childish? In just a moment, the ice on his arm shattered. Is this all you've got? You're really disappointing me. He-Han sneered. I was just testing how long you could stay frozen. Time's up. As the freezing vortex twisted, it shot up as the sword came down. He shouted at full power. The dark figure gritted his teeth, and as the vortex soared high, it froze his entire body. All that could be heard was his voice. Huff. He was buying time. He-Han leaped into the air. At that moment, a golden magical circle appeared behind him. All right, the ice on his body shattered. Damn it. The dark figure fell. He-Han rejoiced. It's a success. As he fell, the dark figure used his hands to release a surge of lightning. Do you want to die? The lightning struck, causing He-Han to be injured and cough up blood. 2 golden beams of light shot down into a clear sky, landing in an area filled with many animals. He-Han crashed to the ground. A system flying nearby asked, Are you okay? Don't try to summon the Dragon King with a golden spear anymore. First, deal with the demons in the replica. The system turned its back, facing a group of green-skinned goblins surrounding them. "Look at this," he said, noticing the commotion. "Such a big noise, and it's drawing all the goblins out." He asked, "I remember you said the combat system in the replica prioritizes higher-level targets first, right?" The system replied, sounding surprised, "What?" Amdel walked up, and the goblins parted to let him through. He seemed pretty confident. "My rank is lower than his," Amdel muttered, clearly displeased. "This jerk brought me all the way to this remote, no-good place." A few of the green-skinned goblins with knives rushed toward him from behind. They snarled as they leaped, aiming to stab him. Amdel pretended not to notice, not even bothering to dodge. The magic radiating from him was enough to make the goblins bleed. The leader of the goblins looked on in shock while the others stared at Amda. He hand-cheered him on. "Go for it," he sneered. "Is this your backup?" He summoned a dagger, glaring at the ugly goblins. Amda, with a swift strike, cut them down like they were nothing. They were too weak to even make it a challenge. In the blink of an eye, he'd taken out several goblins at once. The system noticed something was wrong. This isn't right. These low-level ones stand no chance against him. He glanced over and said, "Forget about them. Find you some medicine first. I need to quickly get my strength back to its peak." The medicine cabinet appeared in front of the system. "Let me check. Tonifying herbs, kidney tonics." Hand was shocked. "You didn't prepare any useful medicine?" The system produced a pill. Found it. Frenzy pill. After taking it, you can triple your strength, but it only lasts for 30 minutes, and there are serious side effects. Before she could finish speaking, he snatched the pill and swallowed it. "That's it. Even the system can't stop him. Wait until I finish talking, then you can take it." A pile of severed limbs and bodies appeared in front of them. As they turned, they saw it clearly. Dark Knight was standing directly in front of him. "Hey kid, if you have any tricks left, you might as well use them now." He looked up. "I've used everything. From now on, it's just a fight to the death." He laughed loudly. "Ha ha, that's quite a bold claim. You think you can fight to the death with me?" He pointed. "I really can't. What if I add this?" Dark Knight was stunned and turned around. "What?" A dragon appeared behind him. Hand was pointing at it. "Scissors, paper, rock. Who knows who'll win?" The dragon was right in front of Dark Knight, with Hand standing between them. Dark Knight glanced past the dragon, relieved to see his final backup had arrived. He clenched his teeth in anger and muttered, "Damn it, I deliberately chose to build my castle underground to avoid these filthy creatures, but it seems like the restless spirits just won't leave me alone." The system activated, triggering the dragon fear trait. Facing a dragon tribe, his attack power, defense, speed, and vitality all decreased by 30%. Hand moved up behind him and teased, "You're mocking me, huh? Looks like your fear of dragons goes beyond just physical traits. You seem to call them too." Dark Knight, determined not to back down, thought to himself, "Don't get cocky. This dragon was only level 10. Even though it had an advantage, I'm not scared of it." The dragon soared toward him, and as it stretched out its hand, he quickly kicked it in the face. "Get out of here." The dragon was knocked backward, crashing onto the ground. Hand watched, nodding in acknowledgement. Even though Dark Knight had the upper hand, he could tell that the dragon was still no real threat. However, despite his advantage, Dark Knight's face still showed signs of fear. He was breathing heavily. Huff, huff. Hand couldn't understand it. Even though Dark Knight had the upper hand, why did he still seem so tense? Could it be that his fear of dragons wasn't just physical, but psychological too? The dragon stood up, not yet attacking, but simply staring at Dark Knight. He couldn't tell what it was thinking. It had this intelligent look in its eyes. The system seemed to be speculating, as if it was considering something. The mouth of the dragon roared loudly, sending a chill of fear through Hand, causing him to jump. He shouted, "Are you trying to decide who to deal with first?" The system activated the Dragon Slayer buff, doubling the damage against dragon-type enemies. Suddenly, Hand felt a strange surge of confidence. He raised his sword and said, "Who gave you the confidence to think you could choose me?" The dragon, intimidated by his presence, seemed to shrink back. He flew up and slashed it across his body. "Am I easier to bully, huh?" The dragon spun around and was sent flying. He clenched his fist. After all, it was just a beast. He needed to make it fear him. He asked, "You're not going to run away out of fear, are you?" The system responded, "No, it's the boss of the replica. It has no choice but to fight fiercely with the intruder." The dragon stared at the two of them. Had remembered something from earlier. Oh, that little head is thinking again. Though the shadowy figure spoke boldly, fear filled his heart. He squeezed his eyes shut and said, "Scum, you'd better not come any closer." Hand looked at him. If he still didn't understand, there was no need to spare his life. The shadowy figure flinched. The aura from Hand had triggered a reaction in the dragon. It raised its head and breathed fire towards them. Even before the fire hit, the shadowy figure was already pale with fear. "It's coming for us?" Hand had anticipated this. Sure enough, the wild beast would target the one who was afraid. Your fear of dragons is exactly why it chose to attack you. He tried to jump, but damn it. But he was stopped by He-Han's ice chains, which held him in place. What? Are you kidding me? Why is the demon god so scared? Why are you running? Fight back. His eyes widened as if they might pop out, completely losing control of his words. The demon god now looked both ridiculous and pitiful. You're a woman and a horse, he stammered. The dragons fire him, a blast of flames cutting through the forest. The dragon exhaled smoke, its body marked by scratches from the attack. He cursed, "You damn beast." He stretched out his hand, casting 5 strands of magic. "I'll kill you first." The dragon recoiled in fear, and He-Han soared into the air, his sword flashing as he blocked the 5 strands of magic. The magic veered off course, causing an explosion of rocks and debris. He stood next to the dragon, sword in hand, and spoke to it. "Hey, little dragon, you can understand me, right? Let's work together. If we beat that guy, you'll level up." The system said to him, "Is this a copy? Its rank has already been preset. It's fine, you can adjust it. As for her, just focus on inventing new body postures." The system blinked. He asked, "So, what do you think? Do you want to team up?" The dragon nodded. "You got a great partner. Now it's time to go after the demon god." He hand pointed at the little dragon. "Go ahead." The dark figure laughed loudly. "You two pathetic fools think you can beat me?" He released a burst of magic. Clearly, it was a wild fantasy, and the magic headed straight for He-Han. His eyes widened. This was bad. The little dragon stood in front of him, its mouth wide open, spewing fire. He smiled. "Well done." As expected from a golden-armored earth dragon, the little dragon's tail swayed back and forth, catching his attention. The little dragon used its tail to knock him away. He-Han flew off, but glanced back, thinking, this is a good teammate, and even he couldn't hold his own against it. The dark figure was still fiercely battling the little dragon. He-Han appeared, his sword in hand, striking down. The enemy blocked with both hands. He couldn't help but say, "This is what you think can stop me." The dark figure sneered, "You're already scared. You've only seen a fraction of my true power." Little dragon, the fire flew past him, leaving a huge hole in his chest. He looked down in shock. What's happening? Little dragon collapsed, and the darkness in his eyes grew intense, the bloodshot veins in his eyes now clearly visible. He gritted his teeth. Ah. The sword pressed down hard, forcing him to kneel and brace himself. The blade struck his shoulder, and he coughed up blood. Cough, he asked. "Now that it's come to this, you haven't anything else to say." He lowered his head. "Please spare my life. I swear I'll." The darkness in Heian's eyes flared as he struggled to stand, then extended his hand. "You're nothing but a mongrel. Die for me." He turned and swung his sword. A few flashes of blue light streaked across the body, and the man weakly said, "I won't accept this." The dark figure broke apart into pieces. Heian felt a sense of relief. It was finally over. He wiped the blood from his mouth, coughing, and collapsed to the ground. The system advised, this is a side effect from the medication. His body's functions have now surpassed their limits, and he absolutely cannot continue fighting, or it will risk his life. He wiped his mouth. "So this is the after effect. I thought I'd explode right then and there." The green-skinned demon jumped up holding a wooden stick, hissing. Heian's body stiffened. Something was wrong. He realized he couldn't move at all now. Where did the fire come from to burn that green-skinned demon? He glanced over, seeing Little Long collapse on the ground, barely moving his fingers, still twitching. He responded, "Thanks a lot, my friend." A blue light from the system covered Little Long, and he disappeared. The system spoke to him. "The duplicate mission has been completed. You can leave now." On this side, everyone felt relieved. Xian Feng had taken care of everything. Liu Mang, with a bandage over his injured right eye, was thinking. He wondered where the boss had gone. Could it be that? Hu Tianming, standing beside him, quickly interrupted. "Stop saying nonsense. The boss is so strong, how could something happen to him?" Liu Mang knew that only He-Han had faced the dark demon. "I know, but still, he went up against the demon god all alone." Hu Tianming cut him off. "Shut up." Mo Hyun sat in silence, looking gloomy. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Looks like I came back just in time." He-Han stepped through the circle, thinking everyone had already left. The three of them happily rushed over. "Boss, ha, we knew you'd be fine." On the other side, through the listening device, the man in the red outfit could track He-Han's movements. "Oh, He-Han managed to survive and come back unharmed. I'll be waiting for him at the cave entrance. He must have missed me." The organizers stood outside the cave entrance. Supervisor Chen checked his watch. It had been a long time, yet no one had come out. It seemed that the remaining contestants had all. The man in the red shirt sitting nearby said, "Don't worry. Supervisor Chen will have a surprise for you. You have to trust these contestants." A subordinate of Supervisor Chen whispered in his ear, "He's the first one to reach the bottom level." Chen suddenly remembered. Oh, it's him. He turned to the man in the red shirt and asked, even we couldn't determine the direction of the bottom level. How did you manage it? Do you have some secret weapon? The man in red didn't hesitate. If you're talking about a secret weapon, then if I tell you, will it still be a secret? Supervisor Chen gave him a stern look. I don't think you can act arrogantly just because you have a few tricks. Now that you're here, you'll have to follow the rules. Otherwise, you'll learn what respect really means. A green circle appeared, catching everyone's attention. What's going on? Is someone coming out? The contestants walked out, and Hu Ti and Ming spoke up. Oh, are you all waiting for us? Supervisor Chen clapped his hands, clearly pleased. Ha ha, welcome, welcome. He extended his hand in a welcoming gesture. Brave explorers, you've all worked hard. Mo Yun was hot-headed and punched him, causing him to spit blood. His subordinates were eager to act. Oh my god, Director Chen, you're here to get some justice, huh? What the hell kind of intelligence are you providing? Are you trying to get us killed? He ordered his subordinates. Damn, in this chaos, you're daring to attack an official undercover agent. Get her! Grab her now! His subordinates quickly obeyed. Yes, sir! One of them shouted as they moved in to seize her. Liu Mang stepped forward, standing in front of Mo Yun. I'll see who dares to touch her. Chen's men had to step back. Looks like he knows when to be careful, doesn't want to get involved with people who just stepped out of death's door. These people walked out from the pile of corpses inside. If they go head-to-head, they're definitely no match for them. Causing a scene won't be easy to report to the higher-ups. He waved his hand dismissively. It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Everyone, hurry up and prepare the canteen for a meal. I'm sure these athletes are exhausted and hungry, so let them rest and eat. The Dragon team members walked over. Eat? What's there to eat? The competition's over. He turned around, startled. What? It's over? Director Chen shouted, pointing his finger. Where the hell did these crazy people come from? Do you even know how high the standards are for this competition? Who do you think you are to act like this? The leader's subordinate pulled out a permit, and the man seemed to calm down a bit. The Dragon Organization. The guy in the red shirt felt confused. Why was the most elite psychic organization suddenly showing up here? He had thought to himself, what is the Dragon Organization? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? The long-haired leader explained, this is an emergency. I'll take over the situation from here. Director Chen nodded and replied, yes, I understand. I will fully cooperate. The long-haired leader of the Dragon Organization addressed the participants. You are all elite warriors who have passed the first test. You should have received more thorough training, but the situation is urgent, and you need to head to the battlefield right away. 5 hours ago, there was an incursion into a new world. After the defense forces fought valiantly, the front lines have almost stabilized, but we don't know when they'll fall. Therefore, we need to send you to fight and carry out the decapitation plan. Hu Ti and Ming, Han, and Liu Mang were all left stunned. Incursion, decapitation plan. What's going on here? Liu Mang raised his hand. Leader, are you talking about the invasion? Isn't it just a few pieces of equipment falling and maybe some otherworldly beasts showing up? It's not like we need to launch a full-scale battle over it, right? The long-haired leader turned to his subordinate. They still don't understand the seriousness of the situation. Show them. The subordinate took out a lamp. Yes, sir. The light shone and the screen displayed the current state of the city. The leader explained, this is not an invasion. It's an intrusion. A huge crack has suddenly appeared in the center of Kim Jiang's city, and a large number of otherworldly monsters have entered through that crack. They're spreading rapidly. The enemy keeps attacking, which is making it extremely difficult to restore control over the city. Han added, so what you're saying is that the enemy is using a swarm tactic. In that case, even if we join the fight, it won't make a difference. The leader replied, after the command center's analysis, they believe there's definitely a leader behind these monsters. The only solution is to send out the most elite team, enter the otherworld through that crack, and take down the head of the enemy. Mo Yun spoke up. You want us to go into the otherworld? Are you serious? Looking at the current situation, it seemed like the groups were already divided. Of course not. To ensure safety, the command center requested that both Team A and Team B carried out this plan together. I think it looks like everyone has already split into groups, the person behind the man in the red shirt. That's not it. We're just here to help with the fighting. The Dragon Organization leader has made the divisions. So you guys are Team A and you're Team B. Let's get moving together. I'll explain the details on the way. I don't want to join the red shirt guy's team. Can I refuse? Anyway, I'm not part of the organizing team, and I don't have any obligation to risk my life for you all. The Dragon Organization leader is enforcing you. You mentioned the rules allowing you to refuse, but we still have to follow the emergency manpower mobilization order. This means your right to use the otherworldly equipment will be revoked, and the weapons will be handed over to the true protectors of the country. Han was surprised. So, the Dragon Organization can also revoke my right to use the sacred dragon armor. Even my sacred dragon sword could be taken back.